To be the best, you gotta beat the best. The story of a legend in the making. Defeat the best, to be the best. Yeah, of a legend in the making. History in the making.
It's going to be a super Saturday as we prepare for the last day of round 3. Will the top teams continue their carnival towards the semi-finals, or will the underdogs and their spark reign supreme? All of those questions will be answered, but at the end of the day, the top 24, they make it to the semi-finals. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to iQOO BMPS 2024. Introducing ourselves, my name is Salty. I'm going to be your host and caster for the day. Joining alongside is going to be my cute brother, who is looking absolutely lovely in this chocolate shirt. How are you doing, Fixes, and how is the intensity in this room right now?
I think the tension is beyond the roofs, and the ceilings are almost about to break apart, because the atmosphere at this point has quite become very humid, to be honest, considering how teams have been playing.
Yep.
Nothing is certain. Nobody has really qualified barring the top 4 or 5. So really excited to see how the other teams perform who are down below.
Absolutely. You know, it all comes with a massive, massive stakes in the competition as well. We're talking about how much is on the line. It's not just the prize pool, but also the fame and acclaim. But talking about the prize pool in itself, that also is absolutely massive, ladies and gentlemen. The total prize pool of this competition being 2 crore rupees, a whopping amount for the Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series 2024. Now, the lion's share of 75 lakhs will be taken by the champions themselves. But looking at the other awards, looking at the other accolades, Fixes, there is so much to win for every single team who actually moves to Kochi from now on.
And this is bigger and better than ever, right?
Yes.
You talk about the iQOO MVP of the tournament. He gets 4 lakh rupees, and then you've got the IGL getting 2 lakhs for himself. And then you've got the emerging star and also the fan favorite player receiving individual prize money over there. But what makes it really special is for the MVP of the finals, they get to walk away with the Hero Xtreme 160R. And then if you are the lone survivor of the finals, you walk away, or rather cruise your way with the Hero Xtreme 125R.
Absolutely. And to cruise inside the competition, ladies and gentlemen, all you've got to do is acquire yourself points inside of the game. How do you do that? Very simple. There are 2 ways to do it. Either you get position points or you get finish points. For every position, if you actually end up first with that chicken dinner, you get 10 points, and then it dwindles down to 6, 5, 4, 3, and it keeps on going downwards till you actually reach from the 9th to the 16th position. Absolutely nada for that. But if you get that one finish, it amounts to that 1 point. And Fixes, lately we've seen that this has been the most interesting part of the game. Coming to something more interesting is going to be the schedule for the day. We are going to see only 1 set of Erangel and Miramar, but 2 sets of Sanhok and Vikendi. How excited are you about that?
And we're going to start off with Group 2 playing their final 2 games. So that is going to be really exciting. Yes, we've got Sanhok and Vikendi into the mix. In fact, a lot of them today, like you said. And these are those off maps where anything can happen, because this is the uncertainty that I am talking about, right? When you charter into the rainforest or inside the tundras, anything, or rather anybody, could come out as the victorious.
Absolutely. But talking about the teams who are going to play right now, we've seen Team X-Park yesterday. They started their day with 24 points, resurrected their position a little bit as well. Today they know, as a matter of fact, they are going to play the basic maps of Erangel and Miramar. I think for them the job should be extremely easy. Don't you think so?
It should be, because they've done majority of the heavy lifting for the ones you play in your comfortable maps. You do not have much to worry about. But in Sanhok and Vikendi, well, these players have been tried and tested. They know what needs to be done, especially when you know where you're really sitting at. Because when you take a look at the overall standings, see, look, these are the names I'm not really concerned about. The top 16, I mean, for a moment, God's Reign at 40 points, it's fine. But then again, when we move towards the second page, that is where the tension arises, because so many teams are in fact sharing the similar number of points. That is where even one slip up can really toss you out of this tournament.
Absolutely. And the majority of the conclusion that I can draw out from the overall standings, Fixes, is going to be the fact that, look at the points difference, right? At the 17th position, you've got 37 points, and on the 32nd position, Medley eSports, they've only got 27 points. The difference is just of 10 points, right? You know, as a matter of fact, one good game can actually turn the tide and turn the fate for every single team out there. but it is all about that one big game. And so far, we haven't really seen it coming from a couple of teams over there. Global eSports with 29 finish points and 3 position points. That can potentially be a cause of concern. Carnival Gaming on the other side, trying out different things, trying a little bit more on the healing aspect of the game, have a nice little share between the finish and the position points. But turning pages, I believe this is exactly where the problems lie fixes.
They literally have to turn pages right now, especially for all these teams from the 32nd, 33rd to the 48th position, because now, especially for the ones, especially for GENxFM sitting at just single digit, that is going to be a huge cause of concern. But we've seen there have been certain teams like Raw Officials, Team Cosmic that are known for their comeback storylines. And yesterday we saw Raw Officials actually trying to throw a punch in that final game of Erangel. So who knows in the last 2 games that remain if they can get a chicken dinner and another big one at that, who knows, they also might qualify.
Potential chances, of course, and we know once they've done it, the Team Cosmic storyline that we always talk about, right? The last 3 games remaining, you smack that, you actually connect every single shot. But talking about connecting every single shot, ladies and gentlemen, if you also want to connect every single shot of your scrims in your games, then why not get yourself a powerful device, something as powerful as our official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S. And our wonderful friends over at iQOO, what they have done is put up a giveaway for 15 iQOO Z9S Pro devices. All you've got to do is go down to Google, search the iQOO Z9S series, and you might stand a chance to win one of those 15 devices. It's power packed with these features because there's that Snapdragon 7 Gen 3 as well, which does give you that smooth experience inside of the game. And you have been grinding quite a lot inside of this device as well.
You talked about hitting your shots, and it's all about that input, right? That 2000 hertz of instant sampling rate really makes it much more convenient for all the aspiring esports athlete. And if you are on a budget, definitely do check this one out. But then again, we've all had our predictions, or rather you can call it our hopiums for the ones we want to really qualify and move on ahead. So let's take a quick look at that, Salty. And Spiro, he's going to be a believer today, and yes, he's gone for X-Park, a rather safer choice, I may say. But for me, it's going to be OG. I have been rooting for them all along, and seems like, Salty, this time you have bestowed your faith on Carnival Gaming.
The Carnival should not stop fixes. Me and Ocean going in with CG. You've got GLITCHxREBORN on Ravan now. This is going to be a risky pick. I'm not sure how well can GLITCHx fare. Maisie again with Medley Esports. I believe after yesterday's performance, Medley Esports should be good to go unless and until the prediction aspect of the game where Maisie is predicting them actually halters them. But again, jokes apart, Ankybot also going ahead with Orangutan. I feel like Orangutan will be today's biggest storyline. Yesterday, they had about 17 points acclaimed from the 2 games that they have played. Yes, the performances are coming back, but they don't really have a lot of time to actually make it.
What's really biting Orangutan at this point is initially they started off with some mellow approach, and then they decided to go all out. Now they're running out of options. This time we've seen yesterday also they initiated all those fights. They're winning those early fights, but during those rotations they are going through quite some turbulent times. So that is something that they have to go beyond. We've been talking about OG being the pros, but before that, before we talk more about OG and CG, let's take a quick look at the matchup, because it's going to be Group 2 coming into action. TWOB, iQOO Seoul, MOGO, Hyderabad, Hydras. We've got nothing to worry about. But Global Esports, Insane, Bliss, and then for Medical Esports, they need that one big game to ensure their qualification.
Absolutely. Even for Honored Rivals, I feel like there is going to be a massive opportunity for KARUNADU as well. Gujarat Tigers, yesterday their day was pretty solid. And again, for GENxFM, I feel like the approach and the intent is there. They are trying to make it work with their aggressive gameplay. Yesterday we saw a couple of instances of brilliances, but I feel like apart from those bottom 4 or 5 teams, everyone still today has a shot, because I'm going to be a pure mathematician right now, right? You've got Silly Esports standing at the very top with 56 points on the overall standings. Everyone else who is there, right, up until the 45th position or the 40th position, the bare minimum points you've got to get out of the 2 games is going to be 35 to 36, and which is extremely doable fixes if you actually get your games right.
Well, mathematically, it's all possible, right? Even if GENxFM wants, they also can make it. All you got to do is get those 2 chicken dinners back to back with at least around 10 plus points. So that is there. But one thing we've noticed yesterday also is a lot of teams have staged the comeback, especially for the likes of Reckoning Esports coming out of nowhere. But it is time we charter through the skies.
Well. Talk about chartering through the sky. This time around, we are certainly flying over the lovely lands of Erangel. The flight path will come in front of our screens extremely quick. But talking about the last day itself, Fixes, we know as a matter of fact the last two opportunities for every single one of these teams. What should be your approach if you are venturing into a game like this, where you know that one mistake that you make, there is somebody else who is willing to snatch away your spot from the top 24?
It's all about your mental strength at this point. How hungry you are, how desperate you are. Show that to us. Show that to everybody who's rooting for you. Especially when you talk about the Group 2. You've got Orangutan, one of the bigger names, RTGxIND. Somehow yesterday they played quite amazing. 36 points is where they sit at. But if you ask me, have they truly qualified? The answer shall be no. But for global esports, but we really hope that Mavi is back. Because if he isn't, then God knows what happens next.
I believe he's back, actually.
Yes, he is.
In fact, he is back, moving towards Severny. Of course, when Global Esports actually move towards Severny and the circle pans out on top of them, they're supposedly to have a great game. But my eyes are going to be fixated on that one team, Fixes. Orangutan, finally, after an extremely long time, they get to play their basic maps of Erangel and Miramar. And we know from their map points distribution, they've fared more than 50 points in this entire competition from these two maps itself. So I believe today they are going to be feeling at home, feeling they know exactly what they've got to pull off. It's going to be an extremely hard task, but I still have my faith on the boys, WindGod and AK. Do you have the same faith?
See, honestly, talking about stats and figures, they won't matter enough today. Because if you look at the iQOO BMPS, we've had a lot of Erangels and Miramars in comparison to Sanhawks and Vikendi. So that is where, for the likes of OG, it's all about that momentum being built up. And for OG to really qualify, they have to get a first good game. By a very good game, I talk about not getting the chicken dinner really, but at least 13 to 14 points to somehow bring them out of the woods. Because when you look at this circle, it's a hybrid one once again. Because this is one of those very tricky circles. You talk about it going maybe up top towards that Rozok area, or maybe it has those chances to go below Yasnaya Polyana. Now, this is one of those circles where if iQOO Soul wants, could get a huge chicken dinner. But they also, I feel like, have sailed through.
They certainly have sailed through, but I believe a team like iQOO Soul, they would want to give themselves every opportunity to bag that big chicken dinner, make a statement, because it's not just about getting the points on the board, it's also about kind of making a statement when you are a banner as big as iQOO Soul. But getting back to the discussion of the circle, I believe that this circle extremely exciting when you consider how many options it does provide, right? You've got that Rozok circle which can build up, right? And we've known how much confusion that creates, whether you want to move towards another island, whether you want to stick to the mainland as well, or if it does shift towards the Yasnaya Polyana region, the circle of the rice fields, I believe then it is going to be a death trap for everyone. Open circles, absolutely no cover whatsoever. And those are the situations where I want to see certain teams prevail. Global Esports being one of them, Team Orangutan being one of them. But it's not just these two teams who are battling qualification. TCW yesterday, their game has been phenomenal so far, getting some interesting fights in extremely important situations. And I believe even this team is possibly going to push through.
I mean, they're struggling, Salty. Just sitting at 13 points for TCW. They haven't really been looking sunny, especially in round number 3 so far. We haven't seen that conviction coming from their side whilst they're engaging in those fights. And more often than not, they tend to get picked off elsewhere whilst rotations, and nothing has really worked out to the point where the brain shift shut down. But like you said, mathematically, they can still cruise through. They can still qualify, given the fact that they get a chicken dinner in the very first game. And then in Miramar, you have to follow it up. But a few other things that we've also noticed, Salte, is that Reckoning have decided to drop down on Yasnaya Polyana. The only reason why is because Team Bliss, they're also inside the lobby, and they have head on towards Lipovka. So Reckoning really not taking any chances, still sitting at 48 points. And yesterday was the day where finally Reckoning stays their comeback, and it was lovely to see them do so.
Honestly, it was kind of started off, the entire thing was started off by Viper himself. Yesterday, Hunters got back into form as well. So it will be extremely interesting to find out if Reckoning can channel the duo once again, the deadly duo that we've been talking about for an extremely long time. But we do tend to see an interesting split coming up from Gujarat Tigers. Two of their players have ventured towards the northern territory, while the other two players are still in the Georgia Pool region. Potentially an opportunity to actually crash against GENxFM, take their fight. And considering GENxFM, they haven't really been in top-notch form in their 4-4 fights, it can be an easy opening for Gujarat Tigers if they land their shots right. They also have the likes of KARUNADU eSports right around them. But bring back the conversation to 4Miracle eSports. I believe this is that one team that has done an amazing job staging a comeback. Their first 2 days inside of round 3 weren't really that good fixes.
For Miracle eSports, shortly put, they have been quite erratic. We've seen them having quite of those inconsistent matches. And then there is that one big match where they sort of ensure their qualification. Because I wanted to talk about for Miracle, because if you look at Adi and how good he had been in the previous BMPS, if you remember the league stages, he had, I think, around 8 chicken dinners out of 15.
Yeah.
And that was phenomenal. But that was a different lineup altogether. All his teammates left him and they joined Gujarat Tigers, and he had to build things once again from the scratch. And this time, not under the banner of Team Insane. This time, a new international organization stepped in and for Miracle eSports came into fruition. But seems like they might be in a little bit of a kerfuffle because Reckoning eSports right beside them, and seems like both these teams are trying to line each other up. But what happens left after this is going to be really interesting to witness, because Hunters and in fact the boys from Reckoning are showing no intentions of really engaging in those fights.
Exactly, both the teams, they disengage. Reckoning eSports, they certainly were in a position where they could have taken the fight for Miracle. They ventured way too much, but it seems like for Reckoning eSports, the task is cut out simple. They do not want to take initial engagements. They want to preserve their 4 numbers and want to enter the final circle. Now, for a team like Reckoning eSports, you also have the freedom, right? You know you have the leeway of already garnering 48 points on the leaderboard, so you are completely safe and sound in terms of qualification. So all you've got to do is just preserve that manpower, get yourself those 4 or 5 eliminations on board, try and stay as deep as you possibly can inside the final circle. Talking about the circle itself, it's always TWOB who dominates those circles, and legit, once again, yesterday was a fantastic day for this lad, and once again, I believe that this man can actually prove himself to be one of the greatest today.
You know, when you talk about legit, to be honest, yesterday he had been quite stellar, especially in those trades, especially how he has been responding, and TWOB really have been having one of the best tournaments of their lives, and they've been looking quite consistent, and we haven't seen those cracks come up yet. Maybe they finally get truly tested in the upcoming semis, because I know for a fact that they are going to be heading on through. But for Gujarat Tigers, we had this little conversation, Salty.
Yeah.
And something interesting that really popped up is they have been really relying on their gun power. We've seen them get a lot of those finishes, but because when you look at their position points, it's just 7.
Yeah. And honestly speaking, GLITCHGod has had started this tournament with a bang, honestly. He was the one who was leading the charts, but after that, the rest of the other players, they stepped up as well. Dark Lord, I believe he is the only player who is about to step up right now, but Harsh has been absolutely phenomenal, giving them the entries every single time. And for Gujarat Tigers, the mojo has been simple, right? To just try and take those fights as much as you possibly can. And look at this, even Team iQOO Soul, they want to take this fight against Hyderabad Hydras, and Onslaught was there. Moksh has been pushed back so far, and Hyderabad Hydras wants to escape. But will Team iQOO Soul kind of release their lash on the leash is going to be the question. Nakul does have that short vicinity, and it seems like the flank is here. Mania is in position already. The shots do come through Hyderabad Hydras. The first man was not knocked down. Quite close of fair fixes.
In fact, for iQOO Soul, I really feel like they've got all that leeway. The free hand that we keep talking about, because yesterday getting that chicken dinner, they pretty much put a ring on their qualification. We know for sure that iQOO Soul, they are going to sail through. For Hyderabad Hydras, they're also on the precipice. All they need to do is just that one good game, and they also might qualify. Nothing much to really worry about, because we've got other teams like Team Insane, Orangutan to worry about. Even MOGO, for a matter of fact, isn't safe either. Sitting at just around 36 points, Salty.
Yeah.
And if there is a slip-up today, their dreams might shatter, because we've got a circle shifting up north, and GUJARAT Tigers are looking to be in a very promising position.
Once again, look at that. Team Reckoning eSports has been swarmed. It's Hunters. The first shot connects. But like I said, he was overpowered over there. There is nothing that Reckoning eSports can potentially do from the backlines. Dionysus did try to kind of cut up on his losses, but it seems like there's a third party here as well. Reckoning eSports have been struck by lightning and a half. It's 4Miracle eSports as well as Bliss from the backlines. Viper still comes in to save his comrade. The shot connects. Oh my word, the S12K sing the songs of death. But with 4 Miracles dealt with, it seems like from the backlines, Bliss will be a new opponent, Fixes.
This is going to get really exciting because Team Bliss, they show no mercy, instantly charge in and get the better out of Viper. As Reckoning, they have been annihilated and will pick up on the spoils of war. Because for Team Bliss, this was an important game as well. And look at this. It's just the second stage and they have already accumulated 5 finishes to their names.
Absolutely. Now look at this. Team Bliss have an opportunity against Team Orangutan. Couple of shots initially were fired, but Orangutan have their fighting stance ready. Meanwhile, in the backlines, Team Bliss, their revival is complete as well. Atanki landing that headshot will have to fall back as of now. Orangutan, they've done a fantastic job so far, just pushing back Bliss and their approach, and it seems like Bliss will give in to that tension. Orangutan still trying to get as much information with that TPP advantage, but AK is finally going to watch those cars sail through. So, of course, there is not going to be any fight. But for Team Orangutan, the journey towards the circle is still uncertain as of now. Multiple teams in the process will kind of try and stop them. But the fight between Hyderabad, Hydras and iQOO Soul has just begun. And the first knock strikes Ronnie. Jumps up, but he will get traded by Termi.
What a knock that was. Termi, that was absolutely special as Manya comes sailing through and instantly he takes an exit and... iQOO Soul cannot believe their eyes as Hyderabad Hydras, especially Termi. This young lad, this latest addition to the roster, taking down all the players of iQOO Soul. Something unbelievable has just happened and seems like lightning has struck the lands of Erangel.
Exactly, but talk about lightning. I believe now it's going to be another battle. TWOB from the backlines. Oh my word, Sarvit! It was brought down to almost a sliver of HP shots connected, but Hyderabad Hydras looking absolutely relentless right now. The pressure is surmounting on top of them, but this compound can actually be a blessing for them in disguise. They do have the fences which protect them from the slam-ins, and I believe that is also going to discourage the likes of TWOB from actually pushing up forward. Hyderabad Hydras, just like you mentioned, what a stunner it was from Termi, Fixes.
You know, I'm still not over it.
Yeah.
Because look at the replay. Ronnie, he gets the first knock, of course, that's fine. But then he does not decide to reposition himself. In fact, goes headfirst inside the fight. But this flick coming in from Termi over there, and then Manya, I think he was pretty much a dead man driving the vehicle. Because after those other 3 players had been taken down, it was an easy job for Termi to get that final finish. But as things stand, for iQOO Soul, I mean, it does not really hurt them, this elimination. They're going to still have that one last game to play. Nothing much to worry about. Even Hyderabad Hydras getting that squad wipe. If any doubts whatsoever was there on their qualification, I think the air might have just been cleared.
The air, of course, will be cleared for majority of the teams who have crossed on over the 41-point mark, right? You do have the points on our screen on the right-hand side. Team Bliss, I believe, will be looking for those finishes. Currently, even Team GUJARAT Tigers, they are on our screens right now. KARUNADU eSports, GYROGOD having spotted them. No shots taken as of now. It's a venture to try and get as much information as possible. And speaking of the circle, I believe that the circle will force these players to go out in the open. So there will be instances, Fixes, where multiple third parties will happen. Teams have to be extremely wary.
Tensions, definitely, for the boys from KARUNADU eSports at this point, because considering how their run has been an inconsistent one, and they also need a biggie. 27 points is where they sit at, and we've always been talking about that comfortable spot to be somewhere past 40. And for KARUNADU eSports, can they do it? Sure they can, but for that they need to secure this chicken dinner, because where they're positioned at is a really good spot. Seems like we've got a little bit of that action. GENxFM having lined up the players of Honored Rivals. One of their players already picked off. For GENxFM, the qualification looks quite difficult. But if they show an aggressive intent like this, then who knows, anything might change as Beast gets the remainder 2 players of GENxFM, and down they go with the last 2 players still alive, Karan and Scaleful, with not a lot of options under their belt.
Absolutely. I mean, it's actually funny to think that Honored Rivals, they were the ones to actually come into this fight, wanted to go for an unorthodox rotation through the Georgia Pool Bridge, but GENxFM, they have been camping on this bridge since forever. They initially dropped onto Georgia Pool and they are still there, being late in that rotation itself. I believe GENxFM, they are going to face troubles, and now their troubles are going to be even doubled, especially because of both of their players being completely finished off. But look at the circle shift fixes once again. I mean, it does take a shift towards the shooting range region, but what is going to be extremely exciting is that right-hand corridor of the circle is going to be so dense. Look at that traffic, right? From the north, you've got Team Orangutan trying to make it through. You've got RTGxIND trying to make it through as well. And both these 2 teams want to get that shooting range region, but I believe there will be a fight, a contest for who gets that landmass.
I'm liking OJ's rotation all the way from that northeastern side, inject themselves through from the northern side. They've got a lot of those open areas to play around, and this is actually genius considering the fact that you do not have to deal with that migration coming in from that eastern side anymore, because the numbers are really too high over there. But for Global Esports, I think smile on their faces. The circle almost forming where they literally drop down and do not have to move a lot. But even for Global Esports, their way has always been about them fighting their way through. Another one of those teams have got a lot of those finish points, but the position points is where they've really missed out on. But who knows? One good chicken dinner. And we know Global Esports is an explosive team.
Yeah.
And they can do it once again.
I mean, currently they're sitting at 32 points, right? But we did point out their stark difference between the finish points and their position points.
Yeah.
29 elimination points and just 3 points from positioning. That was the main piece of concern. But then my point has always been the same, right? Global Esports, they almost missed out on winning the championship, winning out BGIS 2024 by a whisker. So you can't really doubt this team and their ways. They know how to move around in an official tournament. It's just that this round 3 presented them certain difficulties which they possibly had never faced before. The change of pace of the game, the drastic shift in every team and their strategies. And I believe that every team has started to adapt to it as well. Look at this, MOGO Esports, a team that did so well inside of round 1, so aggressive. Now again coming back to their safe approach, right? Playing in from the edges of the circle. And I believe Destro will do that as long as his qualification is secured fixes.
MOGO right now, they're sitting at 36 points. And their influx, I think, has been quite welcoming, considering the fact they've decided to inject themselves through from that western side. A place where none of those teams have really come in closer. So they do not have a lot of those unwanted neighbors around them. They've been quite mobile, just like our official mobility partner, the Hero Xtreme 125R. Want to cruise through the city? Definitely do check this beast out. But now coming back to business, Insane Esports, another team quite touted for their stellar performance in the game of Erangel. Look at where they are, right at the smack center of the circle.
Talking about Insane Esports, I believe that yesterday was extremely disappointing for them. I mean,
yeah,
they had their platform set up in the first 2 days of round 3 already. Yesterday was their day when they can actually solidify their position inside the semi-finals, but that did not happen. But now again, a new day, a new dawn, and new opportunities present themselves, just like you said, right at the smack center of the circle. But honestly, Fixes, with so much traffic around it, it is extremely hard to decipher which team has pace and which one does not. It's an extremely close call, even between Team TCW and KARUNADU Esports as well. Look at the way Team TCW are sniffing out their opposition right now. KARUNADU, they know exactly that threat is there. They can hear the engines roaring, but even they want to play the patience game, make the oppositions make the mistakes.
This is what pressure does to you. Gets the worst out of you sometimes, and they're just hoping that somebody makes a mistake and they might capitalize on it. As seems like Gujarat Tigers might indulge themselves in a little bit of that action. Again, HRZ right beside them, just moving around with their vehicles as Skips trying to find that perfect angle and still wants to make sure that he has some cover to play around. This is a genius move because GLITCHGod, he's the only one who's moving around with the vehicle while gives all those important calls to his teammates. And this is what happens. Skips spots out Phoenix and he instantly takes him down. And now on RIVALZ, only 3 players remain. And what would be their next course of action? It really comes down to their IGL. Do they stop and take this fight? Seems like Gujarat Tigers want to bring in all that heat on them.
They certainly do, right? I mean, on RIVALZ, they've taken a pause as of now. They have taken a pit stop. But finding that ridge is going to be extremely crucial where they can take this fight from. Currently, they don't really have an extremely strong standing ground. They can be hit back from the backlines as well. And Gujarat Tigers, look at that. They are disengaging from this fight because they know, as a matter of fact, the high ground certainly is going to be an advantage, but it also comes as a double-edged sword fixes. They are going to be the center of attraction of multiple teams, and a lot of pressure is actually coming in from the southern side. You have those teams and the dots on the minimap as well. KARUNADU eSports, TCW, everyone is on the prowl.
Everyone is. Everyone has an eye on that chicken dinner. Nobody really wants to go home, especially after making it so far. As Orangutan, one after the other, taking down the remainder of the players of Hyderabad Hydras. And the Apes finally opening up their accounts. 3 finishes secured in the bag. And now they've got a really good ridge to play with. But what's really concerning is the fact that Global Esports are their neighbors. And this could really go wrong in massive proportions. But look at this. RTGxIND also want to chime in this fight.
I love the airstrike coming in from Orangutan. Almost 2 knocks confirmed. Another one sails through from Aru. But this one isn't going to land. Ralphie is still on his knees as of now. Team Orangutan, they've done an extremely good job in trying to isolate Global Esports. Look at the number of smokes that has been displayed so far. RTGxIND, all that they want to do is break past the defenses. But Arib on the receiving line, this man might just be landed with another nade. And this one goes down as well. Team Orangutan, they're sailing through. And Ninja Boys yet to react. Global Esports are not in this party. RTGxIND, they need to fall back fixes.
They certainly have to. Arib, however, almost on the verge of getting extinct over there. The Molotov tossed. And enough damage done already as Aruhi reunites. Because he was keeping a close eye on the players of Global Esports. And for now, OG are well aware of all that threat that is looming over their heads. Because now, for RTGxIND, the trouble does not end over there. It is also going to be the players of Honored Rivals. But seems like OG, they've been taking quite some smacking as Atanki is already down on his knees.
Exactly, Team Orangutan, they're quite in the uncomfortable shoes, especially with Global Esports, right? They timed their attack to perfection. They knew that they were extremely occupied with RTGxIND. Another one goes down. The nade, of course, blowing right in front of WindGod and his face. Global Esports, their push has been nigh perfect so far, but slug from the back lines. It seems like RTGxIND, they are starting to hit back. The time that was given to them by Orangutan was extremely fruitful. Their revivals have been successful. And Global Esports, now they've lost out on 1 player.
It's pandemonium all across the land, Salty. At this point, Global Esports, they know that the opportunity is right. The iron is hot. Might as well go and hit it. Orangutan wounded as ever. At this point, Global Esports still have all their players intact as RTGxIND. A little bit of that breather. And somehow they've gotten Ari back on his feet.
Yeah. But look at this, Team RTGxIND, they know that they're from the backlines. It is the blue zone that is encroaching and it is not going to be healthy. Stage 5 has commenced already. The damage is going to be extremely high. And that just means that they will have to escape from this safeguard. And as soon as they do so, I believe Global Esports will have the opportunity to pounce. But we move back to the replay once again. KARUNADU eSports versus TCW. TCW being absolutely brilliant with their utility usage so far. KARUNADU eSports had absolutely no response to the aggression that was set up by TCW.
Yeah, pretty much lost, playing like headless chickens in that fight. And eventually had to pay the price. But look at this, RTGxIND well aware of all the threat beside them. It is going to be the players of OG. And they decide to take this fight head on. Just spraying through. In fact, with that S12K, just tapping it till the very end. And then they've got 1 knock. And the final one also shall fall. As Orangutan, the apes, have been thwarted out from their forest. This is going to be troubled waters, but still, for for RTGxIND. This is where it does not end, because now they gotta pick a fight against Team Insane.
Absolutely, they do so. I'm not really sure for Team Orangutan. Just 2 points. This was not enough. They need a lot more. We talk about Global Esports. They're on their way. They're en route to gaining those points. And Nate did sail in right next to Mavi, but he's not going to get damaged way too much. Ninja Boy on the top lines. He knows they've got the northern part of the circle. The northern corridor is there. In the backlines as well, there are 3 teams that are duking it out. It's MOGO Esports who joined the party between GUJARAT Tigers and TCW. And the nades do sail in. It's always S-Power and his hand of God. And he finds that knock on towards Hunter. He's still moving through. Destro guarding the backlines. Team GUJARAT Tigers, they know that they need to ambush. Skips wants to find some information, but it seems like MOGO and their ambush has taken a toll on TCW. They are gonna fall, but will Team GUJARAT Tigers make a move right now? Fixes is the question.
I love this from GUJARAT Tigers, especially knowing the fact that MOGO Esports are already dealing with one team. They decided to hold back. They decided to pay respect to the circle. And look at this, MOGO Esports, they also do not want to overextend. They also understand the gravity of the situation. They have to somehow also get themselves inside the circle, given the fact that now they have touched that 40 points marker. It is going to certainly ease those nerves. But look at Global Esports. We were talking about that one big game, Salty, and this potentially could be it.
This could be it, but so far the job is not done as of yet. GUJARAT Tigers, talk about them right now. Once again, finding another knock. This man, he is in crazy form, landing down upon GENxFM. Another team that he is absolutely in guard. 5 finishes on the board for GUJARAT Tigers, and they're looking for more. Right at the edge of the circle, they've got the vantage point as well. A lovely little valley from where they can actually venture past. But look at this, Prince OG in the backlines, and he hasn't yet been spotted. Fixes it. This can be funny.
He's always been sly. Currently one with the nature, and that was close. For a moment, still unchecked, unguarded. And now he wants to repay this back in kind. Dark Lord, quite unaware of his surroundings. There he goes, takes down. Another player escapes. And now Prince continuing his onslaught. Still not spotted out yet.
Yes, I mean, I have no clue on how Team GUJARAT Tigers had no information on where exactly Prince was, especially after that first knock. Harsh had no clue. Skips had no clue. In spite of the nade coming in, but Prince OG, he's still uncontested so far. He's still unchecked in MOGO Esports so far. I believe they do have the vantage point. They have that nice little pocket of space from which they can play from. But the circle has betrayed them all. Fixes. It is just Honored Rivals and their one shack. And Team Bliss, I believe, will try and make a charge for it.
This is going to be really exciting. Honored Rivals, I do not know how they're still alive. Team Bliss, they've had a really good start to this game, but RTGxIND, they've had a really good time. AJ just decides to dive in, gets the better out of Beast as the numbers keep on dwindling down. But Ralphie, this grenade is going to get the job done as MOGO Esports will be the sly ones getting that steal, that finish secured in their pockets. Is now MOGO Esports already sitting at 44 points.
Exactly, but for RTGxIND, I believe their best bet would be to try and gain a little more on the finish point front. Ralphie finally makes the dash for it. He will be peppered from the back lines. And yes, it was Bijlu from Honored Rivals who's going to clean him up. Honored Rivals making it inside the top 4. This is exactly the performance that they needed. And now making the dash from MOGO Esports as well. S-Power is yet to complete the revival in the shot connects. Honored Rivals, what a performance it was from Bijlu.
Bijlu still keeping the torch burning alive. But look at this, Prince. This man refuses to die. This man refuses to give up. And now against Bijlu, it is a one-on-one situation. Prince does not have the best of HP. Bijlu steps out of his vehicle, bobbing and weaving. But Prince does it. Brings it back home. The only survivor, the lone wolf of TWOB, sails through. The captain, the IGL, when the time was right, he delivers that blow. And TWOB sailed through with flying colors inside of the semi-finals.
I did not expect this. Honestly, I had no idea that in spite of taking down the entirety of GUJARAT Tigers, Prince OG is going to get unchecked throughout the entirety of the fight. I mean, MOGO Esports was there. They could have potentially checked him. Nate could have actually sailed through, but no. But credit has to be given to a lot of these teams. MOGO Esports and the rotation has been fabulous. Honored Rivals and their announcement back in the competition once again has been fluid. Bijlu, what a move was that?
I think even for Bijlu, like you said, right, this was quite unexpected. Considering Honored Rivals, they were in the thick and thin of things. They were engaging in a lot of those fights. I was even surprised they were still alive. And especially inside of that one shack, it is usually most of the times cursed. But when you talk about Prince, what he has really conjured today in Erangel. Well, let's be honest, TWOB did not have a lot to lose, not a lot on the line. They've already done the heavy lifting. But the way he initiated that fight against Gujarat Tigers, the first player gets taken down courtesy to that one grenade. And Gujarat Tigers did not even see it coming. They had no idea that Prince was hiding right on their backs. And then he decides to take one player in quick succession. He gets another. 3 players instantly taken down. And then the final player was picked off by somebody from Team Bliss. I think it was Turbo. That hit the final nail in the coffin. But what a match of Erangel it was.
Absolutely. Even for Team Bliss, as a matter of fact, since you touched upon it, I mean, this team also was in the troubling waters, was in the high 30-point mark, but I believe this is the game where they got the extremely crucial placement points, right? I'm not sure on the finish department how well they have done, but look at this. S-Power barely had that minute. He heard the buggy stop, but Bijlu, his timing was way too perfect. And talking about Team Bliss, I believe this was the game which was needed for them. For TWOB, the job was done already. They were sailing through anyways. But I believe the only benefit that they're going to take from this one is the fact that not only their aggressive game is also working, but when the responsibility on an individual's shoulders that you will have to get enough placement points from the game, chicken dinner is also a potential option.
I think, Salty, to be honest, ones who would be really happy about the outcome of this game would be Honored Rivals.
Yep.
Considering they've not been having the best of times, and this second position finish with decent amount of finish points as well would be enough to kind of ease that tension a little bit. Because when I talk about tension and it to really start building up, I think one name really pops up, and that is going to be the Apes, the Orangutan we're talking about. Because at this point, they were really caught between a rock and a hard place. They were taking this fight against RTGxIND, and suddenly the next moment you see, Global Esports wanted to pounce in on the chance.
And I believe that this has been happening with Orangutan for quite a while. And let me draw parallels between that one game of Vikendi and this one, right? Okay. Again, they had a stellar start. They had finish points right off to get off the mark with, right? This time it was Hyderabad Hydras. I believe in that match it was Team TMG, if I'm not mistaken. But as soon as they make the rotation, I believe it is Aru's tendencies to try and capture those spots which become hot spots at the end. They get third party, fourth party, and multiple teams just chime in. I believe it has been the position once they kick things off in the mid game that has actually caused Team Orangutan their problems. But I don't believe that discussing the problems right now would be of any use at this point, because now they need solutions. 28 points is where they are currently sitting with one more map to go, and we know that they need that 20 bomber to solidify fixes. It's going to be extremely high stakes, but ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the point standings right now. Team Bliss, they are at the top, 12 finish points, 5 position points, 17 points in total. I believe this was the game. This was a much needed game for them.
Yeah, with this game, Team Bliss, they ensure their qualification. No second thoughts about it. We are going to see more of them inside of the semi-finals. But for Honored Rivals, these 13 points are so valuable. Even for MOGO eSports, getting 9 points, starting the day with, 36, and now on 45. I think the nerves are also eased over there. RTGxIND, they had been doing pretty well. Even for Gujarat Tigers, if there were any doubts, 38 plus 8 equals 46. But this is what I was talking about. Team Insane getting just to GENxFM single digits and now just 3 points. Orangutan at 28 with just 2 of those points. I do not know if this is acceptable. And even for the likes of Miracle Esports, when we were really thinking that yes, maybe Adi and the boys might have really made through, considering the fact that Honored Rivals, Team Bliss, they have all made a huge leap. Now their qualification, now their survival is also on the line.
Exactly, and that was my main point, right? For 4 Miracles, I believe suddenly they find themselves in troubled waters right now. But once again, have a look at the match summary. We do have that one vehicle finish, 10 grenade finishes fixes. We saw so much airstrikes. Look at that, the smoke number as well, 268 smokes used. This is what we were expecting from yesterday, right? The smoke number was diminishing way too much.
And I feel like, honestly, Orangutan might have used 50 of those. If you remember, remember how they injected themselves from that northern side, and just to somehow keep that grounds to themselves, they deployed n number of smokes over there. And I felt like that could have been one of those decisions that really went against them, because engaging in that fight against RTGxIND, yes, they were doing it, they got that first knock, but then they had no more smokes to play around, because that gave Global Esports that leeway to make that plunge and push on them, and as a result, OG really fell apart.
Honestly, I feel like that smoke was actually coming in because the forest was burning, because one more bad game, ladies and gentlemen, Orangutan for them. I believe it will be a back-to-back for them, not qualifying for the official finals once again. We'll find out after this end of the very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Then a mega tasker, talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. Everybody know they go the ammo, keep getting bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट।
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63.
Ouch. I'm not doing this.
300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर। अबे बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है। कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई। अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
As we prepare for the last game of Group 2, we've had a very surprising change on the panel. Our friend from the Hindi desk, Mr. Spiro, is back on the desk. Spiro, you just watched that game of Virangal. It was absolutely brilliant. But now with one more game remaining, there is such a big question mark on so many teams and whether they are going to qualify to the semi-finals. How are you feeling?
First of all, Salty, thank you so much for the lovely introduction. And yes, I am excited. You know, in the last match, I was having goosebumps after goosebumps after goosebumps. It was an amazing game. But to be honest, it is a do or die for a lot of teams. I mean, teams like Hyderabad Hydras, Team Insane, Global Esports, they can go out of this competition early on and it makes me sick. I really want to see a comeback from all these teams now.
Talking about a comeback right now, there are multiple names, of course, right? You mentioned a majority of them. Team Orangutan will be one of them. 4Miracle Esports, even Team Insane Esports, they don't really have a lot of points. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want to have points in your start of the esports journey as well, you need to consider yourself getting a very powerful device, and that has to be the official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S series, that starts at just rupees 18,999. It's power packed with features, does have the Snapdragon 7 Gen 3 as well. An amazing lag-free gaming experience, and I know Spiro has been utilizing a lot of this phone to try out his TDM skills. Have you been successful against Maisie so far in the TDM battles?
I mean, he's too weak. He has to beat Ravan first. I mean, to be honest, I've beaten Ravan, I've beaten Anki, I've beaten Ocean, so I've beaten a lot of them. And I'm feeling pretty confident with this device.
All right. Someday I'll also. So, On the English desk, I have made a promise that hopefully by the end of the tournament, I'll reach Conqueror #1 inside of Asia by grinding on this device, which hasn't really been going very well, ladies and gentlemen. That is a different concept altogether. But getting back into the conversation of things, right? Multiple teams in contention. Which team do you still think can back that chicken dinner and potentially move through? Any name that comes to your mind?
I think Honored Rivals played really well in the last one, but they have to do something else if they want to qualify. They want to be consistent. They want to get another chicken, maybe 20 bomber, maybe 15 points. Then they can make it through.
Potentially, but let's just talk about the overall standings right now. TWOB, once again, what a fabulous performance it was. 71 total points. You've got Team Silly Esports as well with 56 total points. 8-bit with 55. They don't really have anything to worry about, but look at that. Team Bliss almost about the end of their scene. 53 points in total. You've also got Reckoning Esports, nothing really to worry about. In the top 16, every single team beyond that 40-point mark, I believe, is safe and sound. But there you have it. The problem lies there. Global Esports, 36 points. One more match to go. Spiro, what are your thoughts about this team so far?
I mean, they need to get at least 10 more points to be secured. I mean, if we think about the cutoff mark, I still feel it could be 45 or even above 45. So they need 10. For Miracles need 10. And you know, it's just a single game remaining. Not everyone is going to get the 10-15 pointer. They have to work really hard. And pretty much salty, I'm very nervous about these teams because it's do or die. Their careers are on the line. Their grind is on the line. Even Team Insane, only a single game remaining, and they also have a chicken dinner to their name. Still, they only get 31 points so far.
Exactly. I mean, for Team Insane, why is it so surprising is because how they started their round 3 journey and how has they continued so far. I mean, sudden downfall in terms of their performance, and now they stand in the middle of nowhere. But talk about these teams right now. You've got KARUNADU Esports as well. For a brief period of time, we thought that even this team is going to breach through with the way that they started round 3. But right now, with 27 points, I believe there is going to be that big question mark. Now, again, we come back to the same question. Global Esports, is the passive approach right for this round 3? They have got 32 finish points, but only 4 position points, Spiro. But what do you think is going to be the solution to this problem? Even in the last game, they could have actually bagged a lot of points, could have solidified their qualification, but that is not happening.
I mean, are you sure are they passive? Because I feel they're not. I feel they're very aggressive, and that's been their problem. Even in Miramar last time around, they were just rushing everyone around. And they were losing players. Even in the last match of Erangel, they lost Simp early on in the game. And that is a problem. They have to play as a team. They have to win as a team. And then only they can get those extra 10 points that they want in the next match of Miramar. And to be honest, Miramar is their strong suit. Global Esports, if they want to win, they have to fight now. Miramar
will be their game, of course. But let's just have a look at the teams once again. Hyderabad Hydras, for them, the job is done. But look at this. Team Bliss with that chicken in the last game, I believe they are out of troubled waters. But a similar game has to be needed by Honored Rivals. Orangutan need a 20 bomber by any means. RTGxIND need a 20 bomber. But the teams who are almost done and out, TCW and GENxFM, I'm not really sure what is going wrong with GENxFM so far. It seems like they are not being confident. There is no communication whatsoever. You saw that fight in the Georgopol Bridge, right? What were they even doing against Honored Rivals? The circle had rotated, but they were so late in their rotation once again.
They were desperate, to be honest, Salty. And when you are desperate, when you are under pressure, you make mistakes. And that was one of those mistakes that they made. I really believe in GENxFM. Round 1 was really good. They were consistent. Round 2 was okay. They were still consistent. But in round 3, they were lackluster. And we are still here. We're seeing them not able to perform.
And you know, the surprising part is that this team has actually made it through to the LAN finals one time as well. So they have the experience. It's not like the first time they're playing the official tournaments, but we'll find out what happens in the last game right about now. It is going to be the map of Miramar in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. The map of Miramar is back up live and the Big Bird is back in the stars once again. Now, the flight path is going to be of prime importance. Where does it start from and where does it end? Let's find out. It starts off from LSR and it ends towards Ledrillera. But from the cockpit, it's your captain speaking, Mr. Salty, and my co-pilot is going to be Spiro. Spiro, in this game of Miramar, I believe it's going to be high stakes. So many teams battling qualification. And like you said, careers and players and their lifespans, I mean, their careers are going to be on the line.
It is going to be crazy, Salty, because, you know, imagine you've been grinding from years and years and now you're coming into a very important tournament and you're not able to perform at your level best. talk about performance, round one has been phenomenal for all these teams. If you talk about Global Esports, 4Miracle, they were really good. But round two, they were a little lackluster. There was one good game, then a couple of bad games for them. Now they're back in round number 3 and they have to do something. Imagine playing 12 matches in round 1 and 6 matches in round 2, and now you're here and it all comes down to one single game.
Absolutely. It comes down to that one game. And now, I mean, when your back's set against the wall, when you know as a matter of fact that there is not a lot that you can do potentially, you try and give in to your adrenaline. You try and give in to your fight and flight instinct. And I believe this is what the majority of these teams will try to do, especially Team Orangutan, especially Team RTGxIND as well. They will try and push through as much as possible, even on RIVALZ. Especially after that game of Erangel, I believe there's going to be that some hope that maybe we can actually push through. But now, they might have to go through some initial collision. They are dropping towards that Monte Nuevo region where they are fighting against 4Miracle Esports. Potential drop collision. Spiro, what do you think?
Oh my god, Salty, look at them go. Global Esports changing their drop to Alhazar, and Team iQOO came to the old drop of Global Esports. They wanted to take them out. They wanted to take them out because they don't want a drop clash in Sanhok. That's pretty much it. And I was wondering about if they're going to target Global Esports. This was pretty much it. But Global Esports, Mavi is too smart for this. He went to Alhazar and they have to make their way through the zone because it is again a Lost Linus theater that we are going to witness.
This is going to be a nice stuff, a nice drop collision and a nicer rivalry. But the drop collision is not going to happen. iQOO, they are falling back. But if you talk about Global Esports, they are also going to be extremely safe in Alhazar as of now. Smart moves by Mavi for sure, but now a couple of more smart moves also required to try and enter the circle. Just like you mentioned, dropping on top of Lost Linus, the circle is going to favor the urban lands as of now. Majority of the shoreline is in contention as well. And I have always believed that when it is the southern circles, right, teams who land up on the north, they've got to rotate extremely quickly because you don't really get a lot of compounds in those southern circles. It's extremely uneven in terms of the terrain. You will have to capture the high grounds as quickly as you possibly can if you want to gain the advantage in that fight.
Exactly, Salty. You have to be on top of the mountain if you want to win this game. I mean, but truth be told, it is Miramar. It is iQOO BMPS 2024, and we have seen some crazy circles in this Miramar map. And I really want to see something else. Meanwhile, for teams like Orangutan, Gujarat Tigers, they don't want to see anything else. They just want zone on them back and back again. If they can do that, they are going to pull it through. But imagine talking about pressure and talking about desperation. Think like a player, Salty. What would they be thinking right now?
I mean, this is the most amount of pressure I believe that majority of these athletes will face in their entire careers, because now that especially you think of from the perspective of Team Orangutan. Now, I know I have been talking about this team for quite a while right now, but the storyline also goes the same way, right? They have been missing out on official LAN tournaments for an extremely long time. And the lore of Orangutan is basically says that this team chokes in the crucial stages of official tournaments. Once again, the same thing is happening. And with just one map left to go, the players know as a matter of fact that they need that one chicken dinner, the 20-pointer in this one game. It's going to be extremely high pressure, but I believe these athletes, they are used to it, Spiro. I mean, they play scrims day in and day out, and I believe that they set targets for themselves as well in how many points that they want to acquire. And players do this type of grind where they play one game and they target and they try and target 20 points. They try and target 25 points sometimes to counteract situations like this, but it's going to be extremely difficult even for the likes of 4Miracle Esports as well. This team needs 10 points to qualify, but I don't know why, but my heart says that it is going to be extremely difficult for them as well.
It is going to be difficult, but I understand, Salty, where you're coming from. But when push comes to shove, it is going to be difficult for everyone.
Yeah.
I know they are experienced. I know they are really good. I know they are playing well. The round 1 was good. The round 2 was good. But now when it comes down to one single match, I feel even the proest of pros are going to feel the wrath of the pressure, and they're going to face the sweaty hands or maybe shaking hands. It is not going to be easy, that's for sure. And especially when you need more than 10 points. It's not a single-digit pointer that you have to make sure that you get in Miramar. You have to at least get 20 if you're Orangutan. You have to at least get 10 if you're Global Esports or 4Miracles. So it's not going to be easy for them.
It certainly is, right? The nerve on you. And I believe this is where experience comes into the play. Global Esports have that experience in the form of their leader, Mavi. And I believe that he knows exactly the right way to tackle situations like these. Even for Honored Rivals, as a matter of fact, they do have more than 30 points on the board, but they certainly need something close to 50 if they want to ensure their qualification. And this team, in the last game, they certainly played exactly what is needed, like tried to preserve their man number till the final circle, and when the time was right, they tried to go in for the offense. Something similar has to be done here as well, but just like you were saying, 10 points on the board, it's not going to be easy. You need to get those 4 or 5 eliminations up front to put yourself in a nice situation, to give yourself that mentality boost and then try and stay alive for as long as you possibly can. But coming back to that conversation of circles on Miramar, I want to know your thoughts on that one rare circle that had occurred, right, which was completely outside the map itself on top of the mountain. What was your reaction?
We'll come back to that, Salty, but right now it is Bliss under pressure because Karunadu eSports manager spotted them. He could have gotten one down at least. That was a misspray there, but they are coming back and they came back with the powerhouse of that monster truck, but they're not safe anymore. Karunadu eSports, Stone BGMI, in this all-important match. He was not able to save his player, but he took one down.
Looking at Karunadu eSports right now, it seems like they are prepared for a revenge story. Bliss, they kind of stepped in troubled waters. The nades do come flying in, but as of now, it seems like the revival, the time that was required will be done. But how will they react is going to be the question. Karunadu eSports, they do tend to flood in the compound. Utility has been utilized as well, but do they realize that from the backlines it is Turbo as well? And Turbo has been the man to actually provide so much cover fire. Look at this! The influx is there, the shots connect, Team Bliss, they are falling down one by one, and now it's all down to Turbo and Sam in the backlines. They could do nothing, but potentially they will have to go and survive if they want to gain any sort of placement points, but it's all fine. They've crossed 50 points. They should not have anything to worry about. But for Karunadu, this fight was extremely important, wasn't it, Spiro?
It is do or die. It is now or never. But Sam took one down. Karunadu eSports down to a couple of players now. But Sam having that shotgun, having that advantage. No pressure at all on Sam. But he has to go for the revival as well, Salty. What do you think?
Absolutely. He has to go in for the revival. It's a 2v3 situation. It's a 2v2, of course, but if he does get the revive, he turns it into a 2v3, and that is exactly what Team Bliss need. Stone BGMI with that nade is not going to find the connection. Stone BGMI wants to push up, wants to go for the jump, but that did not happen either. Has the AKM, but still, I believe he wants those shotguns. Team Bliss, they will be completely wiped off. It was bad OP from the backlines who does find that connection, but Bliss, they are fine, 55 points on board. They don't have anything to worry about. But Karunadu eSports, 4 eliminations on board, Spiro, and 2 players still surviving. I believe they have an opportunity, but too much to ask for. It's too risky.
I mean, if it was a Sano game or a Vikendi game, I would have said they could have done heal battle or something like that. But you know, I know, everyone knows it is Miramar, and it's really hard to survive if you only have 2 players remaining. They have to go back to plan B if they have one. And they have to make sure they get more points because it is do or die for them. If they don't pull through, you know, they are out of this iQOO BMPS 2024.
They are certainly out. I mean, majority of the teams, they will be battling the same fear, right, of being eliminated from iQOO BMPS 2024. And we know, as a matter of fact, that this tournament has given the limelight and the fame to so many professionals that have performed in the past. But as of now, Team Reckoning eSports, even they have nothing to worry about. 50 points on board. But I want to see that one good performance where they actually play as a team. They did manage to show glimpses of brilliances. Viper did show what he's capable of. Hunters also did something interesting. But talking about the circle, Spiro, I believe we are moving towards a losslessness exit.
This is going to be a very crucial game, and again, the mountains are going to come into play. But I'm looking at El Pozo, Salty. Look at them go. TWOB targeting 4 medicals. It is going to be a tough one for more medicals because if TWOB comes in, and they are indeed doing that, and they're making a trap for them, it is not going to be easy.
This is such a lovely trap that has been set up by TWOB, right? And now, this is where the conversation starts to come. You know, as a matter of fact, if you have qualified, you can stop your oppositions, potential oppositions, to actually prevail through to the semi-finals as well. Look at what iQOO Seoul wanted to do against Global Esports. Look at what TWOB want to do against 4 Miracles as well. They want to prevent them from qualifying to the semi-finals in order for their run to be quite more simpler. But 4 Miracles, I believe, Adi as an IGL is going to be smart enough to detect that TWOB have set up that booby trap, and I believe they will actually try and rotate away from that fight. Can actually go for a longer rotation and make that entry inside the circle. But so far, it's still going to be peaceful, but my eyes are still fixated on the likes of Team Insane so far. They are right at the smack center of the circle. They have a couple of teams like MOGO, eSports and TCW quite close to them. And for a team like Team Insane who has got 31 points, they need to show the form of BMPS 2023 once again, Speedo. Just go on a finish frenzy.
That is going to be true, but I'm worried about 4 Miracles. I'm worried about global esports because Reckoning Esports is chasing them as we speak.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, 4 Miracles Adi, you can't do that in this pressure situation. He got knocked by himself. He fell from a mountain. That's a crime in this scenario, but TWOB, I think they have a lot of patience. They have a lot of time. They have points, right? They don't have to worry about anything.
Especially Prince OG, as a matter of fact. This man has a lot of patience. Look at that. The iQOO MVP from the last game. 6 finishes all by himself. And that survival time, I believe, is going to be the most important. TWOB, they are going to push up. 4 Miracles. Kyoya was knocked out. And I believe Kyoya is not in his best of forms, honestly. The form which he was in BGS 2023. Just a very shallow version of himself. Sarvit does not really go for the finish. They are waiting for the other players of 4 Miracles to actually come by.
Boy, oh boy, they are baiting. They are surely baiting Kyoya. Then they want 4 Miracles to come and save their player. I mean, imagine the pressure that 4 Miracles are in. They want to have all 4 their players surviving.
Yeah.
And it's not going to happen. TWOB targeting them clearly. And that's a very good plan by TWOB. If I were them, I would have done the same thing. It is do or die. If you win, you win.
Absolutely. I believe that competition only rises when you start taking down your biggest rivals, right? And for TWOB, they looked at 4 Miracles and they look at where potentially they can be a problem in further rounds. They do not want to face 4 Miracles in their drop spots inside of the semi-finals, so why not take them out early in this game itself? And with one more game left to go, I mean, this is the last game potentially. So for 4 Miracle Esports, I believe they need to come up with an action plan on how to solve the situation right now.
But TWOB, they have to be careful about this. You know why a lot of teams don't do these kind of things, you know, in this tournament? Because they're worried if 4 Miracles qualify, they are surely going to trouble TWOB in the coming future, in semi-finals maybe. So they have to be careful about their performance, but you guys don't have to be careful about your performance because you have this amazing device. Our official smartphone partner iQOO and this amazing device iQOO Z9S should try this starting from 18,999 only.
Absolutely. Amazing for the esports professionals who want to start their career, right? Who want to start off with their scrimming journey as well. Does have that wonderful 5500 milliamp hour battery. You've got that 80-watt flash charge as well, so you can quickly charge your phone in between the scrims and get going once again. But coming back to this team iQOO Seoul, they did show their intentions against Global Esports, trying to go after them. And we know, as a matter of fact, their drop collision in Sanhok is always one of the most talked about drop collisions that we've seen so far. And I believe for iQOO Seoul as well, they were fair to take that fight, but Global Esports deviated away. If they do have an opportunity further on in the game, I still believe that iQOO Seoul will go after Global Esports. What are your thoughts?
I feel the same thing. If they can find out where Global Esports are at, they are going to go after them and potentially finish them as soon as possible. But Salty, I have a question for you as well. What do you think would be the cutoff on this round?
Honestly, we have been talking about this. The cutoff, my perspective was 42. Fixes says it can be anywhere between 40 to 45. Do you think it should be 50?
Look, I don't care what the cutoff would be. I just care about the teams, if they're qualifying or not. And if it's 45, let's come back to a hypothetical scenario. If it's 45, iQOO Seoul is at 43, and the last match was not good for them. They have to make sure they get early good points. They can't afford to get another 0 if they can. It is going to be heavy waters for them.
It is going to be troubled waters, honestly. And honestly, if you think about iQOO Seoul, yes, there has been times where they tend to be a little over-aggressive, right? We saw against Hyderabad Hydras how over-aggressive they were in that last fight, right? Termi finishing off every single player from Team iQOO Seoul. And with a team that has actually raised so standards high, I don't believe for iQOO Seoul, they will actually give in to Hyderabad Hydras once again. But coming back to the circle, can't even see the circle as of now. Where exactly it is formed, the teams and their dense traffic is so high. That's extremely difficult to decipher, but if you talk about the circle, I believe it is somewhere lower towards Los Lunas compounds. A couple of shots being fired. Hunters, as of now, did spot down the likes of Global Esports. Shots being taken. Hunters almost managed to connect some shots on Mavi, but it seems like Global Esports, they managed to escape, and Reckoning Esports, Will there be a call-up for cavalry? Will Hunters seek for cover fire is going to be the question, but I don't believe Reckoning Esports, they are going to go so aggressive so early on in the game of Miramar, Spiro.
They already have a lot of points and they can chase Global Esports. The only problem is they don't know if it's Global Esports or any other team. Once the knock comes in, then they would know. But KARUNADU Esports certainly under pressure. GENxFM, SpiderJord getting the finish there. KARUNADU Esports down to a single player. It all comes down to one single guy who can keep them alive in this competition now.
Absolutely. Talking about keeping them alive, I don't believe that's going to be enough. He needs to put at least 10 points on the board for KARUNADU Esports, and that is going to be so difficult. Talk about Reckoning versus Global Esports. It almost seemed like Reckoning were actually chasing Global Esports. The vehicles were quite close, but for now, it seems like Honored Rivals, they have another opposition in front of them. It is going to be the likes of Gujarat Tigers, and Nades did sail in. It's need for Lucifer. I think he needs his men beside him. Phoenix quite backlines. And look at this as well. 2 more players. It's going to be Bijlu and Beast who are going to come chiming in. Gujarat Tigers. Do they have the support? Do they have the firepower in them as well? For Gujarat Tigers, even they are not completely out of troubled waters. Look at that, 44 points, right? If they get taken right here, right now, I believe there is going to be the chance for Honored Rivals to potentially push through. Dark Lord does have that flank angle. I'm loving what I'm seeing so far from Gujarat Tigers. Love their formation, but Skips and Harsh, they have an enormous responsibility on their shoulders, especially with the way they are holding down the front lines. Clutch God in the back lines himself as well, trying to check if there's going to be backstabs or something. But Honored Rivals, it seems like they're going to fall back. Not really a lot of time engaged in this fight. Do you think that's a good decision, Spiro?
I mean, they still need 11 more points, right?
Yeah.
They have to do something. They can't take a lot of pressure. And in this fight, Gujarat Tigers, they have the upper hand. They have the higher ground advantage over them. And with the flank angle coming in from Gujarat Tigers, it was always going to be difficult for HRZ. And that is the reason they pulled it off. They backed off. And they really want to get the first knock in. It's all about that consistency. It's all about that, positioning in Miramar matches. And that is the reason they backed off. And that's a very good decision from them.
Good decision for them once again. But for Global Esports, it seems like it might not be a good decision to take a pit stop over here. S-Power cooking up the nade. Can land it quite close to Ninja Boy. But Ninja Boy is going to drift away. Barely escaping over there for MOGO Esports. Even this team is looking for that solidification. They won those 5-10 points to try and cruise through to the semi-finals. But as of now, the team that they were facing, Global Esports, they were in troubled waters. We had a very elaborate discussion of what exactly this team needs right now. They need those 4 elimination points, and they need to do it extremely quick. Try and get their confidence back, Spiro.
Global Esports is playing with fire. First they played with Reckoning Esports, now they're playing with MOGO Esports, and it's not going to be easy for them because both these teams have decent enough points to qualify. But Global Esports, they still need 10 more. And if they can't get 10 more, I would be the most surprised person on this earth. Because imagine BGI's 2024 second place team getting out in round 2 of iQOO BMPS. That would be a story to write after.
That certainly would be a story, right? For all the news publishers who actually make headlines, Global Esports will actually make the headlines. And now look at this, the circle shifting once again for Global Esports. It is going to be extremely difficult because there are so many layers of teams right in between them and the circle. Look at that. You've got Honored Rivals, you've got Gujarat Tigers as well. Reckoning will try and get at you as well. And now this time around on the other side, you've got GENxFM versus Team iQOO Soul. And this was a quintessential fight for Team iQOO Soul. You knew about it. Knuckle, one of their top fraggers, has been taken down as of now. The nade keeps on sailing in. Skillful wants to get as much advantage as he potentially can in this fight. SpiderJord goes upstairs, tries to create that height advantage. Knuckle has been finished off. Another nade sails in. Manya has been knocked out. GENxFM, they are being brilliant. And here comes the push. But Skillful has been taken down. GENxFM, they have been stopped in their tracks. And Team iQOO Soul, they're still managing to hold them back, Spiro. It seems like GENxFM, they will have to kind of try and pause this fight, try and go for the revive first. But Team iQOO Soul, even they are going to reset.
Oh my god, this is going to be a close one. iQOO Soul, they need a lot of points, to be honest. I mean, they only need to win this fight. If they can win this fight, they can qualify. But at this point of time, it is not going to be easy. Meanwhile, Gujarat Tigers, they are taking down the likes of Insane, who are also quite desperate.
Absolutely. Look at that team. Insane. Afu goes down. Harsh is still on his feet. But Team Insane, they've got an advantage in this fight. A lot in terms of the numbers advantage. It's Harsh. all by himself against the world. Team Insane, they're trying to actually capitalize on this, but they cannot delay the fight much longer. Afu will be cleaned off. Team Insane trying to push up north, but they're taking time, paying respects, right? The nade does go sailing in, but as of now, Team Insane cannot manage to lose their man numbers. They need a lot of points. They need to finish this fight extremely clean. Need to play on each other's trades. And even MOGO eSports is back in the third-party regions as well.
Not only them, I can see a couple of teams coming in close. They have to be really careful, otherwise Team Insane, even if they win this fight, they're going to go out of this tournament. Harsh. Could be Harsh. He's a very good player. We all know that. But Team Insane, they need something. Global eSports, they are here as well in the close vicinity. If they attack right now, this is going to be troublesome for Team Insane.
Absolutely right. I believe this is the situation where dreams can be crushed, especially for Team Insane. Harsh needs to patch himself up. The floor was lava. But Team Insane, I am extremely surprised with the fact that in a 1v3 situation where they know they have the numbers advantage, they are not pushing through in tandem. And now that is extremely surprising, because this is a team that needs about 4 or 5 elimination points more. Finally, here they come. Harsh, of course, is going to bite the dust, but this is the cue potentially for Global eSports to start hitting up if they want to go for the third party. But for Team Insane, I believe rotating from this point on is going to be so much difficult. But on the other side, it's going to be an absolute heat chase from MOGO eSports. They're going after Reckoning. Hunters has been brought down. It's an absolute gang war. Dionysus and Viper can potentially do some damage. MOGO eSports are down to the last player. It's going to be S-Power versus Viper. And the prodigal son returns. 16-year-old Viper reigns supreme once again. But for how long is the question? Hyderabad Hydras from up top can be such a big trouble. Global eSports, they're here. They want to make a move as well. Mavi trying to land his shots on towards Moksha, but he is not that successful, Spiro.
Global eSports, they can't risk it all, but they have to be careful. Reckoning, they bite the dust as well. Getting only 4 points in this match, but Global eSports, look at Mavi, he's going all in. He went there with his car. Not able to get a more finish. But Global eSports, the remaining 2 players are still there. They're trying to provide cover to Mavi, but the zone is not with them. The zone is going away, and every single zone has been away from Global eSports.
Absolutely. But also one interesting thing, Spiro. Team Insane, they were surviving with their 3 players. Now only they have 1. And this is a team that were placed 3rd inside of BMPS 2023. Of course, with a different lineup, but the banner still remains the same. I am not really sure. This is high stakes for Team Insane right now to try and push forward. They still need 4 more elimination points at least. On the other side, the match that was made in heaven, 4 Miracles versus the World of Battle. This is still happening. TWOB, they've done a phenomenal job so far. Legit with 2 finishes. Another nade being cooked. I believe this can actually take down Jazzy. Yes, it does. Finally, 4 Miracle eSports are going to bite the dust. It all comes to that one final player. And look at that on the finish feed. 3 teams, Insane, 4 Miracles and KARUNADU. Their dreams are about to get crushed. They only had their 1 player surviving, and I'm not sure how well they can actually perform in this game. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to perform extremely well and stylish in your city rides, then why not consider the official mobility partner, Hero Xtreme 160R4V. But getting back to the game once again, Global eSports making that dash toward the circle. Mavi wants to move up north. But on the other side, there is another fight that is happening, and this is high stakes once again. Honored Rivals versus Team iQOO Soul. Bijlu just walks in, but turns around, slaps in with the shotgun once again. This man does not stop, and Honored Rivals, all of a sudden, it seems like they have been struck. It's a 1v1, but will Bijlu go in for the finishes is the question, Spiro.
iQOO Soul, they got the first point in. Now they are at 44 points, but Ronnie, he is the last man standing, but Bijlu is not a lightning, he is a thunderstorm, but not anymore. Ronnie takes one down, there's still chance, there's still hope for iQOO Soul, they can still make it. Ronnie, the last man standing in a 1v1, but I'm wondering about GENxFM, why are they not pushing?
I have no clue, honestly. 4 players still surviving, they are not making any moves whatsoever. They're not starting the finish feed, they're not letting any information reach them so far. Nades are being cooked from either side. Team iQOO Soul, they have been eliminated. Honored Rivals is still cruising through. I'm not sure if Team iQOO Soul have enough in their pocket right now. 44 points.
Global eSports down to the single member. Orangutan Naru coming in. It is BGIS 2024 all over again, it seems like that. The grand finals, that Aru clutch on Global eSports. Could Aru be the end of Global eSports in this tournament slug? The last man standing And that cheeky player is just hiding in his vehicle.
Absolutely. He is one cheeky little player, right? Knows he will not get spotted inside the vehicle, but Team Orangutan, they're right next to him. The smoke will provide him adequate cover. But as soon as he comes out, he might crash Team Orangutan and their dreams as well. He certainly is capable enough to get those 3 eliminations on board in quick succession. Smokes is about to dissipate. Team Orangutan, they will finally spot him out. Team Global Esports, they are going to bow out of this game, potentially from the tournament. 3 points acquired. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. Team iQOO Seoul finished their round 3 on 44 points. Global Esports on 39. Team Insane on 36. Speedo, what on earth is happening all of a sudden?
No one is making a comeback apart from Orangutan. They're still there. They're still fighting with everything they got. But TWOB, they're the dream crushers. It seems like that. With 4 finishes already to their name, TWOB, they're looking strong. And they are after TCW now. Another dream is going to get crushed, it seems like that.
Absolutely. TCW, well, they were way too low on the overall standings to even dream about it, but they have been absolutely wiped off. Team TWOB now, their next predators can potentially be Team Orangutan. GENxFM have been spotted out in the open. They have been exterminated as well. Shady Gaming is going to bite the dust. But TWOB, what can they potentially do? Athanki has been taken down. The airstrike still follows. But Team TWOB, they don't really care. But I don't really understand this. Orangutan, a 2-2 split in the end. They're still going in for the finishes. But as of now, the revive on Athanki is extremely important. TWOB proceeding, legit going in for the flank. It needs to take care of WindGod, needs to take care of AK as well. And once those 2 players are shut down, I believe TWOB will have the freedom to eliminate the likes of Team Orangutan. But even they do not have enough points. And from the backlines, it's constant pressure from GENxFM.
Absolutely. But OG, look at them. They are at 36. They're at 37 now. It is a really good one for them. If they can make it through till the 44 mark, they are going to make it through quite possibly to the next round. But TWOB, they are fighting. Cyrax takes down AKOP. With every second going, every player getting knocked, it is going to build a lot of pressure on Orangutan. But TWOB, the remaining players are bombarding Orangutan with their nades now.
Exactly. Even Athanki and Aru have wielded nades in their hands right now. But TWOB, the problem for them began with GENxFM coming in from their backlines. And now Team Orangutan, they're looking to capitalize. Athanki is going to find the finish. Look at this, 7 eliminations on board for Orangutan already. And they are proceeding through. They will have to get themselves a chicken dinner, but otherwise this team has done a phenomenal job so far. Adi somehow is going to make it inside the blue zone, I believe, but no. His first aids are out. He's going to bite the dust himself as well. 3 teams remain, and it's just 6 players. GENxFM, I don't believe they will be able to stop Team Orangutan, but what a performance. What an announcement has been back in the circuit. RTGxIND, the last player, going in for the heel battle. But Speedo, I want to know your thoughts. Orangutan just being so brave in the ending stages, and now with the chicken dinner, they finish round 3 and potentially move towards the semi-finals. What a comeback!
I just can't believe my eyes right now. Orangutan, they needed 20. They got 20, and boy, oh boy, the apes are the happiest animal in this lobby. I mean, this is going to be crazy. This is a story that we all look after. This is their comeback that we were hoping for.
Everyone was praying for this. Absolutely everyone. Not just us in the studio, but a lot of fans as well. And Team Orangutan, they've had such a rich history in the official stages, right? They were yet to grace the LAN finals, but this time with such a comeback, 10 finishes, 20 total points. I believe they have actually made it 48 total points, but we had a few surprising exits, Speedo. We have to talk about that as well. Global Esports, they end somewhere around 36. Insane as well, not really high, and even Team iQOO Seoul on 44 points. Do you believe iQOO Seoul is safe currently?
I don't know, man. I mean, they have 44 points in total. It was a close one, and that's why we say you should not let it happen. You should not let it happen to you.
Yeah.
You should not leave it to the last game, and you have to make it, further ahead in the round. But at this point of time, Global Esports with 39, it's going to be difficult for them. Even for Team Insane, on RIVALZ, they were not able to repeat their consistency from the last match. But I'm worried about all these teams now, Salty.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Group 2, of course, all of their games did come to an end. But now what majority of these players will do is to try and be on the back lines, and they will pray that hopefully Group 1 and Group 3, when they play their matches, the cutoff will not be crossed and the cutoff will be low. But once again, we will witness how exactly Orangutan got themselves a chicken in a Spiro. Let's watch that moment once again and relive it, because this is something monumental. Yes, Team Orangutan had the best position in terms of the rotation. They had the best part of the circle, but the way they stopped TWOB was absolutely fantastic. Little help from GENxFM in the backlines coming in, supporting. Legit was taken down as well, but Orangutan took that help with open arms. They were like, all right, thank you so much. We're going to get your finish points as well. And with those finish points, Team Orangutan, they completed their quota of 10 finishes and proceeded forward. I mean, this was extraordinary.
Unbelievable scenes going on right now, and I'm still worried about iQOO Soul. Are they going to make it? Are they not? Is the cutoff going above 45? If it is going to be above 45, they are out as well. We don't know. Global eSports under a lot of pressure and they crumbled really badly. They were not able to enter the zone. Plus, the zone is not going to be your friend always. It was a difficult zone to enter and a lot of teams crumbled under pressure.
Absolutely. I mean, once the zone went up north, right, the hard shift came up. I believe that is when Global eSports, their game was absolutely shattered. Mavi still tried his level best, did try to go in for that leapfrog in, but even Slug, right, he was inside that vehicle, wanted to play in cheeky, wanted to try and hide his position as long as possible, but even Orangutan spotted him out and took him out as well. Well, we'll find out how many total points these teams have, but before that, we'll have to find out how many points did Global eSports and Orangutan get from this game itself. The point standings in front of our screen right about now. Orangutan right at the tippity top, a chicken dinner with 20 points, exactly what they needed. GENxFM 12 points, but this performance came way too late, and for TWOB, it does not really matter, right? 11 points on board.
Yes, sir, but for Miracles, they got 4 points from this game. That makes their total 39. It is still going to be difficult for them to make it through with this kind of a total. A lot of dreams are going to get shattered. Even HRZ, they managed to only get 5 points out of this game. KARUNADU eSports, not enough. They only got 5. Insane only got 5. That means not a lot of teams are making the comeback that we were talking about. Only Orangutan made that comeback possible in these 2 matches. That means the cutoff could be lower this time around.
Potentially, that can also be a conversation that the cutoff might actually be quite lower, because majority of the teams who were in contention now, Team Bliss with that chicken dinner in the last game, they shot through beyond the 50-point mark, but you've got Team Soul, you've got Team MOGO eSports as well. It's not like MOGO eSports also have a lot of points in their belly. It's just about that 50-point mark is when MOGO eSports finished their run. GUJARAT Tigers themselves are also somewhat in troubled waters, and every single one of those questions will be answered when all the teams play, in fact, complete their round 3 matches. But the match summary in front of our screens: 2 vehicle finishes, 5 grenade finishes, the longest finish coming in from Insidious, and 146 smokes utilized. Spiro, I mean, being in the map of Myanmar, I expected the number of smokes to be much higher, but that did not really happen.
It's still a very high number for Miramar. I mean,
is it?
Yeah, it's decent, but I really wanted to see some more action because, you know, there was a lot of pressure in a lot of teams, and I wondered what the Hydras would be thinking. A lot of teams were not able to make it through. Like for Insane, they only got 5 points. They were stuck in a battle. Honored Rivals, they were trying to back off from their fight, but they're not able to get more points. I mean, Global eSports, they were not able to even get in the zone.
Yeah.
It was difficult for a lot of teams, and I think this is going to be the day where comebacks would be hard to come by.
Well, talking about comebacks, I'm not really sure. See, for Miracles, they were en route to actually making a comeback, but the way TWOB actually started to mark them, that was also brilliant. Then iQOO Soul started to mark Global eSports as well, but I'm not really sure if iQOO Soul, they themselves are going to be secured, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of questions definitely have been raised, but they will be answered after we come back from this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really.
Hey, but have you all seen it? Yeah. Mega Taskers win at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Xtreme 125R. Challenge the Xtreme.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After this short little break, I have Fixes with me coming on the desk now. Fixes, it was an amazing match. What was your experience when you were watching this?
It was absolute goosebumps. No other way to describe it, Spiro, considering the storyline that we have been following. We all wanted OG to make a comeback. They did. But we also wanted iQOO Seoul Global Esports to cruise through. And now, seems like iQOO Seoul, there is a big question mark on that qualification. Because me personally being a tourist, you know I'm quite stubborn, right? I was of the opinion that iQOO Seoul should easily sail through. Seems like they're in turbulent waters.
It is not going to be easy for them, and now they can't do anything about it as well. They have to be dependent on other groups, other teams. If there are enough comebacks today in the remaining groups, they could be going home as well. I mean, imagine iQOO Seoul, imagine teams like 4Medicals who are already down in the pecking order, Global Esports not getting enough points today, Team Insane not getting enough points today. I don't know what's going to happen, but we are going to find a lot of new stars in this tournament.
We certainly have already found, right? Because it is the final day of round number 3 and it feels like the grand finals already. You know, those similar moments that we get to witness. Orangutan going after Global Esports, taking down the final player. Yes, memories sort of rekindle considering how things have went afar. And now, when you talk about matters at hand, a huge shout out to our official smartphone partners, the iQOO Z9S. And we also have a giveaway running, and it is a contest. All you're going to do is head over to Google, search for iQOO Z9S, partake in a small competition, and 15 lucky winners stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9S Pro Series devices for yourself. So might as well try your luck out. But Spiro, you know, what I wanted to talk about is the maths. The mathematics needs to be done. iQOO Seoul currently, I guess, is sitting at 44 points. Do you think it is going to be enough?
It is going to be possible that they're going to go out of this competition. But to be honest, like barring the first group that we saw, there were not enough comebacks there. And I believe that pressure is going to play a key role on a lot of teams. Desperation going to be really hard, and I wonder if a lot of teams are going to make comeback in group number 3 and group number 1. If they do, then it's going to be hard for iQOO Seoul. If they don't, then they are going to make through.
You know, when we do the maths and get all the permutation combinations going in through, one thing for sure, for iQOO Seoul to make it past, I think the ones in the upper order, they will have to keep on striking. Because if we get to see a comeback storyline over here, seems like we have to draw the curtains on iQOO Seoul. But barring iQOO Seoul, there are a lot other competitors. And now let's take a look at the overall standings. TWOB, I think there has to be no doubts on their qualification. They have already made it through. We're going to see more of them in the semis. But in the top 16, yes, iQOO Seoul sitting at 44 points. With still 2 more groups to go, it is getting oh so deadly.
Yeah, but look at Orangutan and Hyderabad Hydras. They made it through. They made it really, really well. They both have 48 points now. And even if everyone tries to make a comeback, it is going to be hard to, you know, topple down Orangutan or Hyderabad Hydras. I really believe iQOO Seoul is in trouble. But at this point of time, there are a lot of teams who have their matches remaining. And here we go. FS Esports, they have their couple of matches remaining. All eyes would be on Carnival Gaming as well, how they are going to perform. WSB still need 12 more points if they want to make it through.
WSB, sure. Even as of now, versatile. They seem to be in troubled waters. One good game is all they need. Hoping that they see it through. Carpediem, one of the more aggressive bunch, sitting at 41 points. But what a huge shocker it would be if Global Esports does not make it through. 39 points, I really do not fancy their chances, Piro.
Even 4Medicals, I don't think they can make it through from there. HRZ, they tried their level best. The first match was beautiful. It was brilliant the way they played, especially Bijlu. It was not a lightning, it was a thunderstorm there.
Sure.
But it's not enough. You have to be consistent in this kind of a format where you don't have momentum in 2 matches. But talking about more teams, medal, a lot of eyes would be on them. WindGod, they would love to change the wins today. Team Lolzzz played beautifully, especially Mother, but they have to make sure that everyone comes on the same page and the synergy should be there today.
No, that is the thing with round number 3. Teams that have performed exceptionally well in the previous rounds 1 and 2, and suddenly something has happened. I do not know what is that inkling really bothering them. They suddenly decide to change their style of play, and we can see them suffer. And I am not a huge fan of that. Are you?
Oh, no, I'm not. But to be honest, Fixers, think about this in like this way. Round 1, you have 12 matches. You have to be consistent over a period of time to qualify. Round 2 was a different taste. You have 6 matches. You can play one good game or multiple consistent games, then you make it through. Round 3 is all about momentum, where you're only getting 2 matches per day. It's really hard to create momentum for you. It is a different set of tests that you have to pass if you want to reach semi-finals. And that is what iQOO BMPS 2024 is all about.
Yeah, you need to have that hunger. You need to show all you got. And now we've got another set of group coming into play. It is going to be Group 1 and it is filled with some big names. You've got Ignite Gaming. They have been quite stellar. Hero Xtreme, Godlike. They're having the tournaments of their lives. For God's Reign also, they've been quite decent as well. Sarkar Gaming doing quite well for themselves, along with Versatile. Couple of points here and there. But WSP, a very interesting name that you brought up. We're going to talk a little bit more about that. Then you've got Team Lolzzz, a team that won all our hearts in the previous rounds. But for FS eSports, I still feel like the sword is hanging over their heads, along with the likes of WindGod also, because now these are some big orgs, especially FS eSports, and considering their run in the previous BGIS, there has been a downfall. What do you think went wrong?
I'm talking about BGIS 2024. We just witnessed global esports not making it through to the mark, and Team Tamilas were not good enough. They were the finalists as well. Team Fatality was not good enough. They were the finalists as well. So right now, if you ask me about BGMI and the competition, it is going beyond anything. So if you're telling me that they are the finalists, they have to make it through, I won't believe you. They have to perform really well to do that.
I do not understand what could be the potential reason. Is it just them being quite complacent, thinking that, yeah, they are above the competition and now this is a very unpleasant reality check for them? Or is it just the others having the hunger more than these teams that made it through the grand finals? Whatever the case was, global esports, that is going to be a huge, huge shocker. Because to put a more vivid picture even for the audience, we started the day off with Phoenix Esports sitting at that 24th spot with 34 points. And the qualification threshold was somewhere around, we were anticipating 40 to 45. Now, considering there have been some comebacks, I think it is going par 45. What is your thought on that?
I really want to see a lot of comebacks. If there are a lot of teams who are making a comeback, crossing the 45 mark, the cutoff is automatically going to go through. Fixes, I won't be lying, but I'm worried about iQOO Soul.
I certainly am. We all are, and let's hope that they cruise through. But for now, it is time for us to charter through the rainforest of Sanhok as Group 1 comes to play. Alright, it is hot, it is sweaty, and it is going to go down till the final man standing. Who has the biggest hunger to conquer through their inner demons? That is the big question, folks, as we sail through. This time, a southern flight path trajectory all the way from Paradise Resort. And in Sanhok, it is quite evident. Flight path trajectories usually aren't a problem.
They are not, but you know what? Sanhok is a smaller map.
Yes.
You will find a lot of drop clashes. You will find a lot of car clashes maybe here in Sanhok. And if you ask me, Fixes, this group is going to decide the cutoff. There are a lot of teams who are from 40 to 41. God's Reign is at 40, Sarkar Gaming is at 41, Team Dragons at 41, Versatile at 41. If all these teams are going to make it through 45, which I believe they are going to do that, iQOO Soul going to come back down in the pecking order. Every single team is going to go above them. With this, we have WSB Gaming at 34. We have FS eSports at 30. RIVALZ Apex, which is a very aggressive team, at 21. Every team is looking for them, and they are going to fight it out.
And seems like RIVALZ Ape do have some early collision. It is going to be against IMPRNT eSports, a team that was quite phenomenal in the earlier rounds, and this time they have been struggling, especially getting in Madrek, one very experienced player from Hyderabad, Hydras. And look at this. This is something that you'd been talking about, right? Teams dropping beside each other in these one-off maps. Look at Zero just sailing past by. And Ninja let him pass. Eventually does take those shots though, but he missed it by miles. But yeah, Maxis makes up for it, gets the knock on Lucky Tunu, and there you have the first finish.
RIVALZ Apex, it's really important for them, Fixers, to make it through. They need at least 10 to 15 points in this match. If they can't do that,
yeah,
it is going to be pretty much impossible for them to go through. Otherwise, they have to do something, but OG did get 20 bomber in the last one, which is not going to be easy in Vikendi. Sanhok, you have other option of heal battle as well. If you are good enough, if your strategy is better, even if you lose players early on in the game, you can go back to plan B and do the heal battle, and you can still get those points.
To put it simply, they really need to pull out a rabbit out of their magic hat. Especially if you are RIVALZ Ape or IMPRNT, you need those big games. Yeah, Orangutan, they did it. So maybe there are chances even the likes of IMPRNT or RIVALZ Ape can. But really do not fancy IMPRNT's chances, to be honest. But this also opens up doors where you know that the sun is about to set, Spiro. And this is where you could just go all out. It could be your final dance. So might as well play as if there is no tomorrow.
Absolutely, Fixers. I mean, this is what you have been grinding for, right?
Yeah.
Your dreams. I have seen people, I've seen players dreaming every single night that they are lifting the trophy of BMPS 2024. And it's going to come crashing on them for a lot of teams, for a lot of players. But you have to live through it, and you have to make sure that you have the chance here. You have a couple of matches left. Do whatever you can to qualify. Meanwhile, Team Lolzzz, they lost a player there. Not a great start for them. They need a lot of points as well, Fixers. I just don't know what's going to happen, but I really want them to just put up a show at least.
We would all love to. Especially if you remember, if you talk about Team Lolzzz, takes me back to round 1. That one game of Sanhok where they had around 15 plus finishes. Had quite a stellar run over there. If they could replicate that, that would be something really special. Because the ones that took down that one player of Team Lolzzz had to be Legacy. And Legacy eSports is a team that we haven't talked about quite a lot. Because ex Sister eSports, they also had a phenomenal run during the BGI's Grand Finals. And we all saw how it ended. And you have a smirk on your face that says that you have a thought on your mind. Go ahead.
Another team who were the finalists, and they don't have enough points. They only have 27 points before this match. Now they have 28 after that finish. I just don't know what happened to all the finalists of BGIS 2024. Are they not practicing hard enough, or are the new talent which is upcoming and they're more hungry? Maybe all the teams who are playing in BGIS 2024 finals inspired all these players who are playing better than them now.
I feel like there was some sort of a discord between the players. I feel like they could not agree upon similar things, because it takes you down to that game of Vikendi where you had individual players of Legacy Esports taking different fights. Sue on one side, Rage got another fight, and the other two players did not even provide assistance. But still, Legacy Esports staged a little bit of a comeback yesterday, and we hope that they could conjure something like Orangutan did. They also started their day off with 26 points. They messed up one game. But another thing that I want to discuss with you, because these are those off maps of Sanhok and Vikendi. And in these off maps, we have seen a lot of those healing battles also happening. So today, that could also be the case with all these struggling teams. Do you think?
I think that is going to be a possibility, but talking about that, Fixers, I always said that heal battle is not a strategy, it's an option. It's a plan B for you, mostly. And especially if you need like 30 points or 20 points in 2 matches, you're not going to depend on heal battle. You have to fight it out. Maybe after you lose a couple of players, you can go back to the heal battle scenario. But talking about better players, individual players, the last match was really good. GENxFM Spider finally showing his class. Fixers, I personally feel, like we already discussed, different kind of exposure, different kind of test that we have seen in iQOO BMPS. Round 1, round 2 were really good for GENxFM, but round 3, not that good.
I do not know if the pressure was just too much for them to handle. Even in the previous fight, you and Salty were talking about why GENxFM were really not initiating that push on iQOO Soul when they were attacked by the players of Honored Rivals. I think in their humble defense, all I can say is that that fight was happening outside the circle, and they had a good spot to themselves, and that is the exact reason why they did not indulge themselves in that particular fight. But whatever said, GENxFM, this is unacceptable. They are not the new boys in the circuit, right? They have been the veterans. We have seen their journey. We have followed it throughout, and they have always punched above their weight. And this time for them to fall down like that, I think is sort of a stark reminder of how the scene has constantly evolved. You blink it, you miss it. That is what has happened to GENxFM.
Life goes on. Doesn't matter who you are, what's your name. It's only the gameplay that everybody is going to remember. And that is what we have to talk about FS Esports as well, Fixers. I mean, another finalist of BGIS 2024. Now they're here in round 3 of iQOO BMPS 2024. and they are struggling. They're struggling really bad. Even round 1 was not that great. Round 2 was not that great. This is not the FS eSports that we witnessed in BGIS.
I think for FS eSports, my only conclusion on them is, well, they had been touted as the third-party kings, right? There's no second thoughts about it. TraceGod, he's been stellar, he's been phenomenal. We have been loving him. But along with him, he had a duo, and he still has, Wizard. If you remember, in the BGIS group stages also, Wizard had a lot of finishes to his name. And this time, his performance is really not there. Really not on par with his teammate, and TraceGod, he's been doing majority of that heavy lifting, as a result of which FS eSports, we've seen them struggle quite a lot.
Absolutely, and I'm wondering about TraceGod. He's a brilliant player who got a lot of finishes, and we already witnessed like he can get those clutches down, but TMG already on the back foot, Franklin being their best player there. He is the last man standing, it seems, at least in this compartment. But they have to do something, right? Team Crore off to a really good start. They got 3 finishes to their name, but Franklin being the last man standing, not with great HP, but he has to do something again.
His final moments, and with that, that's all she wrote. Franklin gets eliminated, and TMG, they wipe the floor. Take an exit from Sanhok, but the action still continues. You've got IMPRNT in a whole world of trouble. Team Dragon, they have been quite phenomenal this tournament, this round as well, as they get yet another finish, and IMPRNT left with no choice but to get the hell out of there, because if they sort of re-engage in from the low ground, I really do not like their chances.
Talking about IMPRNT, even FS eSports and VXT, they are fighting it out on this bridge. Both teams have ample of experience, but TraceGod, he's been a phenomenal player so far. And that nade, it was aimed at iQOO, if I'm not wrong, and VXT. So far, so lucky the player managed to get inside the river. But it's still not going to be easy for VXT as well. They need some points, and we have seen iQOO. They started the day off with 43 points. They only managed to get 1 in 2 matches. VXT, they are at 41. They need to do something to cross the 45 mark as soon as possible.
Truth be told, I am going to be a little selfish. I really want to see iQOO and TraceGod fight it out. A proper 1v1. Because these two young lads have been quite good this tournament, especially in terms of their individual prowess. They've been getting a lot of those frags. But this is where I also wanted to discuss about the possibilities of VXT going in for a healing battle. Because they're almost on the finish line. Now, you talked about it, right? If they can secure, let's say, 4 or 5 position points just by healing, and that is what Somraj has done even in the past. The very reason they head on towards the south, you get a lot of those meds, and if they can somehow pull it off, seems like Versatile Esports might gather enough points for themselves to see tomorrow.
Why not, Fixes? Why not? I mean, this is going to be very important for them to perform here at the big stage, and they don't need enough points. And talking about performance, if you guys want to perform really well in your matches, you should try out iQOO Z9S series. Of course, iQOO is our official smartphone partner as well. And the price is really nice. It's placed really nicely. Starting from 18,999, should go and check it out.
It's a steal considering the specifications of the device, especially when you're starting off and you're on a budget. You need an all-rounder. This is it. But for now, Team Crore seems like it's a bit of a replay over here of the previous fight, of how they took down TMG and almost shattered their dreams there, because TMG have just that one map to go, and it is going to be in Vikendi. And then we followed suit in this particular fight. Team Dragons taking down IMPRNT. IMPRNT have had a really rough start, and you talk about rough things. Even FS eSports, they're on the receiving end. Now Versatile, they're deciding to fight back. Raiden, he's just secured a finish for himself, and this is going to be a biggie, because seems like FS just lost out on TraceGod.
That's a bad situation for FS eSports now, Fixes, because they can't afford to do that. And, you know, we were talking about heal battle and scenario. For VXT, it makes sense. For FS, it might not. And talking about Sanhok and heal battles, VXT, it's not their favorable map as well. Their performance has been not that great. So, in Vikendi, they play well. But I would love to see VXT do a heal battle. Even FS can try it out here, get those 5-7 extra points if they could. But look at the zone Fixes, Ignite Gaming. It's going to be their circle because all of their players are in dot center. And they have a lot of points already in the bag. They have 49. They can easily go after a lot of teams and get the chicken dinner as well.
I don't think, considering their spot at this point, they have to move a lot. In fact, they should wait for all these other teams to come in on them and then maybe initiate those fights. But something quite not really common that we got to witness was the addition of Gotham into 8-bit. He's been their coach and he's come into play. Considering 8-bit has done majority of the heavy lifting, seems like they can work this around. But IMPRNT really out of option, and it seems like it could be their last dance. And Viper had no trouble whatsoever exterminating this threat. And RIVALZ, start of this game, 2 finishes already secured. They need to get a couple of more points, but Team Crore seems like they've got other thoughts on their mind.
I'll be honest with you, Team Crore would love to take down RIVALZ Apex from here. They have been really consistent with their aggression, RIVALZ Apex, but the position points is telling another story altogether. They are not really comfortable with those position points, but they have to learn, they have to adapt, they have to improve. And in Sanhok, they can do that. That heal battle scenario could take them over the line of 45 points if that's going to be the cutoff. But for now, Team Crore off to a really good start. And I really wanted to see that kind of a start from a team who wants to make a comeback. And Team Crore, they impressed a lot of us in a lot of rounds. But today is going to be one last chance for them to make sure they qualify for the semifinals.
I think the intent they have come in, that is really good. We appreciate that. Considering they're not really shying away from those fights. Any single time they spot out a foe, they're taking those shots. And if they have a window, they're capitalizing on it. So far, so good for Team Crore. Considering they've been going through some rough times, rough patches. But this team isn't. Hero Xtreme Godlike soaring high with those 50 points. And I think the target for Hero Xtreme Godlike is going to be about setting a benchmark. Because 70 plus points is the cutoff right now for the TWOB. Maybe getting a chicken there could really help their endeavors. But right now, we also have to give a huge shout out to our official mobility partner, Hero Xtreme 125R. If you want to cruise through the city, really this bike is such a pleasure to ride in.
Yeah, just like Hero Xtreme Godlike is playing it smooth, the bike is also smooth and you can cover long distances with it. But Team 8-bit with 55 points in their bag and they're giving chance to Gotham once again. You know, I remember round number 1 they did that. Round number 2 they did that. They asked Gotham to come and play and it's fun. It's all fun and games until you are qualifying, right? You can't do experiments when you're not qualifying. Meanwhile, Sarkar Gaming, they have 41 points in their bag. It's a solid team. And, you know, Fixes the best thing about Sarkar Gaming. They never give up. And it's that attitude that, you know, keeps them forward and gets that average points that they always get in those matches.
Last time they were a bit unlucky. Especially making it so deep inside of the BGIS 24 and missing out on the grand finals. They really crumbled under the pressure. But this time, still one more good game is required. And it feels like even Sarkar Gaming can opt for the healing battle. I mean, as viewers, as commentators, we might not like it. But still, whatever is required to see you through, might as well do. Because right now, this is the hard shift that is in front of us. Team Crore, right at the smack center of the circle. Ignite Gaming at the northeastern edges and RIVALZ really in a good position. But look at that migration coming in from that western side. But WSB seems like they are in a little bit of a pickle, a fight against Team Lolzzz and Mudit. He has to be the shining hero. He gets the delivery, he gets the job done. Arman already down on his knees and WSB, they are starting to lose out on numbers.
Mudit is the last man standing and we all know that Mudit, he's the savior of Team Lolzzz. He has done it before in Sanhok and he has to do it again here. I mean, I still feel Mudit can go back and do the heal battle, maybe work on that. But WSB, with Team Dragons coming in over them, Omega, a lot of responsibility on this IGL. And, you know, in previous teams, Omega, he has been really good with Sanhok being his favorite map, getting a lot of points in that map. Now with this team, and after losing a player, there would be a lot of pressure on Omega.
Yeah, they have to look out for the contingency plan. What is their plan B at this point? Because for Hero Xtreme Godlike, they are having a ball right now. They have nothing really to worry about and have just secured one finish off of Team Lolzzz. 2 in total for Team Hero Xtreme Godlike. And looking nigh unstoppable over here. Jonathan spotting out the players of Sarkar Gaming. Trying to line them up, but no huge damage done so far. But for now, like we discussed, right? So many teams around that western side. We're going to see them inject themselves inside the circle. Team Dragon, they are holding the door. And for 8-bit, even Gotham, he is getting those frags for himself. And that is going to be quite an intense one against Sarkar Gaming.
Now, a little bit of caster curse there. Gotham just got finished fixes as you were confirming the finish. But 8-bit, I mean, they don't need enough points. Sarkar Gaming, to be honest, they just need few more points to qualify. It seems like that, but it is going to be a tough one for WindGod. They only have 27 points in the bag. They need to make sure they get at least 7 to 8 points in this one, and then they can play better in Vikendi to pull through the 45 mark, which is presumably the cutoff right now, but we don't know. It could go further above. But WindGod, they managed to get in the zone. They can WSB. They're under pressure.
At this point, everything is uncertain. We come with an open mind that the cutoff might be this much, and suddenly some team makes a comeback and it goes soaring through. But WSP seems like they are also in deep waters. Omega down on his knees, and look at this circle shift, Spiro. We did not see this coming, did we? Team Crore, Ignite Gaming, Legacy eSports at really good spots over there. But for WindGod, this is going to be quite an important game as Team Dragons, like discussed, holding the door, and now they have succeeded. No ID, no entry for Team WSP, and seems like they have been eliminated at the 14th position.
With only one game to go, WSP Gaming still needing those 11 points in that one game. But Team Dragons, they are looking unstoppable. Look at that spray. 8-bit wanted to finish it out, but Aditya, the last man standing, he won't be able to stay there for long. And Team Dragons, again and again and again, Team Dragons, they are showing their class, and they are indeed a very good team.
They are spitting fire. There is no second thoughts about it, but still, for now, Hero Xtreme Godlike might be a little too much for them to handle as Addy already down on his knees. Night King and Rogan, the responsibility is on their nimble shoulders at this point. Rogan still wants to take this fight up against Simp. Still trying to bob and weave. Simp has taken quite some massive damage, but that was a response and a half as Team Dragons, they are starting to crumble at now. And now this is going to be pandemonium throughout the entirety of Sanhok. Fights happening left, right and center. So difficult to process what's going on.
I have a feeling, Fixes, we're going to lose a lot of teams and not a lot of comebacks are going to happen. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they managed to pull through another one. Team Lolzzz, not enough points on the table for them, but Hero Xtreme Godlike with Jonathan there, the last man standing. This player has been phenomenal so far with 48 points, 48 finishes, I might have to say, before this game. And Hero Xtreme Godlike only getting 5 points in this game, but that's all right. They don't need those points. They're already through. Meanwhile, Team Dragons, they're trying their level best to get more points.
Just ensuring that no question marks to be raised on their qualification. Ignite Gaming, this team has been also quite phenomenal in terms of how they've approached round number 3. But Sarkar Gaming, that elimination over there, 45 points is where to get out of, but still chances are there. But Legacy eSports, this is going to be such an important fight for them. For WindGod, Legacy, Fury out in the open. What was he even thinking? What was he even doing? As Dreams seems like he's living up to his name, shattering the dreams of Legacy eSports.
It's a very important game for WindGod eSports. They have to make sure they make a comeback. Meanwhile, VXT not able to pull through this one as well. RIVALZ Apex only getting 3 points in this one. Ignite Gaming, they are strong, but they are fighting against the gods. Altu being there, the last man standing for this team, jumps out in the open using his shotgun to perfection, takes another one down. He is good, but not good enough to take down Ignite Gaming.
Ignite Gaming, they somehow have survived the onslaught. 3 finishes secured, will have no difficulties whatsoever to get the revives on their fallen teammates. Vermithor and Sarkar still down on their knees though. As of now, Team Crore, they have been quite exceptional, especially the way they started things off. 26 points is where they're sitting at. But one chicken dinner could also change their fortune, considering Team Crore have a little bit of that high ground to play around with. Their biggest foes, or I may say the biggest hurdle for them, has to be Team WindGod, who are right beside them.
Absolutely, Fixes. But Team Dragons, they managed to pull through the 50 mark on points table. But Team Crore and WindGod, they're looking to make a comeback in this one. Meanwhile, VXT, they were trying to do the heal battle, but not for long. Still managing to get some additional position points for this team. But Team Crore, boy oh boy, and WindGod, if they can make it through, if they can get a chicken dinner, one of them, It is going to be a massive comeback. And then Vikendi, they can do the heal battle or they can try something else. But this match is important. And WindGod, the dreams, it's their dreams and I can feel that.
Yeah, for WindGod, yesterday we saw really got close to a chicken dinner, missed out on it this time. They will have to put a ring on it, Spiro. And seems like their intents are quite clear. Dream still spraying down on the players of Ignite Gaming, who have to make a mad dash inside of the circle. Quite out in the open. Rex, he gets the opener. There, surely there has to be a follow-up, but look at out of nowhere, Team Crore, they also decide to chime in. This is going to be a trifecta of death and destruction as Rex, he does not give up, still fighting it through as Avi. He falls down and now it is all down to Savitar, who's on really low HP and still survives by the skin of his teeth.
It's not going to be easy. Rex is trying his level best, but Team Crore, they're looking good for a winner chicken. Another nade comes in, but Ignite Gaming, they could be the dream shatterers of this lobby. Ignite Gaming with already enough points on the table. Now they fight it out against Team Crore, but those nades are coming and Team Crore, they are flying high. Winning Sanhok quite easily, I would say.
Yeah, finally they found their wings and something to latch onto, something to fly with. Team Crore, I think 11 plus finishes and a chicken dinner, considering to where they were before the day started. I think this is going to instill them with so much confidence that who knows, they might also give us that OG dream run, something that Orangutan did for themselves. Because as of now, again, bringing back the storyline, we've been talking about those comeback stories. Here is another comeback. 13 finishes chicken dinner. In fact, for Team Crore, which means 23 points from just one game.
It is crazy. They already reached 41 mark now after one single game. They were at 18 points before this one. And now another team could go above iQOO Soul. I don't know what's going to happen. We already witnessed Team Dragons go above iQOO Soul. We already witnessed Sarkar Gaming go above iQOO Soul. And the third one can go. God's Reign have 42 points after this match. They only need 8 more teams. And if 8 teams go above iQOO Soul, they are out of the 24 mark. Overall standings, I don't know what's going to happen.
This is going to be such a tough pill to swallow. If we witness iQOO Soul, the likes of Global Esports taking an exit out of the iQOO BMPS in such earlier stages, even before they could see the day of the semis, that is going to be a shocker.
It is going to be a hard pill to swallow, Fixes, as we were saying. And, the
I'm
players...
literally shivering.
Yeah, you are shivering. The players must be shivering at their boot camps right now. But God's Reign, they still need 2 more points to touch iQOO Soul's 44 mark. But they need more, right? We don't know the cutoff would be. And by the looks of it, Team Crore is making a comeback. WindGod is making a comeback. I don't think 45 is safe enough. I think even more teams are going to get in trouble now.
Surely, because considering how these teams have been making a comeback, after this, we still do have one more group to come into action. Who knows? Because you can take it, in this way. In a game of cricket, you've got that first innings. Seems like Group 2, they were the first team to, first group to play that first innings. And now we have this group also setting that benchmark. And then, Group 3 comes in and they decide to sort of break through the threshold and maybe qualify, make their dream runs alive. But what a game it was, especially towards those end moments. So what really happened was WindGod, they were sandwiched. They had to deal with 2 teams. You had Team Crore from one side, Ignite Gaming coming from down below. And it was a little too much on the plate for them to handle. And eventually, it was Team Crore that prevailed supreme. I think the hunger is finally there from their side.
But still, WindGod, they took 10 points, right? They were at 27 before this one. 10 points makes the total to 27, right? They just need few more points in Vikendi, and if they can do heal battle there or maybe get some early on points, early on finishes, they can easily qualify as well. Now, I'm wondering what the cutoff would be. I think the cutoff would go beyond 46 now. It is ticking. Every single team who's going through the 40 mark, they're going to take it further down the round, and maybe it might touch 48 in the end.
So you're telling me Orangutan also might be uncertain of their qualification?
Could be, yeah. There are 2 teams at 48, mind you.
All right. We do have a lot of games on our hand right now. And especially considering the entire narrative, it is getting oh so exciting. At least right now, those teams that have crossed that 50 points marker, we can presume that they are safe. At least if you've gone past 50. So for Versatile also, I feel like, this entire thought process of going in for the heal battles can really work out, because they also got around, 2 to 3 points. Let's see. Let's find out in terms of the point standings that they have secured. How many points, especially Team Crore, these 23 points, quite valuable. Team Dragons, I think they've gone past 50. Nothing to really worry about them. But WindGod, getting this 11 points, it is so crucial.
I thought that they got only 10. They got 11. Now they are at 38. They just need few more points to qualify, it seems like that. But Ignite Gaming, they already played really well. They are consistent. They are really good. And Sanhok being their favorite map, I mean, it was obvious that they are going to get some points. But VXT getting those 5 points, it was really important. Now they are touching the 46 mark in the overall standing. It is still not enough if you are wondering about if the cutoff going to 48. But here are the teams who didn't get enough points. Gods only got 2. Team Lolzzz only got 2. IMPRNT. It saddens me, but I have to say this is all over for them.
Yeah, I think it's due time that we draw the curtains on Team IMPRNT eSports. They've really not shown up. And even for Team Lolzzz, WSP, I'm starting to bite my fingernails over here, considering Team Lolzzz still tried to put up a fight. It was again a third-party situation. It was that edgy fight that really led to their downfall over there. But as we take a look at the match summary, not a lot of smokes used. There were a lot of healings done over here. Still managing to find a 289 meters finish. That is quite huge if you consider the map of Sanhok.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Crore was hitting really good shots there. He was on a different mountain and he was trying to cover his teammates. Maybe that's where he got the finish there. But to be honest, Team Crore, they played well. They played really well. And I really want to see what is going to happen next. Are they going to take it further down, just like Honored Rivals tried? But they failed. And I just hope Team Crore, they can make it out in Vikendi. But the difference was, the first group, they played their last map on Miramar. You can't do heal battles on Miramar that often. But in Vikendi, you can do that. That could be a basic plan for a lot of teams if they only need 5 to 10 points.
So this is exactly why I brought that discussion up, because, for the likes of Versatile, like you said, even now Sarkar Gaming, they also have that avenue to do so. But with Vikendi, again, this is one of those maps where anything is possible. Somebody else, maybe from the bottom, could emerge as the victor. Anything can happen at this point.
Yeah, anything can happen at this point. But I'm wondering about what's going to happen in Vikendi. A lot of heal battles might be waiting us. And I personally feel fixes. A lot of teams are going to go down under, trying their level best to reach the semi-finals. But you know what? We'll talk more about this, but after this short little break.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenging, you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर। अबे बंद करो बे, आंख में छुप रहा है। कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
At this point, anything could happen. At this point, anybody could qualify. At this point, anybody could also go home. Welcome, folks. This is the iQOO BMPS, and round number 3 feels like a death round. It feels like a trial by fire for so many of these teams, and everybody is struggling, especially considering the bigger names that might have already taken the fall. Global eSports, and now the question mark on the likes of even iQOO Seoul. Oh my god, this is getting so exciting, Salty.
Absolutely. I mean, it does, right? It's not just Global Esports or iQOO Seoul. I mean, the question mark is on them. We don't know if they are going to make it or if not. I loved your analogy when you basically said that teams from Group 2, right, they were the ones who were setting the target. The other teams, they know what the target exactly is. They're trying to chase it. I feel like even God's Reign, as a matter of fact, will rethink, have they done enough or will they have to do more?
Now, sometimes getting those single-digit points is the hardest, especially when the pressure is surmounting. At this point, you know, it's so difficult to comprehend what is going to happen next. But something, and in fact, our iQOO smartphone partner who are of this official event, the iQOO Z9S series, we have been talking a lot about them, spot some really nice features. You've got the Snapdragon 7 Gen 3, and it starts from just 18,999. And we have a contest running as well. All you've got to do is head over to Google, search for iQOO Z9S, partake in that competition, and you have to fill up some simple questions and give the right answers, and you might stand a chance to win iQOO Z9S Pro, and 15 of them are up for giveaways. But now, you know, coming back to matters at hand, Salty, this is where, you know, we head over to Weekendy. Now, this is something that Spiro and I discussed, that, you know, there are chances for the teams that are literally on the edge of qualifying. They might opt for a healing battle. What is your take on that?
Well, honestly, heal battles can definitely do the job unless and until you have the first hits, right, to actually back yourself up. If you do not have it, do not take the risk. Just try and go for the fights. That is what I would suggest to all the teams. But let's have a look at the overall standings once again. Now, all the teams beyond the 50-point mark, I believe, will consider themselves a little safe, especially since they are inside the top 16 and the top 24 are going to be the ones who are going to be qualifying. You've got Hero Xtreme, Godlike as well in this occasion. You've got Ignite Gaming, you've got Team 8-Bit. All of these teams, they've got their 1 matches yet to go, and I'm pretty sure they've done enough. Even Team VXT, I believe, will feel comfortable because with 1 match left to go, they have that potential chance of crossing on that 50-point mark. But this is exactly where problems start, because you look at that, Honored Rivals on that 24th spot, they have played their 8 matches already, and at 39 points, I do not think that these teams will consider themselves safe.
Yeah, especially considering, look at Team Xpark. They're sitting at 37 points and they still have 2 more games to play. Along with that, you've got the likes of THW, and then you've got Phoenix at 34. So all of these teams are also going to make a comeback. But again, swords hanging over the heads of the likes of WSP. Then you've got the likes of FS eSports. And for Team Insane, seems like their dreams are already over. But for Team Lolzzz, Legacy Esports, I think one last push, one last dance. They have to give their all.
Absolutely. I mean, if you have finished your 8 matches already, and if you're not in the top 24, you can consider your journey to be out already. But for the teams who are still having their matches with one game in hand, for example, Sarkar Gaming, they are at 45 points right now, but they still have 1 more match. I would not consider themselves safe. Even God's Reign, as a matter of fact, they have that 1 game in hand somewhere on 43, 42. I will not say that these teams are safe, because just like you said, sometimes gaining those 1 or 2 extra points, that is where the target lies. And with so many teams making a comeback, who imagined Team Crore to actually come up with a performance like that and make their statement? They're standing at 41 right now.
Nobody really saw it coming. To be honest, keeping my hands on my heart, I had no clue that Team Crore would rise from the ashes like that. It's usually the Phoenix doing that. But for the Crows, we never saw that coming. Seems like a little bit of that Jon Snow incarnate over here. But regardless, I think it's time we head on to the Tundras. It is going to be the matchup once again in front of our screens. The Group 1. they will be coming into play once again. We've got Ignite Gaming, Hero Xtreme, Godlike, Godstrain, Sarkar Gaming, Team Dragons, Versatile. WSB really need to hit the ball out of the park.
Yeah, absolutely. I think WSB will find themselves in shoes similar to Team Orangutan as well, right? They know, as a matter of fact, this is their last game. They know they need more than 10 points in order to actually safeguard their qualification. And I have full faith in Omega, but the only problem has been that in the later stages, especially in rounds like these, round 3, where pressure surmounts to a lot, I believe this is where his assaulters have kind of taken the backseat a little bit. I believe Zeref, Gods, Arman, they individually were performing at the peak of their powers inside of round 1 and round 2, but suddenly it seems like it's just Omega who's hitting the shots. Gods and Arman, they have to pull up their socks a little bit.
I think to really answer this, I feel like WSB might not have been truly tested because round 1, round 2, they've had rather easier time. But round number 3, when they're finally feeling that heat, finally feeling that pressure, this is where I think you see your cracks opening up, and this is where the chinks in your armor are finally visible. For teams like WSB, again, you've got FS eSports also into the mix, and it would be a huge surprise if these teams do not make it through to the next round, because one more game remains, and like I said, anything could happen. Spiro left us on a cliffhanger. He also is of the opinion that the cutoff might even go par 45. So
you'd never really know, right? I mean, it is such a big question mark right now, and at this case, we can just predict, we can theory craft, but nothing is written in stone. The teams are going to come by Group 1. They are going to play their last game as of now. It is going to be happening in the map of Vikendi.
We are having a chill down our spines, and God forbid, it is not that cold weather of Vikendi. It is the pressure, it is the tension in the room right now. Who makes it to the semi-finals? That is the big question. The flight path trajectory all the way from Winery towards Trebno. And eyes will be on where the first circle forms.
Well, the circle, I believe, will still form in the default regions, right? Covering Goroka, you've got Mount Kresnik. That has been the major chunk of the circle itself, but we will look out in those outliers, right? We have been checking them out in the map of Miramar as well. Team TWOB going after the likes of 4 Miracles, then iQOO Soul going after the likes of Global Esports. I believe those are the storylines which can be repeated once again. Certain teams, fixes, I believe, who consider themselves quite safe on the overall standings, do have a chance of trying to go after the outliers. For example, like Team Crore, right? They can try and eliminate them from the competition. Even WindGod, as a matter of fact, needed blockbuster game in the last one, did manage to get themselves a couple of points, but that was not enough.
I really hope nobody takes the wind off their sails, especially from Team Crore. Considering the start they've had to their day, still at a really good spot at least as of now. But look at this, 8-bit, they just do not care. They've got this fight against EMG, and for 8-bit already crossing past 50, there should be an easier time.
Should be an easier time. I mean, Team TMG, talk about them. No real utility as of now. No weaponry as well. Revolver just doing the magic for Team 8-bit. The first man has been knocked out. Team TMG looking for some sort of retaliation, looking from some sort of a recover, but it seems like the rest of the players, they aren't really going to move a muscle. I mean, you can't even engage in a fight as early as this in Vikendi, right? You don't get that early loot all the time, fixes.
You certainly do not. Especially Aditya. Look at him. Just found a revolver, and that was enough for him to get that first knock and get that finish secured. But for TMG, when you look at the bigger picture, now this is where it's going to be so tough, especially for Skeleton, to get himself out of here. Very bad position to be at, right out in the open, and to make matters worse, Team 8-bit are aware of where he potentially could be, or are they not? Because the moment Juicy comes out in the open, Skeleton might have something to say about that.
Exactly. I believe that Skeleton's position is still anonymous as of now. And Team 8-bit, they are more fixated on Devil and Franklin on the other side. Skeleton's flank angle can actually prove to be disastrous. But honestly speaking, for Team 8-bit with 59 points acquired already, this team can breathe easy in the lobby. They know that they want to take the fight. They want to prepare themselves for the semi-finals. Of course, the cutoff will be somewhere around the 40 to 50 point mark. 8-bit inching closer to 60. They have toppled them all. And this team, the credit has to be given to them, Fixes. I mean, the way they started the tournament and the way their journey has been so far. Like, they had to go through multiple ups and downs. But once again, Juicy finding the groove with every single one of his boys. It's so amazing to watch.
Yeah, I think gone are those days where 8-bit used to be the backbenchers. Nowadays, what they're doing is making sure they do the heavy lifting in those initial days, and then they tend to enjoy. Look at them. They have their coach playing along. So Gotham comes into play. In the previous game, we saw him get a couple of finishes to his name. I've personally met this lad. Very good fellow. Belonging from my own hometown. So a little bit of that relationship there. But now, coming back for TMG, especially considering how the run was in round 1 and 2, they were stellar. But now, look at them under heavy fire. Skeleton, he gets one, but instant trade-off from the side of 8-bit. And seems like 8-bit have all the time on the world, Salty, to get the revive. Then again, indulge themselves in that fight.
The knock wasn't even that important, honestly, for Team 8-bit. Not that crucial. They know, as a matter of fact, that they can handle the pressure that is coming in from Franklin and Devil. It's a 2-on-1 situation against Gotham. Gotham goes in for the shot. A lovely little jiggle. Gets the first one, but instantly gets confirmed by Franklin. Franklin himself, he knows that the rest of the team will try and chime on up. Juicy has closed in. Still does not go in for the revive, though. Juicy, no utility. There is no utility being utilized in this fight so far from the backlines. It's going to be Aditya who gets a 3k for himself in this fight itself. And word is around that this man is coming back in form, Fixes. Aditya is close to his absolute best. I wouldn't say he is operating at 100% capability. But I love the way he has been taking risks for Team 8-bit. But majority of the time, those risks have been paying off.
There have been quite a handful of players only that tend to really thrive during the official events, and Aditya is one of them. Because if you take a look at his statistics, he's crossed way past that 300 finish marker. If you look at all the BGMI official events that have occurred, and always really steps up when it is needed. But on the other hand, TMG, their dream run has come to a daunting halt, Salty. And especially, we had so much expectations from them, considering how good they were during round 1 and round 2. But maybe in the next officials, we get to see more of them. I just hope they do not disband. But as things are, when you look at this circle, this is still somewhere around that villa area. You've got IMPRNT, a very promising position, versatile, always tend to drop across that southeastern side of the map around the hot springs area. And we know they're quite infamous for their heal battles, and for Versatile, having already garnered 46 points for themselves, I think 3 or 4 position points, and they're good to go.
They certainly are. Talk about Versatile. They did find themselves a pit stop in Hot Springs, and I believe this is where they can actually go in for that extra loot, right? Try and amass on not just the painkillers and the boosters, but also in terms of the first aid kits. Now, Raiden has 3. And I believe for Versatile, the job is simple. They are sitting at 46 right now. They only need those 4 extra points to try and solidify that foot inside the semi-finals. But nothing is for certain. I mean, there was at one point after the first map of Erangel, we considered that even Team iQOO Soul was going to be quite safe, right? They always know how to come back. But in the map of Miramar, they did not get a lot of points.
And eyes will be on this man, Pranav, from Team Crore, who was our iQOO MVP of the game of Sanhok, had 6 finishes to his name. And we always talk about those outliers, and Team Crore certainly has been one. Especially considering how their run was in the first half of round 3. We felt like this team was a goner. And then this is all about changing your fate. That one good match, and Team Crore did find it in Sanhok. And right now, this is going to be so important for them to have a really good time, especially in Vikendi.
Exactly. I mean, finding that one good game was so important for Team Crore, and I believe majority of the teams, they would have succeeded had they simplified their algorithm for qualification. But now, once again, we do have a fight, and this is an extremely important one. Team WSB, they certainly are battling qualification right now, and Team Lolzzz, they too are in similar shoes. Either of these teams, if they actually make it out of this fight, will still carry on the hopes. But WSB so far, they're yet to kick things off in style. Nades fixes are definitely flying in, but so far, none of them have managed to find contact.
Both these teams playing with fire. Right now, qualification on the line, and considering these two have decided to see it through till the very end. It's a 4-on-4 situation. Look at the flood of grenades coming in. XREBORN, he somehow needs to hold the mark, has taken some hefty amount of damage, but still fires back to no avail as XREBORN out in the open. Lolzzz might get the better of him. Does in fact secure the knock, but where is the backup fire? Where is Omega?
Absolutely. Omega in a 3-on-1 scenario. Of course, Sanchit is in the same building, but XREBORN has been confirmed not by Team Lolzzz, but by a third party. It was Team IMPRNT from the backlines, but now this is coming as a nightmare to Omega and a nightmare to WSB if they do not push through. Sanchit, what a wonderful lead it was, and now Team Lolzzz have an opening, then they might actually flood in.
Oh my god, this is looking like a comedy of errors, especially for WSB, as now they're down to their final two. Arman and Gods, two players just surviving as Team Lolzzz. They need to piece it together. Mudit, he wants to be the front man. He wants to be the assaulter. Kunal, he gets the confirmation on towards Omega. But look at this smokes. The smoke screen, the moment it dissipates, this is where WSB shall get exposed. Everything just comes down to Gods. And we know he is a prodigy. But now this is where he's got to put his money where his mouth is.
Absolutely. Being a prodigy is not going to help. You have to act like one. And Gods needs to not just clean up this fight, but also prevent his team, protect his team from third party. That is IMPRNT eSports, who are right there. It's so unlucky for WSB, honestly. They are right at the smack center of the circle. They possibly thought that this compound was still up for grabs, but Team Lolzzz, what a fight back it was. 4 players still standing. The utility usage, absolute pristine there. For WSB, I believe the job will be simple. Try and lay down a couple of smokes. Try and survive, because a 4-on-2, no matter how good the players are, especially Arman and Gods, when your IGL is down, when your highest fragger in the tournament is down, it's always a safer option fixes to actually fall back.
We really cannot rule out Team Lolzzz as well. We know that they've also done those comebacks. They've also staged it even in the past. In round 1, round 2. But now, this is where push has finally come to shove. Team Lolzzz just trying to turn the floor into lava. Gods is taking some hefty amount of damage over here. Opens up the floodgates for Team Lolzzz to really initiate that push. For Gods and Arman, only a miracle at this point could save them from the depths of hell, from the depths of getting eliminated from the iQOO BMPS.
Talk about the depths of hell. It seems like this is going to be a circle of hell. Still waiting for the hard shift. But look at that entire cluster towards the south, right? So many teams. You've got Team Godzreen, who is also battling qualification. You've got Sarkar Gaming as well, who still need those couple of points on board. Team Lolzzz, I love the respect that they're playing, right? Usually, when you are on a 4-2 advantage, you know that the team will flood in. But Team Lolzzz, they know their situation. They know they need to keep their numbers up till the very end if they want to qualify. And then, of course, there's that other presence fixes. There's Team Dragons also slowly coming here.
Exactly what I wanted to mention over here. Because Team Lolzzz, they're paying due respects, considering the fact, if you remember, it was one of the players from Team IMPRNT. In fact, it was Ninja that took down the players of WSB. So, Team Lolzzz is wary of the fact that if they make one wrong step, this could prove quite fatal for them. Hence, they're holding the grounds because, like discussed, Salty, this is the center of the circle. And at this point, they cannot afford to make a single error for Team Lolzzz. The possibility is still there. 29 points is where they're sitting at. Imagine a 20-pointer game out of this one. If they could somehow get a chicken dinner, who knows? Team Lolzzz also might qualify.
Absolutely. Hands down, they have a chance, but it all begins if they believe in themselves. And so far, it seems like every single one of these players, they are certainly playing pretty well. Their positioning was brilliant. I love their split when they play that fight against WSB. So let's talk about a little about this team, right? Godzreen. been phenomenal in the past, phenomenal inside of round 1, inside of round 2, they were brilliant. But come round 3, they did not start on a very strong foot. They did manage to resurrect their position back on the overall standings. Look at that, currently sitting at 42 points. But now I believe their goal is set. They need those 10 points extra to try and solidify the comeback, and it is not going to be easy. Especially where we have seen Godlike tend to struggle a little bit in those 4v4 fights lately.
It's actually a good thing that they've come into play second. Considering, now they know that they cannot be too complacent. Considering what happened to iQOO Soul just a couple of moments ago, where the sword is still hanging over their heads, and now for Godlike, they have to really have their plan B set up for themselves. But you do not need a plan B. You need to check out the iQOO Z9S series if you're intending on starting your journey as an esports athlete. And this sexy smartphone starts from just 18,999. And it's an eerie silence that has taken over Vikendi. And we know, Salty, this tends to happen. I think it's all that calm before the storm. And somebody later on is going to open the Pandora's box, and you know what emerges out from it.
I think this Vikendi has been a little different fixes with the amount of teams who are clustering up at the center, right? There is that cold war that is brewing up. Every team, they are taking shots. Usually we see passiveness, usually see teams taking that defensive approach once they step in their compounds. They do not really peek out. But today, there is something else that is happening. Teams know they will need those finish points. Teams know they will have to trouble their opposition, and they need those 10 points to qualify. In order to doing so, I feel like every single team who are in third-party positions, be it Team Dragons, be it Team IMPRNT Esports, we saw they are taking the shots when given the advantage.
And nobody's really causing that ripple over here. Nobody really wants to poke anybody around. Everybody's just waiting for the circle to make that hard shift, and then the teams want to accommodate themselves. And that is the go-to case with a map like Vikendi. When you talk about it topographically, this map is set in such a way that you've got a lot of those small houses in real close proximities to each other, enough to accommodate so many of those teams. And hence you see that standstill happening. And for all of the right reasons, I'm not really going to make a case on the teams and say that it gets boring. Because to really get into their feet, we need to understand what is on the line, their careers, their dreams. Because who knows if they do not get past through this round, if they will still play under the same banner.
Exactly. I think majority of the players, they do tend to realize that. But cracking under the same pressure is also something which you cannot afford. Something which is extremely surprising, we did get to see that from the map itself, was that WindGod and Godlike, they're still in the blue fixes. WindGod being in Dobromesto, Godlike being in near the regions of Tovar. Now, what basically happens because of this, I can assume, is they're trying to get as many first aid kits as they possibly can. Now, this can actually work well for Godlike. But for WindGod, who need more than 20 points, a heal battle, just going for a heal battle is not going to suffice. You will have to go for your finishes. One of their players can actually stay behind and possibly try and keep them alive till the very end.
I think they have to go for that best of both worlds approach.
Yeah.
Like you said, one player who has to stick to just heal battles, and the other three, they have to fire on all cylinders. That has to be the secret sauce of success for WindGod at this point, because for WindGod to really qualify and make sure they get past, considering setting at 38 points, I guess 10 to 12 points. They should have no trouble getting whatsoever, because we've seen WindGod, there have been moments where they get very close to getting that chicken dinner, but something or the other really goes awry and it slips away.
Something which is also very important that WindGod should not commit is the same error that Global Esports made, right? Trying to enter the circle extremely late. And we know, as a matter of fact, in official tournaments, especially in situations like these, when every single team is vying for qualification, there will be absolutely no space, right? And when you try and rotate late, you do not find that injection point. You get picked off in random fights. And that is exactly what happened with Global Esports. As soon as the circle shifted away from them, they had no answers to the questions that were asked. For WindGod as well, all they've got to try and do is find that good spot, find that safe haven as soon as they possibly can. For Sarkar Gaming, I believe their job is going to be a little easier. They are right at the edge of the circle. They know they've got 45 points. All that they want to do is to try and stay alive till the final circle.
You know, to be honest, when you raise a topic about global esports and their ongoing problems, I felt like you could see them struggling in their 4v4s. You could see clearly that Discord was visible, those trade-offs were not there, and as a result of which, this performance from GE was quite abysmal, did not really enjoy it. Quite horrendous, to be honest, by their standards. But look at this. This is a circle shift that a lot of these teams were waiting for. Quite a standstill even around that team Lolzzz and WSP fight. Both of them still vying for qualification. For WSP, it gets ever so difficult. Look at FS eSports. They're making a run. In fact, from that northern side, from around Mount Kresnich. But then again, now they also have to descend, because if you have to get inside the circle and have a good position, you need to find some concrete cover. And we know this circle is not going to be sticking towards the northern side. It is going to come somewhere around those western areas of Castle, exactly where Hero Xtreme Godlike are.
Honestly, that is a very risky pick, to be honest. That Castle circle can be a little horrendous, especially for the likes of FS eSports. But for now, Team Dragons, they are standing tall. Rana did find the first connection with the DBS, but suddenly the floor has been turned to lava. This is Team LG, who are starting to inflood in. All their players have managed to find their way up top, but it's just one player, MJ, who is still standing tall. But we'll have to find out where is his last opponent. Team Hero Xtreme Godlike, they've heard all the commotion from the backlines. Even they have started to hull up as well. If this team decides to third party, I believe they'll get all the finish points from Team Dragon itself, Team Fixes.
At this point, Legacy Esports, they've somehow managed to survive that onslaught. It was a 2-on-4 situation, but they'd come at a cost, because now this has opened the floodgates for Hero Xtreme Godlike as they decide to infiltrate in, as they go in for the breach. A lot of those utility being thrown off, and now Legacy, against all odds, they have to defend against the mighty Hero Xtreme Godlike.
2 finishes for Team Godlike already, but look at this. Admino gets taken down. You've got RageGod, who is trying to patch himself up, but upstairs for Legacy Esports, it seems like there's pandemonium happening. MJ is down, Fury is down as well. Punk and Jonathan coming from the backlines. Team Hero Xtreme Godlike, they're taking down players one by one. It's all about finding that isolated man in the form of RageGod, and it seems like he's almost given up. The DBS, how much can it potentially do? Admino has no idea of his position, finds the first connection. Can we see a miracle happening? The jump shot comes in, the second connection. RageGod is still surviving, but finally Punk is gonna shut down the needle, and that is how Hero Xtreme Godlike, they're gonna survive a scare.
Oh my god, this is what I was talking about. It was a valiant effort coming in, but for Legacy Esports, that's all she wrote. And now we were talking about the ripple effect really coming into play. Now Hero Xtreme Godlike, they have been wounded. And look at the aggressors now. It is going to be Ignite Gaming who are trying to engulf them like a pack of hyenas, as Aizen just charges in head front, gets a couple of knocks, and he will instantly take no breather to get the finisher secured.
Team Ignite Gaming though, something which is extremely extraordinary is the fact that in spite of not having a coordinated push, Aizen still finds that opening against 2 players. Now it's just about finding Admino and Punk, but it's not going to be that simple. Both of them, the partnership is so brilliant. They find the individual knocks. Admino still holding the ground, still holding the choke point. Team Ignite Gaming, they have been hurt, and the shot almost connected. The jump shot from Ignite Gaming being so quintessential. It's all down to Punk, who still holds a fortress. But for Ignite Gaming, the pressure is just enough fixes.
For Hero Xtreme Godlike, especially Punk, does not have the best of HPs to play around with. But look at this madness. Team Lolzzz out of nowhere, they also decide to chime in. They also decide to be a party into this particular fight, as Ignite Gaming already down on numbers. As Godlike, they also bite the floor. But look at this, Vermithor with a sliver of HP. Is he gonna make it, Salty?
I don't really think so. I mean, look at this, Sarkar down on his knees. Vermithor, he has healed himself up, does have the DBS, but in the back lines, it seems like even WindGod have made a dash for themselves. Team Lolzzz need to finish this fight extremely clean. Vermithor, all by himself. So far, respect has been paid, and no utility did come in as of now against him, but WindGod waiting so patiently in the back lines. Now, this is something which can definitely make things interesting, but While we see that a Molotov from Dreams actually flies in, and Team Ignite Gaming, Team Lolzzz, all of them have been wiped off.
Look at Team Crore sitting at 43 points at this point, with just 2 players alive. Pranav, again, responsibility on these nimble shoulders. Somehow barely survives over there. Dreams knows exactly where he is, and now WindGod, they've given out their cover. Now Team Lolzzz are aware of the position, and now WindGod, they have to reposition themselves with Pranav already out of the picture over here as we head on into another fight. It is going to be Team IMPRNT taking on Sarkar Gaming.
Sarkar all by himself, just going up in the face of 2 players, takes down 2 of the players of Team IMPRNT eSports. But in the backlines, it's still Raiden who is still surviving. IMPRNT eSports, if you talk about them, they find themselves a breather. Need to go in for the revives as soon as possible. And the smokes can be quintessential. WSB, we can see in the backlines, even they have been surviving, just trying to find their way under the radar if they can make it till the final circle. But how many third parties did we witness? My mind still goes back to that previous fight, right? Hero Xtreme, Godlike, they charged in for sure. They did get themselves a couple of finishes, but that was not enough. But here comes WSB, and Gods will try and find the connection. The revival is still happening, but Team IMPRNT eSports, they have been shut down completely.
What on earth just happened, Gods? He takes a leap of faith and takes that plunge and instantly annihilates one entire team, IMPRNT, out of this tournament so far. But for Gods, these 2 finish points are going to be so crucial, especially when you're talking about WSB and their hopes of qualification. Now crossing past that 40 marker, they need some position points, Salty, because when you take a look at the circle shift, this does not get worse than that. 50% of the circle submerged inside of the water. I'm pretty sure we're going to have a lot of those fishes.
The IGOs will be scratching their heads right now on how on earth will they battle the circle. Because in this situation, there are either of 2 options. You can stay on land and try and take the fight against every single team out there. The space, the amount of land that is going to be available will be cut off by half. And of course, if you also want to move smoothly on land, ladies and gentlemen, in cities, you can check out our official mobility partner, that is the Hero Xtreme 125R. But bring back the conversation once again. I believe that the other option can also be to try and take a vehicle, plunge yourself in the waters, and just try and survive. We'll find out if Team WSB actually do that. But for now, Team FS eSports, they will decide to actually take the plunge. In front of them, there is another team, and that will be the RIVALZ Apex.
It's going to be such an important one, Salty. Oh my god, this is going to be disastrous. Clutch already being taken down. Wizard still has first aids in the numbers of 8 to play around with. But now on a 3-on-3 situation, it is going to come down to the wire as grenades exchange from both the sides. But who prevails supreme? That is the big ask. For now, FS eSports need to delay this battle, need to somehow find some time to get the revive on their fallen comrade. And once that happens, they can again somehow indulge themselves in this particular fight.
One good thing that is happening for FS eSports is the fact that they are hugging the blue currently. They know, as a matter of fact, their backlines are completely covered on the other side. Look at WSB. They have been wiped off. The nades from Versatile are just brutal enough. But we come back to this fight once again. FS eSports still battling qualification. And up against them, it is Team Orangutan's Academy lineup, RIVALZ Apex. They are doing brilliant. Clutch in the backlines. One of their players quite low on HP. Shots being taken once again. Wizard will be low. He will be finished off as well. But RIVALZ Apex, will they be able to survive the onslaught coming in from Versatile? Is the big question. Nades did come flying in. The airstrike and the amount of chaos in this small pocket of space has been absolutely insane. But RIVALZ Apex, they're doing a very good job holding their ground fixes.
Exactly, holding the door right now. No ID, no entry. For FS eSports, the numbers still over there, favoring the players. But look at these DBS shots. Clutch fighting against death and destiny. He fails. And now TraceGod and Wizard left with no option. But now have to look at the contingency plan. Somebody needs to go in for that revive and healing battle. As of now, TraceGod has 5 first aids to work with. Eventually has given up on all his first aids for Wizard, but now TraceGod biting the dust, and now RIVALZ Viper injecting his venom inside of Wizard. Will he succeed? Yes, is going to be the answer. As RIVALZ wipe out FS eSports.
Crushing dreams, just absolutely shattering hopes once again. Once again, I was hoping that TraceGod would also take that plunge ride. For FS eSports, he has been that main man, the main firing line. And he was the one who just waited for the rest of his teammates to try and finish up the fight. And that is exactly where Team FS Esports once again bite the dust. But look at this, Team Versatile. They needed a couple of points to ensure qualification. They say, we're not going to just qualify. We're going to march through to the semi-finals, potentially making it one of the biggest games today. 8 finishes already. And Aquanox is looking for more. The spray down does come in. Look at them. The players are going to fall from a moving vehicle. And Team RIVALZ Apex, they're going to bite the dust fixes.
If any doubts on Versatile and the qualifications, the air has been cleared. 11 finishes already, a top 4 finish secured. Versatile, they will be marching ahead inside of the semi-finals. But for now, God's reign down to their final man, Alto. And look at this, he still has 20 first aids to work things around. And we have talked about WindGod and the consistency, it's still there. Who knows, if they get a chicken dinner here, they can qualify.
Potentially. Look at this, Lolzzz did find that knock against Versatile, but it's not going to do much. But I believe that gives WindGod that little bit of a window to try and push up and potentially do some damage against Versatile Esports. The nades do come chiming in, but WindGod, and with the kind of formation they're in, it does not seem like they are looking to go aggressive. Nades, again, not really doing the damage against Raiden so far. And Versatile, they are extremely stubborn right now. They're holding the ground. They're waiting for WindGod to come at them. And it seems like even the blue zone is going to force them to do so.
Kunal has 7 first aids to play around. I do not know if 3 finish points would be enough for them to really qualify. But for God's reign, it might be. 2 finishes, top 4. Around 6 points already in the bag. And now at this position, if he can somehow strike down the players of WindGod, this could be quite devastating, because look at Savitar, he's opened things up, and now a push comes to shove against the players of Versatile. Savitar defending against all odd, he's still somehow alive, but now it is going to be a 2-on-2 situation. WindGod or Versatile, take your pick.
Avi, it seems like he will be leading WindGod and their charge. Versatile, all of a sudden there's the standstill in that fight once again. Kunal is still standing, and it seems like his position has been marked, so Raiden will try and get him as soon as possible. Cleans him up. Team Lolzzz, they have been crashing out of this game so far, but Team Versatile, it seems like they will have a tough job retaining their position. 3 players standing. They do have that finished number, but from the backlines, it seems like WindGod slowly and steadily, they're sort of crumbling down. Fixes under that pressure. It's just Savitar right now who is still holding his ground. Raiden has been spotted. Avi is trying to go in for the heal battle as well, and now Savitar, even he is quite low on HP. No helmet, no vest. This man is going to fall, and that potentially brings an end to this game as well. One man still holding the ground, but we've got one player from God's Reign as well who's going in for the heal battle. So is he going to get the second position, and is that going to be enough for WindGod?
What has it come down to? It's all about those healing battles, but Alto in his dying moments takes down one, but it's not going to be enough. But WindGod, not a lot of finishes, but maybe a second position exit. Does he make the mark? Avi, the IGL for WindGod, and he is fighting against all the odds. Out of this game, they secure around 9 points, Salty. But are those 9 points enough for WindGod to see the day of the semi-finals? That is going to be a huge question mark, but no question marks, no thoughts. At least for Versatile Esports and their qualification into the semi-finals, it is now set in stone.
This is domination incarnate. Look at that. 17 eliminations in that one game itself. I mean, if you talk about the rotation, it was on point. If you talk about the communication, it was on point. In every single play, they delivered exactly when it mattered. And I love the way Versatile played this game. They were not included in the early battles that were happening at the center. They came in from the sidelines. They came in as scavengers, but they scavenged every single one of those teams.
Such an exciting game of Weekendy. It took its time to build up, but once it did, we were almost at the point of having that climax. It got so entertaining because of the storylines that we are following. RIVALZ, they woke from their slumber, they started delivering, they started hitting heavy, and then you had Team Crore. Huge question marks on them as well, because last we saw they were at around 43 points.
Yeah.
How many position points they had, that is a huge question for me. And then you've got the likes of WSP crashing down, then FS Esports also. The idea idea was quite clear. Have Wizard going in for that healing battle. But considering the fact that RIVALZ just decided to push in on them, now I'm starting to think even the idea of getting Wizard involved in the fight was actually right. Because had they had him somewhere safe, just patching himself up, they could have at least gotten a few points here and there.
I mean, but I don't really believe that would have been enough fixes. The point being, against Rival Ape X, you had a man advantage. It was a 4-on-3 right from the very beginning, right? And when you have an advantage, when you have a player like TraceGod in your arsenal as well, how on earth can you lose that fight? Two players taking that plunge. And a lot of the shots from RIVALZ Ape X were actually whiffed at. TraceGod was watching it from upstairs but still could not react. I believe that is where miscommunication steps in. That is exactly where you need calling from the IGL as well. That, wait a second, you need to go there and provide some cover fire so that we can stay alive. I still understand Wizard going in for the heal battle, but then we talked about it. 3 players need to go all in. 1 player needs to stay back and try and patch himself up. That was the mojo. That was the algorithm, basically.
Yeah, that had to be the idea, right? Because they failed in doing so, and seems like the curtains have also fallen on them. I think their journey is over for the iQOO BMPS, because had a lot of expectations, had a lot of hopes from FS eSports, considering how they made it inside of the BGIS 24 Grand Finals, and they did not have any change in their roster. What really changed was their mentality, maybe. I do not know if this has something to do with things off the game, because clearly this was not the FS eSports that we witnessed in the past. But when we take a look at the winner chicken dinner moment, it was all about versatile esports. They were literally all over the place. When Spiro and I, we were of the opinion that Versatile is going to go for the healing battle, they decided to prove us wrong. The number of finishes they garnered was abysmal, and this is exactly the kind of Versatile you would want to see marching into the semis.
100%. I mean, almost landing at 30 bomb fixes. It seems like Versatile, they've got nothing to fear. This lobby for them was not difficult. That is exactly how they made the game look. Look at the way how easily they were getting eliminations, but one team that has to be given credit has to be Team God's Reign, because they played very wisely. They did not charge themselves in any unnecessary fights. They knew they only had to acquire a couple of points to ensure qualification, and it seems like their job has been done as well. In the 3rd position, just getting 5 points, I hope that is going to be enough, but looking at the way the Undergods have been performing and the way the other teams from the bottom of the charts as well are just trying to push up, I believe the cutoff can actually be raising up. So question marks on God's Reign, but I hope that they've done enough.
So for God's Reign, they secured the 3rd position with around 2 finishes. I think they should sail through. Hopefully, because at this point we still have one more group to play. And considering the comeback stories we've had so far, Team Crore, certainly a name. If they make it to the next round, this is going to be quite special for them. Especially Yatin as an individual, he's been playing quite well in the recent past. We've seen round 1 and round 2, and then through those rough patches, they did not have the best of start. But again, to have that comeback mentality kicking in and giving in your all when it matters the most, I think this is where stories are going to be told about them.
And 100%. And one thing which I always believe is that Team Crore, they maintained their consistency throughout the tournament. Yes, they were one of the teams who could not get themselves the flashy performances, the 10+ finish chicken dinners all the time. But having a consistent performance all around the base means that when you actually get those big games, once again you're back on track, once again you're back in the competition, and that is exactly what happened. But ladies and gentlemen, the point standings of the map of Vikendi in front of our screens right now, 17 finish points, 27 points from Team Versatile. I believe they are going to be marching through to the semi-finals. WindGod, the 9 points. If those are going to be enough for their qualification is also going to be a big question. RIVALZ Ape X, 8 points for them. For God's Reign, 7 points fixes.
And with all these teams making a comeback, when you again go back to the old storyline, does iQOO Soul make it? Their chances are looking slimmer than ever. For Hero Xtreme, Godlike, 7 points when they were already sitting at 50+. Should not be a huge cause of concern. For Sarkar Gaming, also, I feel like 4 points should suffice, but for Ignite Gaming, no concern as well. For 8-bit, they were already across that 55+ marker, so no tensions over there as well. But for Team Crore, just to get 2 points out of this game. Now, this is something that even I was conversing with Spiro. For them to have such a good game, get a chicken dinner, and then to eventually gas out, this is concerning.
This certainly is concerning. Now, again, I believe they are certainly not going to be comfortable today. They will have to wait for the rest of the 2 games that are left to actually complete and figure out if they are going to be qualifying. For WSB, I believe, Fixes, there's going to be big question mark, because certainly not touching the 40-point mark right now is going to be a big point of concern. Match summary, if we talk about it, look at the number of healings, like 21,526 points of damage that has been healed. That is ecstatic, and 7 grenade finishes. Again, once again, displaying that majority of these teams in the off maps, be it on Sanhok, on Vikendi, they always prefer those grenade battles.
And hey guys, do not get surprised. We're going to see more of this because we have another set of Sanhok and Vikendi coming in.
Yes.
We'll have a different group, however. But to conclude, again, huge heartbreaks this time around. Also, WSP, FS Esports already crashing out of the iQOO BMPS, especially when we thought that this could have been Omega's redemption arc, especially with that rivalry building up against Carnival Gaming, who are going to be coming up next. Because, again, swords also hanging over their heads. It is going to be spicier than ever.
Absolutely. Again, there were certain names, Fixes, even from this group as well. I was very much looking forward to RIVALZ Apex as well. I'm not sure if they've done enough, but even if they don't, I believe credit has to be given to how much they have improved throughout the tournament. You look at how technical they are. Even Team Lolzzz, as a matter of fact, amazing display of class throughout the tournament.
They certainly have shown, but we hope that it is enough to make them through to the next round. But before all of that, we're going to head for a short break. We'll be right back after this.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? Hey, but have you all seen it?
Mega Taskers win at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Xtreme 125R. Challenge the Extreme.
As promised, we are back after a short break, and of course, my friend from the Hindi desk, Mr. Spiro, is back. It is always lovely to actually cast with you, but I believe casting these last 2 games will also be an heartache for all of us, because again, the last 2 games of in fact, round 3, who is going to qualify, who is not, again, a big question. But coming to group 3 so far, Carnival Gaming, a massive comeback is on the cards. Everyone is expecting, the fans are expecting. Spiro, do you believe?
First of all, thank you, Salty, for having me again. And yes, I am a believer. I believe in Carnival Gaming. I believe in Xpark that they can go through. But after watching Global Esports fail, after watching iQOO Seoul fail, after watching Team Crore fail miserably in the last match, I just don't know what's happening. I just have to say one thing and one thing only. What a day to be alive.
Absolutely, what a day to be alive, man. And to be honest, right now we do not have any idea. The cutoff is starting to build a little more higher than 40 that was expected. It started to move towards 45, and at this point we can only guess. But if the teams will have to be extremely comfortable, they will have to try and push forward that 50-point mark. And that means for Carnival, they need to hit exactly when it matters. On the map of Sanhok, they need those 20 bombers. And ladies and gentlemen, if you also need 20 bombers in your games as well, why not consider yourself an extremely powerful smartphone that is capable of doing so as well? Our official smartphone partner of iQOO BMPS, they have done a fantastic job creating the Z9S Pro, and 15 of these devices are being given away. All that they have to do is to try and go on Google and search iQOO Z9S series, and potentially you might be one of the 15 lucky winners to grab yourselves a hand on this lovely device. We have been grinding on it, and I believe if they grind on it, they can do much better. But coming back to the conversation again, you've got Silly eSports who have done phenomenally well. NUMENxFOREVER have done phenomenally well. THW have done phenomenally well. These teams can potentially create the easier opponents for themselves, can take down the likes of Carnival initially, can they? Target.
Absolutely they can, but let's have a clearer picture here with us. Let's go and see overall standing. You know, I personally believe all these teams who are above 50, they are okay-ish. Even Numen, I mean, look at that. They played really well. They have 52 points. They have 2 matches to go. They can do well in the upcoming games. Even RTGxIND, they played well to reach 50, my bad. But Sarkar Gaming at 49, Gods at 49, Hyderabad Hydras at 48, and Orangutan at 48. It would be a really close game for these teams. Even if they are not playing, they have to look out for, if no one can go over them, that would be a easy journey for them in the semi-finals.
Absolutely. I mean, there were certain casters who were thinking that 48 can actually be the cutoff, so there can be a lot of those upsets happening. WindGod themselves acquiring 47 points can find themselves some easy breathing, so far at least, because on the 17th spot, I believe there's still going to be that elimination axe dangling on top of them. GUJARAT Tigers 45, Team iQOO Soul 44 currently, Team Crore 43 currently, but they're only inside the top 24 because the other teams, they're waiting for their opportunity. Look at the other side. Honored Rivals, Global Esports, WSB, they've all played their games, but Team X-Spark is remaining. They have their 2 games remaining. THW have their 2 games remaining as well. And I believe as we move on further, there will be much more of these teams, and they can potentially topple down a lot of the ones who are in the top 24.
I mean, iQOO Soul 4M must be praying that the Carpediem and the THW X-Park, they won't be able to cross that park. Even Team Phoenix is there, and they are really consistent. In 6 matches, they got 34 points. Now 2 more to go, and they need at least 11 points to cross the iQOO Soul mark of 44. But we still don't know where the cutoff would end. We have Carnival Gaming at 31. You know, they still have 2 more matches to go, Salty. Anything can happen. And we all know Carnival Gaming, right? It's a top team and they have wonderful players. I really want Hector to shine today. I really want Shogun to show us something different. But, you know, it's Sanhok or Vikendi. We don't know if they're going to go with a heal battle strategy once again.
Talking about the heal battle strategy, right? You've got 2 teams right now who are sort of in a very tough position. You've got Carnival Gaming and you've got Medley Esports as well. Both these 2 teams, when they started their journey inside of round 1, they were the most aggressive teams on the block, especially Carnival Gaming. And they were so successful. I want to know, Spiro, if you have any idea on why there has been a sudden dip in terms of form for Carnival Gaming.
I think they just experimented too much, if you ask me. And especially when you experiment in the first match that you're playing in a new round, it's always going to come and bite you. And it is what happened with Carnival Gaming. But let's have a look at the matchup here. Team Limra, of course, a top team who performed really well. And it's a different Limra that we have seen in BGIS 2024. That Limra was slow. That Limra was methodical. This Limra is aggressive and they are explosive as well.
They certainly are explosive. Dragon has been in prime form, even Goku. As a matter of fact, you look at Inferno squad, they've done a phenomenal job. THW have done a phenomenal job. But as soon as we move on to the next 8, I believe this is where the cause of problems is, right? You talk about Raw officials. Raw officials have had the history inside of round 2, Anush TOP with that wonderful chicken dinner in short qualification. Even yesterday in the last game, they kind of showed that yes, potentially they have something in their bag. But now it seems like the job is extremely difficult. And majority of the teams, be it even for TCW, we talked about that. Team Cosmic is also in similar shoes. If you're somewhere around that 10 to 15 point mark, it is going to be extremely difficult in the last 2 games to try and make a comeback. Don't you think so?
It is going to be difficult. I mean, we already witnessed 2 groups trying it out, and a lot of teams failed to make a comeback. Even Team Crore, after getting the chicken in the first game, they were not able to get enough points in the second match. And the same example could be taken from Honor Rivals. The first match was really good, but the second match was not that much. So if you want to make a comeback, you have to do it in the next one. Otherwise, the last match, who knows what's going to happen in that one.
Well, we'll find it out in this map of Sandhawk, which is going to start right about now. The penultimate game of round 3 is back up live, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be the map of Sandhawk that we are playing, and the Big Bird, it is back up in the skies. But what remains to be seen is where are the teams going to be flying and where are the teams going to be dropping. Are we going to see those drop collisions? Are we going to see those targeting? Spiro, there are going to be so many questions asked, and of course questions are going to be asked on the teams on our right hand side. Majority of them are in trouble.
Yes, sir, but my eyes would be on the teams who can make a comeback, like Carnival Gaming, THW, Team X Park. They have to do something else in this one to make sure they, cross the 45 mark at least after first game, and then they can make it through to the 50th mark after the Weekendy match. But right now in Sandhawk, I'm expecting a methodical start to a lot of teams. Even Phoenix, look at them go. But Inferno squad, Medal. Both teams need some points. Medal need more. Inferno squad, they don't need that many, but they still are off to a very bad start, Salty.
Absolutely. Inferno squad, they are in the top 10, of course. They have 45 points for themselves. But the point being, we know, as a matter of fact, the cutoff has been rising steadily. And this is one of the reasons why I believe this finish is extremely important for Medal, because, this team, they are a bit momentum-based. They love to get their finishes early, so they have their confidence up high. Paradox and Encore, they have been struggling in the recent past. Top Dog has been trying to give them as many finish points as he potentially can. But I believe today is going to be the day. Medal need at least that one chicken dinner.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at some teams like X-Park or TSW, they can get away with the heal battle as well, because they don't need that many points. But if you talk about Medal, they need a lot of points. They need that chicken dinner in the first game. They need at least 15 points to make sure they have a chance in Weekendy. And, we know Medal, right? It's an experienced lineup. All the players have plethora of experiences. They have their shares of ups and downs in their careers, but now they are here. Now they have the chance, a couple of matches, and they are off to a really good start.
But look at this, there is another fight that is brewing up. Team Raw Official cannot let Anuj TWOB fall, but his biggest fears are going to coming up back alive once again. Phoenix eSports is going to find their first finish, and Anuj TWOB, there was absolutely nothing that he could potentially do in that situation. Was completely caught off guard. 4 players of Phoenix eSports chasing right at him. Taking a dip, and that is how the first player of Raw Official will bite the dust. And honestly speaking, Raw Official, they have so much experience under their belt. They've got Anuj, they've got Daljit, and yet I don't understand why do they take these isolated drops, especially when they know that there's a threat looming around their head.
Nothing is working for Raw Officials. As you said, Salty, isolated drops are never going to be your friend, especially in Sandhawk where the map is smaller. But to be honest, losing Anuj to OP early on in the game for Raw, it's pretty much a very bad sentence for them. I mean, only 3 players remaining. I know they can do a heal battle, but heal battle won't get them enough points to reach the semi-final stage. They need a chicken, and they needed Anuj to OP to be there, but it's not happening for them. Team Raw, they have the experience, but they now under a lot of pressure.
Exactly, but I think majority of that pressure is going to be Daljit and his shoulders. Because they're standing at 18 points right now. We can see it from the status feed itself. 18 points, which means they still need more than 30 points to actually qualify. And that is not going to be easy. And like you said, right, it won't really come in from the heal battles. The maximum you can try and get is those 10 points by getting yourself a chicken dinner without a finish. But talking about finishes, Team Phoenix eSports, they're going all berserk. GLITCHxREBORN, they are on the receiving lines. 2 players being taken down from the backlines as well. Players have been spotted. They will be pressured. Phoenix eSports, they have a lovely formation that is going in for them. Vishu, does have a little bit of a cover to work with, but GLITCHxREBORN for them, this fight was so important. I don't understand the split, but now Phoenix eSports, they're going to be charging right next to them.
I just don't know what Phoenix is doing. They are fighting with everything. They got the drive-by bus, beautiful. GLITCHxREBORN, wicked. Being the last man standing, all eyes on him, but he won't be able to do anything today. And I have to say it, Salty, Phoenix eSports, they are rising with every step, and I've never seen them this aggressive until now in this tournament.
Absolutely, they are peaking right at the exact time when it matters. They know they have got themselves enough points. 39 points is where they stand to start things off with 5 finishes, and now they're going extremely strong. It seems like Phoenix eSports, they're right on the exact tracks where they're supposed to be. But talk about the rest of the teams. GLITCHxREBORN, what a downfall it was. They're not supposed to be taking that early elimination, but now they'll be suffering from it. 19 points is what they had with just 1 game left to go. It seems like even GLITCHxREBORN, they're not going to be making it to the semi-finals.
It is a sad news, to be honest, Salty, but we all have to admit it. They were not good enough in this round, but GLITCHxREBORN, certainly it's a strong team, and I would really love to see them in the next map doing what Phoenix is doing, trying to go all out, trying to get those finishes in. But at this point of time, we have Team Xpark in front of us with 37 points in the bag. They are looking good, but you know, you don't know. You never know. It is Sanok, it is Vikendi, it is not exactly their strong suit, even though the players are really good. But yesterday I've seen some brilliance from Joker. That clutch that he pulled off in air angle was something else. I really want to see that courage in everyone.
Absolutely. That 1v4 was certainly something interesting. But once again, we'll have to talk about the iQOO MVP this time around. Aquanox was on a roll. This man really showcased his potential in the last game. 6 eliminations. But he was extremely efficient. Just 351 points of damage. Not really a lot of hard work for those 6 eliminations, but points are points, and 6 crucial points were claimed by Aquanox. Even Infinity as well, just providing him a lot of support. 4 eliminations for him, Raiden with 4, Somraj with 3. Out of the top 5 players, 4 are from Team Versatile. Just goes to show how well that they performed on that map of Vikendi and how well they look.
I mean, just as the name versatile, they were versatile. I mean, we used to say that they are really good in Miramar, but they showed us that they can do in other maps as well. Vikendi is not their strong suit, but they played really well in Vikendi. Meanwhile, coming back to this match, Carpediem, it's a team that has, you know, a bad start to this tournament. The first 3 matches were not that good, but then they stepped up. Their aggression was on a different level. They got a lot of finish points. And slowly, as the tournament progressed, they managed to get those position points as well.
Yeah.
And today, not a lot of effort is required from Carpediem, to be honest. I would say to get on the safe spot, at least get 50 plus in the first game. That means they need 9 points in this match to be absolutely safe.
To be absolutely safe, right? I mean, if they can get to 50 points completely, that will be brilliant. But we know Carpediem, right? And I have never really had your opinion on this. They are one of the most aggressive team that we have inside of this lobby. Do you really think this team will go in for the heal battles, go in for placement points to try and qualify? Or do you think they will play the natural game?
I'll surely get back to you, Salty, on that. But look at the rotations of every single one. Team Cosmic coming in. Phoenix, Goku. Oh my god, Phoenix. They're playing on a different level. Look at the aggression. Goku, he is unstoppable. He gets the 3rd one as well. Am I dreaming? Pinch me, Salty, because I can't believe my eyes. But Phoenix, they are on fire, quite literally right now.
They certainly are on fire. Team Cosmic, they're running away from this fight, and that is the maximum that they can do. Absolute lightning struck them in the middle of nowhere. Goku was so brilliant. Going to Super Saiyan mode and just displaying his class once again. The shotgun shots were so beautiful. Phoenix eSports, they certainly have confirmed that they are going to be qualifying. They have that intent, that finisher instinct in them, that they want to finish every single team that passes by.
Alright, coming back to our conversation now. I mean, that was something else. Team Cosmic, the rotations was not on point. But look at Team THW. They're taking it slow. We all know they don't need that many points. That's why they're taking it slow. They go slowly to the zone. Do or die. It's an important game for them. They need to make it big. They need at least 20 points in this one. Even Team Xpark and Autobotz, they're taking it slow. We all know the first few zones are not that dangerous for teams. If you want to stay out, you can do that. But let's see who will rotate in the zone and who will not. But now coming back to your question, Salty, you were asking me if Carpediem is going to do the heal battle. And, you know, Salty, it is what it is, right? I know you could be aggressive. I know you could be the best, but you have to do what you have to do.
Yeah. To be honest, we will talk about that, but look at this connection, right? Even another one, Goku. He was quite low in terms of HP, but this man absolutely does not stop. Thankfully, Pash had that vehicle with him. He had that car to actually try and drive away, and he managed to do so, keeping Team Cosmic and their dreams alive. But Phoenix Esports, they're looking in a different touch. I'm not sure what they had for breakfast. This team, they certainly have woken up on the right side of the bed. But talking about the other teams, Team X-Spark, right? Standing on 41 points once again, I feel like this is the position where a lot of the bigger names might actually falter. We saw Team iQOO Seoul as well kind of die down early in that last game that they played. They had 43 points on board, but they needed a lot more. They could only get themselves a couple. And I feel like this is the time when Team X-Spark truly have to calm down their nerves, and Shadow has to be giving them the direction to try and reach 50 by the end of this match itself.
And to do that, they need 13 points in this one. They have 37 right now. And to be honest, if you ask me, my honest opinion, I don't think X-Spark played at their level best yet.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. They are BGS 2024 champions 100%. For a reason. It's a team that you should be threatened about, but they are not that right now. But still, they have chance. A lot of games are remaining to today. If they reach the semis, they might have to play there as well.
Potentially. Well, a lot of their fans might suggest that initially it was because of that transfer. One of their shining stars, Ninja Jod, going to iQOO Seoul, Joker coming into this team as well. But yesterday, I believe Joker shut down all of those critics with that 1v4. He showed that even he, being standing tall, can take down an entire squad, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, if you also want to take down squads by yourself, you need an absolutely powerful smartphone, and that is going to be our official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S series, that starts at just rupees 18,999. But look at this. Again, Team Silly Esports and Team Limra in close proximities. I want to see if Ranveer is going to do some shenanigans. The Molotov does go in. Gokul, shots were taken against him, but now Team Limra, they've provided cover fire, and Ranveer will get taken down quite comfortably. Team Silly Esports, we will need to see if there's going to be any sort of retaliation against them.
Team Silly, Team Limra, to be honest, both teams have enough points in their belly. They don't need much. That's why they are fighting it out alone in the blue zone. Meanwhile, Silly, Inferno, after losing Ranveer, he is there to provide cover for his teammates. Inferno just waiting with his S12K. Meanwhile, Gokul got down. Team Limra, I think they were about to leave the location, but they managed to make a comeback here because Gokul went down. Then the nades are still coming, Salty.
The nades certainly are coming. Dragon barely surviving a sliver of HP. Look at this. Inferno with the flank was almost about to get that one man. Revival is not of the essence right now, but the nade was so good. Team Silly Esports are slowly biting the dust. Hydro and Ranveer, two very important fraggers for this team, have been taken down. And now Team Limra are starting to fall themselves as well. Mortis and Inferno, they have a huge responsibility on their shoulders. Look at this. And I don't understand what exactly Team Limra is doing right with the vehicle. They're trying to break down Team Silly Esports and their defenses, trying to shatter their confidence, but it has not really been working their way so far.
But they have the numbers game advantage, Hesperos. It's important that he don't do that. Exactly what he was not trying to do. He did that and he got knocked there. Now it's a 2v2 scenario, but Dragon, it's really important for him that he gets those frags. He takes one down. The second nade is coming in. Dragon, already our MVP contender in this tournament. He's doing well. But with the DBS and the dream to win it for his team, can he do this? That's a question now.
Unfortunately, he does not have that first aid kit, Spiro. And Mortis does have one, so he can potentially heal himself up. The level 3 helmet can protect him once again, but Dragon with the shot, it did connect, but the return fire from Mortis. 3 finishes on this lad, but needs to patch himself up extremely quick. Thankfully, this is just stage 3, so the damage from the blue is not going to be that much. Inferno can be revived back, but Silly Esports once again showing their class. They have crossed that 60-point marker. They should be comfortable, but we'll have to find out how well did Team Limra fare in that fight as well. But this is another third party that is happening. Team THW is approaching them right now.
TSW, it's important for them to get those points. They are already on 36, and if they can take out these 2 players, they can reach 38. But at this point of time, they are outside the zone. Maybe the first priority could be the zone, Salty. That's why they are not that aggressive. and approaching Team Silly. Meanwhile, the zone is getting shrunk down. NUMENxFOREVER, they have a good advantage in the zone. Team Inferno squad is in the zone. Ro has a really good spot in the zone as well. Carpediem, they have a good spot. And Carpediem, Sanhok is not that a bad of a map for them.
Yeah.
They can do well in Sanhok and they need few points. If they can get 9, they'll reach 50.
Absolutely. And so far, we've seen them being extremely consistent. So for Carpediem, that should not really be a challenge. 9 points means just a 2 squad wipe. At least that is how Pucar would actually see things. And getting 2 squad wipes, especially when you have assaulters like Fierce, Max, who are absolutely the top of their game, it should not be a trouble at all. Gamla Boy has been a little out of touch lately, I believe. But once all 4 players actually sing the songs of death together, they will be now impossible to beat. But we'll have to look at where the circle does shift, because this is the 4th one. I'm expecting a hard shift, Spiro. And this will cause troubles. Land in the game straight in the plate of Carpediem as well as NUMENxFOREVER.
Absolutely. But look at Fierce. He was going somewhere else. But as soon as the zone shrink in, he came back to the team. Carnival Gaming versus Carpediem could be a fight. But here you go. THW facing down Silly. It's not going to be easy. Silly. Inferno. He has to step up, but Team THW, they can't afford to lose players in this one. 2 of these players are trying to push in. They get Inferno down and they have to do the revive work as soon as possible. But Silly, they were not able to get any more points in this one, and THW gets the 2 that they were looking for.
Absolutely. For Team Silly Esports, I think majority of the hard work has been done. They've crossed the 60-point marker as well, so quite comfortable. But Blind Esports and Medal Esports, both these 2 teams, they are battling qualification right now. Medal Esports on 28. They know they need a banger of a performance in this one. And 4 points is not going to be enough. They need at least 20 to qualify. Sanhok will be the one game where they can actually go aggressive. And I believe if they don't do it on Sanhok, Vikendi will be a very big challenge.
I think they have to do it on Sanhok. And if you remember round number 2, it was Medal's last game as Sanhok. Then when they got the chicken dinner and they qualify for round number 3. But Carnival Gaming... oh my god, the dreams are getting shattered. Autobotz, they're out for a duck in this one. They got 0 points exactly in this one. And Carnival Gaming, look at the start. Hector, Goblin, 2-star players getting 2 frags each. Carnival Gaming off to a really good mark.
Off to a really good mark. And even the circle, right, they're right at the periphery. So this gives them an advantage where other teams are going to step in and they will have the chance to actually gatekeep. Now look at this. DOD, they are approaching Blind Esports. We also expected Medal Esports to approach Blind Esports as well. So that means Blind Esports, their position is not going to be in the best of extremities. But here comes Team Phoenix Esports and the drive-by start. A 1-for-1 trade is what we witnessed. Neo has fallen down. Hector quite low on HP as well. Goblin still trying to go in for the 2. He manages to actually find one. In fact, it was Shogun. But from the back lines, Phoenix Esports, they are everywhere. Honey has been absolutely brilliant so far, but it's all down to Shogun right now. Carnival Gaming, what just happened? Lightning struck and the Phoenixes, they are chiming. They definitely are eating them up, and as soon as possible, they're going to clean them up as well. Carnival Gaming have been shut down, but Phoenix Esports, this was a performance and a half, because 12 eliminations and crushing so many dreams. They are hitting right on the money.
Oh my god, I just can't believe my eyes there. Phoenix Esports, amazing, absolutely miraculous performance there. But Middle, meanwhile, they are fighting Blind Esports. It's going to be a tough one. Ro, they're also there. TSW, they're fighting Carpediem. It's all going. Everyone trying their level best to qualify and reach the 50 mark first in the first game itself. But Ro, to be honest, Salty, they need a lot of points.
They certainly need a lot of points. They need to find the opening against Blind Esports as of now. From the backlines, Blind Esports taking down the players of Phoenix, because at least in close range, Phoenix have been now impossible to beat. Even Carnival Gaming could not do that. They did get eliminated at 36 points, but back to the conversation once again. Blind Esports, they are being isolated and exterminated as of now. Slowly and steadily, even they are going to bite the dust at 26 points. That is where Blind Esports will get completely chewed up. And Raw officials, they've started their march. But on the other side, Team X Park vs THW. This is a fight which is extremely important for the ones who feel the velocity.
What is happening actually? I thought everyone would do heal battle. This is Sanhok, for God's sake. Stage 5 is going on. We already have a lot of teams gone out of this match. 8 teams, 26 players remaining. Meanwhile, Inferno squad, Jatin took down Paradox. Medal eSports on the back foot as well. Clearly, they're feeling the pressure, but can THW feel the spark? Now that's the question, because Team xSpark, they got the first knock in this fight.
They certainly do. I mean, in fact, 2 more knocks that have been acquired. Team THW, they're down to 50% of their full strength. Shadow is continuously lining them up with the nades and not letting them any time to breathe. THW Kyulamau was the penultimate player, and now it's all down to destiny. They've absolutely shattered their distance differences, and it seems like from the back lines, there will be a massive chunk in their armor, because NUMENxFOREVER is going to find that final pick. The final nail in the coffin is there, but for Team xSpark, what will be their next step is going to be the question, Spiro.
THW, meanwhile, they touched 40 mark, but they still need few more points in the next one. But Team xSpark, you were asking me about them. They need to do something more. They need to get more points, but Carpediem, only 2 points. This is hilarious. They had the zone advantage. Carpediem, what have you done? Inferno squad, they got the 3 in this one. They already had 45 before, and they will get the position points as well. Oh, this is not looking good for a lot of teams. I don't see a lot of comebacks apart from Phoenix and xSpark there.
Exactly right. For Team xSpark and for Team Phoenix, this has been a monumental game so far, especially for Team Phoenix, because so many finish points that they have acquired, it came out of absolute rushing in, bum rushing into their faces. But look at this Team Inferno squad. They're playing exactly what is needed out of them. They are inside the circle. At least one of their players, Goten, has a very good position. Look at this, Cheyenne. Right in front of him, Phoenix eSports. They will get spotted. Goten, he knows exactly where he needs to throw that Molotov. It will line up perfectly, but I believe none of these fights will actually matter, Spiro. It's been an amazing job so far, done by NUMENxFOREVER as well. Goten is going to find another finish for himself. Inferno squad, they are quite comfortable. 5 finishes for them on their board.
But xSpark, look at them go. They already touched the 45 mark now, and they are not stopping anymore. Team xSpark Joker, the newest addition in this team, is showing his class, but not for long. Look at that. Inferno squad, Jatin took the better of xSpark. But is 45 going to be enough for xSpark? Now that's the question. But Inferno squad, Jatin slowly, steadily moving inside the zone. The only single first hit remaining. But he doesn't have enough time to use that. Meanwhile, NUMENxFOREVER, once again, just like always, this team gets the position points in the belly. But look at Phoenix. Boy, oh boy, this team, they are on fire. I mean, 14 points as finishes? Are you kidding me?
I have no clue of where did they find the courage to actually go in this aggressive, but Phoenix eSports always on the map of Sandhawk. Something different just happens to them, and they start to feel themselves. 14 eliminations, the 3rd position exit. They're going to find themselves 19 points in total, and with that, I believe they will secure their qualification as well. But for all officials, look at this. 4 points from finishes, 5 points from, in fact, 6 points from the 2nd position as well. So 10 total points, but still, they needed a lot more, Spiro, but now the job is done. They can't really do much. It's a chicken dinner for NUMENxFOREVER, but they didn't really have to fight a lot for that. Credit has to be given to Phoenix eSports.
Absolutely, Phoenix eSports and xSpark, they were really good in this Sanok, but what happened to Medal? They had a really good spot. What happened to Carpediem? They had a really good spot in this one, and I'm just worried about them because that's not enough points in the belly for them. But to be honest, talking about other teams, xSpark played well. They crossed the 45 mark. That's a very good start for them. And the next one, they can do better. THW, for instance, did well. They touched the 40 mark. Now they need at least 8 or 9 points in the next one. And in Vikendi, we all know that they can do the heal battle as well.
Potentially they can, but then the biggest question of them all, Carnival Gaming, they did have those 4 to 5 eliminations to actually start things off with, but it seems like they're yet to touch the 40-point mark, and now they are supposed to play their last game. And this has been the biggest surprise, right? Phoenix eSports coming in from the back lines. In a matter of a second, Carnival Gaming was completely wiped off.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm just worried about Carnival Gaming. If it was not for the surprise that Phoenix bring in this one, Carnival Gaming would have done so much better. They started off really well. They had 4 finishes. But before we talk about Carnival Gaming, let's have a look at the WWCD moment where NUMENxFOREVER, a pretty easy chicken for them.
They certainly have an easy chicken, right? Not really a very hard task on their shoulders. They had the greatest of positioning. And of course, I believe this is their massive strength. They are the only team who are supposed to have the maximum number of position points in the overall standing. So they always have the better in terms of the circles, not really delving deep when it actually comes to the finishes. But Team Xpark, they did a fantastic job in terms of the finishes, making a comeback once again, doing just enough, even Inferno squad. But at least for Inferno squad, for the likes of THW, like you said, majority of the job was done. But now the problem is we'll have to discuss where are the big names. Blind eSports, even they were taken down. Medal eSports, even they were taken down. And with one more match remaining, I'm not really sure if they have enough power in their tank to actually cruise through, because only one team, let's be realistic, only one team will have that 20 bomber, potentially will walk away, something like an Orangutan storyline, right? But that means that so many other big names are going to get eliminated from round 3 itself. It does pain my heart a little bit.
Absolutely. I mean, look at Xpark, look at Phoenix. They're going to go all out in Weekendy, and it's going to be really hard for a lot of teams to make a comeback. I mean, I feel bad for Team Cosmic. I feel bad for Do or Die. But this is what it is. It is hard reality of iQOO BMPS 2024 that if you don't perform consistently, you might not make the cut. And to be honest, talking about cuts, let's have a look at the point standing as well, because I personally love the way Phoenix is played. I mean, I was not expecting this. They caught me off guard, but Team Phoenix Esports, they showed courage, they showed charisma, and they got 19 points.
They showed courage, they showed charisma, definitely, and they also showed a lot of class in those 14 finish points that they have acquired, 5 position points as well. 19 total points is what they acquired. Now, if you talk about Numen, they did back that chicken dinner, but only had 5 finish points to actually work with. 15 total points for them, but majority of their work was done. But where they stand on the overall standings, we'll find out after a while. For Inferno squad, they had 11 points. For Raw officials, they had 10 points. But the second page is where there is going to be a massive cause of concern. GLITCHxREBORN were supposed to actually play well, but they had absolute nada.
You know what, Salty, I'm worried about Carpediem at this point of time. I know they didn't need that many points, but only getting 2 points of the first game is not a good start for them, especially when you had the center of the circle in your favor. Anything is possible. Carnival Gaming, they have to do something as well. I just don't know. Even Team Blind, they have to do something crazy good if they want to reach the semi-final stage. But I am also worried about iQOO Soul now. Because if 2 more teams crosses that 45 mark, they are done as well.
They certainly are done. But talking about the match summary once again, 57 eliminations and 2 vehicle finish. This is something extremely crazy because on the map of Sandhawk, we don't usually get to see those vehicle finishes. 5 grenade finishes and then just 57 smokes used. But having said all of that, with 1 map left to go inside of round 3, Spiro, the storyline is basically set. One team, of course, will walk away with a 20-point chicken dinner is what I'm expecting, but only one team can do that, and anyone who does that can potentially qualify. Be it Blind, be it Medal, be it Carnival, even, I believe, even Team Cosmic might actually have a chance.
I don't know, man. I am not that positive like you, Salty. I just don't know if they can do that or not. I am not even sure if a team is going to get the 20 bomber in this one. That is also going to be a difficult choice for a lot of teams, because now I feel the top teams are going to go super boom, super aggressive. And anything is possible in this weekend day. Who will qualify? Who will not? We will decide in the last match. And I bet you, if you are a BGMI fan, you don't want to miss this match. And you know what? Just take your snacks, we'll take a short break, but we'll be back with the last one.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move around with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट। किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch. I'm not doing this. 300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर। अबे बंद करो बे, आंख में छुप रहा है। कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
To keep their Indian dream alive in their path to glory, 16 teams are going to play that one last game, that one map of Vikendi. And of course, whoever wins it all, I'm expecting with the 20 bomber fixes, can potentially walk into the semi-finals in style. But they need to pull off something which Team Orangutan did, need to pull off something which Team Versatile did. How excited are you for this last game, and who do you think can actually be the team who can make it?
I already have chills down my spine. I'm not even going to sugarcoat that, because considering towards that entire storyline that we've been following, so many of those huge upsets already. You know, after this particular game, Global Esports, it's confirmed they have taken an exit from the iQOO BMPS, and now the swivel is literally on the heads of the teams like iQOO Seoul. Are they going to make it, or are they going to crash?
We'll have to find that out, but honestly speaking, everyone has their fingers crossed, because they know, as a matter of fact, the cutoff is still not set, but we're inching closer to that 44-45 point mark, and we know there are so many teams there that barely by a difference of 1 point, there will be multiple teams who will take an exit. Take an example for Team Carpediem, right? They had such a wonderful position in that last game. They started their day with 41 points, needed 9 points to go towards 50 points, but did not do that. But ladies and gentlemen, if you also want to start your esports career and do not want to falter in that journey as well, you need to consider yourself getting a very powerful device, and that is the official smartphone partner for iQOO BMPS 2024, the iQOO Z9 S series, that starts from just rupees 18,999. Fixes use it, he vouches for it, I use it, I vouch for it as well, and I am absolutely sure you guys are gonna love it. But coming back to the discussion once again, Phoenix Esports blowing things out of the park, potentially breaking Carnival's dream as well. What do you have to say about that?
Phoenix Esports, I was again taken aback, and we're always witnessing these comeback stories. It began from in fact, the games for today. Game number 1, we saw teams making a comeback, and then you follow it up. Then you had OG, that beautiful storyline that they scripted, and then we had the likes of Team Crore almost getting oh so close, and then WindGod, question mark still on them. And now with them performing like this, I think anything is possible at this point. Phoenix Esports, I feel like they've already sailed through.
They potentially have sailed through, but I believe we'll get a better idea if we have the overall standings in front of us right now. Have a look at that. Phoenix Esports on the 13th position. They've crossed their 50-point marker, and with one map left to go, I don't believe that there is going to be any change. The top 16 mostly are going to be safe and sound. You've got Team NUMENxFOREVER, who still have that one more game remaining. Potentially can take down the likes of TWOB as well. And look at their position points, 42 position point. This team has defied the meta.
Of course, 3 chicken dinners already in their bag. What is there to worry about? But this is where the tension in the room is at the highest peak. You look at iQOO Seoul, they're sitting at 23 points, and it is going to keep on descending right now, because 44, I do not know if it's going to be enough. Team Crore, they're sitting at 43. Their games are also over. But chances for Carpediem, THW, even for the likes of CG to somehow topple them over. I think 2 more teams, if they go past them, then for iQOO Seoul, let's not forget, they are the defending champions of the BMPS 23. It would be the biggest upset so far.
It will be the biggest upset. Everyone expected this team to at least qualify to the semi-finals, potentially make their way to Kochi as well. But as we flip pages, do we have any contenders? We do have Medal Esports on that 37th spot. Potentially, if they do bag a 20 bomber fixes, even they can make it. Even 15-pointer of a game for Medal Esports can also make their way in. But it's going to be so important, considering they have not really found form throughout this round 3 so far. But we did get 3 contenders who can make themselves inside the top 24, right? We have Carpediem, we have THW, and we have Carnival Gaming. All 3 need at least more than 10 points. And looking at their run so far, it seems like only THW will be the best team to actually make it inside. Carnival and Carpediem, there has been multiple hips and tides in their run.
When you talk about these 3 teams in particular, I'm pretty sure they're going to be opting for that heel battle. But then again, if you bring in teams like Blind, if you bring in teams like Raw Officials and Medal into the mix, I think chances are still there if they get a chicken dinner, if they go big. Because if Orangutan, from just 26 points, they could qualify, then I still fancy the chances of Team Blind and Raw Officials. They're sitting at around 28. So if they get a 10-pointer chicken dinner, you never know, Salty.
They potentially can make it. Team Xpark, with their performance in the last game, they have almost seen through 47 points. If they bag like 3 more, they will almost solidify. Hopes and dreams will be crushed for the likes of, I believe, Team Cosmic and Autobotz because of their early exit in the last one. Even GLITCHxREBORN honestly could not really do much if you consider Raw Officials, Medal eSports. Yes, you did mention for Raw Officials, I believe the task is going to be way too much. But for Medal eSports, the dream is still there. But that Orangutan flair, which we always talk about, Team Orangutan, they can actually push through. They do have the caliber to actually get so many eliminations. For Medal eSports, I'm looking at one player that is going to be top dog. If he sails through, if he can prevail in this map of Vikendi, then Medal eSports might have a chance. Otherwise, I still feel it's going to be a little tough.
See, that is the problem exactly with Medal eSports, because their spearhead hasn't really been working around. In fact, quite blunt, to be honest, not really that sharpened enough. Because when you talk about the ones that are actually hitting, has to be Paradox. I think time and again we've seen every single time Medal eSports are almost on the verge of getting eliminated, he somehow sails through. And even if you talk about Medal eSports' performance yesterday, they got oh so close to a chicken dinner. They just missed it by an inch. So hoping that does not happen today, because from where Medal eSports are at this point, they need one. They need a chicken dinner. Otherwise, get around 15 plus finishes, and who knows, they also might see tomorrow.
Honestly, I'm imagining the pressure on Hector and his shoulders right now, because this is something which none of their fans and none of their athletes would have thought, that Carnival Gaming, straight from crossing 150 points inside of round 1, will be in this stage, right, where they will be forced to make or get 10 points in order to qualify. This is insane stuff. A lot of pressure on their shoulders. But ladies and gentlemen, all of this pressure will be revealed as soon as we dive into Vikendi right about now.
Ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts, because this is going to be one turbulent ride. One match that decides the fate and destiny of all these teams. Dreams and hopes, everything coming out on over here, because it might just get shattered. Or maybe, if you fight your demons, you are going to see tomorrow's sunrise inside of the iQOO BMPS, the final match of round number 3, and this could not be exciting than ever.
Absolutely. I mean, I did not imagine that round 3 would be so exciting so far, but this has given us the toughest competition. And having said that, it seems like majority of these teams, they're going to feel the brunt of that competition once again. Talk about GLITCHxREBORN, a team that has such lovely history inside of the official tournaments, making it to the finals time in and time out. They are struggling. Blind eSports, a team that fared so well in the last BMPS, they are struggling as well. Medal eSports is struggling. Carnival Gaming is struggling. But we'll find out who prevails in that struggle as well. A lot of the eyes will also be on Carpediem right now. They barely need a couple of points to push through, but that has been their case. That has been their problem. Carpediem, they know how to bag 30 bombers, but they barely know how to bag 1 or 2 points in one game.
Look at this predicament. Team Xpark, Inferno Squad, and Blind eSports all in the same drop location. This is going to be exciting around Pudvosto. As now Team Xpark, just in the middle of things, they really need to maybe calm their horses down. But because for Team Xpark, they might have cruised through. Maybe getting a couple of points here and there, I think should be enough to ensure their qualification. Sitting at 47 points, 3 more finishes, and they might get passed through. But for Team Blind, we have to talk about them. They need to win both these fights. They need to get the chicken dinner in order to qualify for the semis.
Fixes, this can actually be a blessing in disguise. If they actually win the 2 fights, I believe Blind Esports, they'll have the start. And Blind Esports being ever so aggressive, they can potentially win the fights as well. Owen from Team Inferno squad has been completely isolated. But it seems like Team Blind Esports, they do not have that information so far as of yet. They might also be shadowed by the footsteps coming in from Team X-Park as well. Sarang in the backlines, but finally Blind Esports make that plunge. The leap of faith is there. Owen still be waiting with his DBS equipped. But as of now, not a lot of these players are making it through. Yatin, who was not really in the best of positions, will be picked off by Team X-Park, and even Owen will get shut down. Inferno squad are being tag-teamed, but at least the first finish for Blind Esports is there.
Blind Esports, one finish strong already, and Team X-Park, they will be the ones getting that first finish for themselves. Now sitting at around 48 points, but for Inferno squad, do we really have to worry about them already past 55 marker? Not really a concern, but Team Blind Esports moving in tandem with each other as they find Sarang and make him a spray, just devouring him. For Team X-Park, a couple of more points and things might look easy, but look at this. Quick trades happening once again. Shadow and PMW IGL go down, and suddenly Spray God also falls courtesy to Gotten.
I love the way Blind Esports, they're charging towards the compound, right? They know, as a matter of fact, these finishes are there to be claimed. And Blind Esports, all of a sudden, they've fought 5 elimination points, and this can be the start of a comeback. But we'll have to find out. They'll also have to calm down their nerves. Cannot let their teammates to actually overheat and get exterminated. Still need to find that isolated player from Inferno squad. Still needs to eliminate the likes of Team X-Park and Inferno squad as of now. But what a start it has been for Blind Esports. The opportunity came in front of their hands and they grabbed it perfectly.
I think you hit the right chord, Salty, because for Blind Esports, they cannot overheat. At this very situation, cannot even afford a single casualty. But for Team X-Park, they're ensuring they're doing their due diligence. Right now, sitting at around 47, 48 points. 48 being the exact number, and Joker backing off means that he is looking for a couple of finishes. He's looking for the players of Team Blind to make one wrong move, and he wants to punish them. He wants to devour them. And if he gets 2 more finishes out of this, I think any doubts over X-Park's qualification, I think that will not linger anymore.
Talking about doubts on X-Park's qualification, there were doubts on Joker as well, Fixes. But this man, the last time he was there in a 1v4 situation, he silenced his critics and silenced all those doubts in style. This time around though, Team Blind Esports are going to turn back and move towards Goten, the last remaining survivor from Team Inferno squad. And I believe it's going to be extremely important for Blind as well to keep things extremely clean. They cannot let few of their players go down. Look at this, Goten almost about to get this knock for himself, but he will get shut down. Blind Esports doing a phenomenal job. 6 eliminations to start things off. But look at this, Joker does find the knock. Needs to keep their 4 players alive. That will be Team Blind's first priority.
Now Joker, he really needs to readjust himself, because Team Blind Esports, they're going to slow the pace down. They know 2 of their players have fallen down on their knees and quickly need to give the revives over there. And once it's done, maybe they can see things through. So far, Blind Esports have been quite exceptional in this particular fight. But now Joker is all that remains in their path if they want to conquer Port Vosto. But still, that will not really help them in making their case. They need a good one. They need a big chicken dinner. But for now, NUMENxFOREVER against Phoenix Esports. Both these teams have almost qualified. Nothing really worrying.
This is more like an exhibition fight. Let's just watch it. Let's just enjoy it. So far, Phoenix Esports with their nades itself trying to do early damage, but NUMENxFOREVER, for the first time, it seems like they're trying to experiment with an aggressive style of things. Trades being exchanged, Mafia going in for the flank, instantly being shut down by Goku. Goku has been an absolute madman so far in today's day, and Phoenix Esports, they're not stopping. Numen have been cut down to 50% of their strength, but can Ash and Omega reply back in kind, Fixes?
It's going to be interesting. Both these sides, we've seen some players being taken down already. For NUMENxFOREVER, they want to group up. And now Goku getting taken down. This absolutely flips the table, especially in the favor of the players of NUMENxFOREVER. They've given the revives. And now Snowjot administering that painkiller down to their final 2. Phoenix Esports have been exceptional in that game of Sandhawk. For now, Ninju is going to cook up that grenade and Does it reach its mark? The answer is going to be no, as Snowjord elsewhere finds a knock on Ash.
That nade almost ricocheted off of that fence. I almost thought the Shine is going to get taken down. Finally, he does. Ninju. He ensures that NUMENxFOREVER have a smooth sailing in this fight. Snowjord in a 1v2 is going to get cleaned up. NUMENxFOREVER did not take a single casualty in this fight. Ash is the one who's been knocked out, but he will get revived once again. Such a clean fight and an even trade. Everyone coming up with their one finish of their own team. Phoenix, they're going to bow out, but they've done the job already. Even Inferno squad, as a matter of fact, look at that. 56 and 53 points respectively. I mean, for NUMENxFOREVER, they themselves are quite comfortable, but there will be a lot of eye lines on Blind Esports. 32 points is where they stand, Fixes.
You know what, Salty? Such a huge sigh of relief, especially for Ash, who's been quite unlucky. Some might say he's been cursed, especially whilst he was playing under the OG banner. Could not really succeed. And this time, under a new banner, NUMENxFOREVER, they have been the most consistent team, having the highest amount of chicken dinner. I think have found that perfect balance in terms of getting that experience and that firepower into the roster. And feels like that is the secret source of success, especially when you talk about this particular team and how their journey has been. If you remember those initial rounds of iQOO BMPS, they were trying to experiment things. They also had Ash and Owace playing together. And that is where we could see them crumble down. And then they suddenly make that replacement, get Ninju back into the playing four, and you could see the results right in front of your eyes.
Absolutely right. I mean, Ninju has been such a firing line for NUMENxFOREVER. But on the other side, have a look at this team GLITCHX. They have suffered a little bit. And it seems like in this fight against Raw Official, GLITCHX, they have been struck in the middle of nowhere. They did not really find themselves a lot of cover. Wicked is still down on his knees, but the revival will be possible, and Raw Official, even they will not have any compulsion to push forward. The cover fire is there as well, so GLITCHxREBORN are going to find themselves back on their 4 players without any trouble whatsoever. I would love GLITCHxREBORN to show some grit and determination, take this fight against Raw Officials and completely charge in. Do they have that confidence? Do they back themselves? That will be a very big question, but I hope Team GLITCHxREBORN, they do that.
For GLITCHxREBORN, the stars are really not aligning. Because for them, look at them sitting at just 19 points. However, the Indian dream for Raw Officials is still on. Takes you back to round number 2, that game of Miramar, where Anuj 2OP and his heroics cruised Raw Officials through into round 3. And now they're at the precipice of achieving greatness once again. One good chicken dinner, one big chicken dinner. And who knows, Raw Officials might just have them inside of the semi-finals.
That is a big ask, honestly, but that certainly is going to be possible. Talk about Carnival Gaming as of now. Even they need a mammoth performance. 10 points at least required from this team. And I'm not really sure, again, the change in tactic, the change in pace of the game. A lot of the pundits have touted that to be the reason for their downfall. Well, only Hector will know the right answer to it. If their aggressive game was not going ahead in style, or is their defensive game going to be their prime focus? But as of now, I believe the iQOO MVP from the last game will be our prime focus as well. Cheyenne with 5 finishes, shining bright. 697 points of damage. This man did phenomenally well, especially Phoenix Esports. They seem to be on a different run, a different Phoenix Esports altogether. And this is the mentality I want these underdogs to actually have, right, when they play official tournaments like these. The never give up, the never die attitude.
Look at this. Out of the top 5 players, 3 belong from Phoenix Esports. And talk about qualifying by the virtue of just one game. That explosive performance in Sanhok was quite impeccable. And now we've got Blind Esports. Now this is going to be an interesting battle. And Blind Esports, I feel like they have to take it, because NUMENxFOREVER, they've got nothing to lose. But for Blind Esports, it's a lot on the line. It's a lot at stake. Because in the previous BGIS, they were playing under the banner of Galaxy Esports. A little bit of complacency cost them their berth inside of the grand finals. Surely they understand the gravity of the situation, as Ash takes a couple of shots, but eventually not much harm done.
This fight is not really half as important as it is for Blind Esports. For Numen, they don't really care. The first knock is there. Ash in the flank has been taken down. Blind Esports, They're looking to capitalize, but the rest of the players from Numen Gaming, I believe they will have an idea of falling back. For a team like Blind, do you engage? You know you've found a knock in an open terrain, and that is exactly what I believe Nova is doing. They try to close on up a little bit, but it seems like Blind eSports taking this fight will be too much of a risky task once again, because with Vikendi and with open terrains like this fixes, there's always that potential chance of third parties coming around, and THW being right next to this fight location, I believe it's a good decision for Blind to actually not make that push.
Yeah, of course, especially when you do not have multiple knocks. I do not really recommend going in for the push, and to make matters worse, you've got THW already from that higher altitude, somehow keeping a close eye on the players of Blind eSports, because THW, they're also on the cusps of maybe qualifying or falling short. That is going to be the big ask, especially from this team as well. Remember the semis of the BGIs when they were really on the verge of qualifying, but NUMENxFOREVER seems like they've had enough. Now they want to breach in through Blind eSports.
This is a different NUMENxFOREVER, honestly, that we are witnessing so far. Team THW, they've fallen back from that cliff, which means Blind have the liberty to take this fight with freedom, and they do so. The first man goes down, Omega. Wonderfully done with the grenade itself. Nova wants to land up another one, though. Needs to find at least one more knock before the rest of the players can flood in. And so far, it seems like they haven't really been successful in doing that. Nova finally making that influx. There is a revival that is happening. The floor will be turned to lava for a second. There is no knocks happening. In fact, Osho will get taken down. But from the backlines, it seems like THW, they're causing problems. Blind eSports, they utilize this window and completely flush in. 9 eliminations. NUMENxFOREVER have been wiped off. But they need to revive their players extremely quick, because THW, they're still lurking around fixes.
For THW, this is going to be a big decision that they have to make, because right now, Blind eSports, all 4 players back on their knees. Osho, the only one taken down. And for Blind eSports, it is a dream come true. Almost 9 finishes secured. But what on earth are GLITCHxREBORN up to? They've got the players of Carnival Gaming right in front of them. Maybe they're just waiting for them to come out of their hiding. The big question is, are Carnival Gaming aware of this little intervention by GLITCHxREBORN?
This seems like a child's play from the distance. GLITCHxREBORN just waiting right behind the rock. 3 players in close proximity. And Carnival Gaming have no idea so far. Now, Carnival Gaming also needed 10 points from this game. So far, they haven't really been successful. But Blind, they have been scintillating. And the best part about it is the fact that they still have their 4 players up and alive. The coordination that we got to see from them, the amount of teamwork and synergy that we got to see from them was absolutely brilliant. They still need to push forward, still need to push for more, need those 10 placement points, need to survive till the very end. Otherwise, all these efforts, fixes will go in vain.
Another concentric shift is something that we get to witness, and really not surprised considering it's the game of Vikendi. Still somewhere around those western side of Castle. We've seen these circles in the past, but Team Limra, they've got not much to worry about. But for Team Cosmic, it is going to be that one last dance, the last hurrah for these amazing players who've always written that comeback script. But this time, they were a little too late. But look at this. Joker, he's got a shenanigan elsewhere as well. Finds one player of Team Metal, instantly snipes him, and has that extra finish point to work around with. So for Team X-Park, now I believe they're sitting at around 49 points. Very close to qualifying into the semis.
Extremely close. I mean, if Joker does give them the required placement points, I believe you will be able to successfully do that. But talking about you getting placement points or finish points in your scrim games as well, ladies and gentlemen, you can consider our official smartphone partner, that is the iQOO Z9S series. Starts at just rupees 18,999. Extremely pocket friendly, but also packs a lot of punch when it comes to performance. But coming back to performance once again so far, Carpediem, they're also supposed to be making their run, also supposed to be getting their finish points as well. They need those couple of finish points to try and solidify their qualification. But this replay, once again, look at that. THW did manage to kind of stall this fight, and I believe they kind of spoiled it a little bit from the backlines, but Blind, they did a fantastic job so far. The initial nades connecting, Nova up front as well, and his teammates Osho doing also a very good job. Team Blind have looked nigh perfect so far in this match.
For sure, there's no second thoughts about it, Salty, because when you talk about the pressure, that's really starting to creep up, and Blind to already be at 9 finishes in those first initial circles. That is quite something that they have achieved for themselves. But look at this. All the teams that are in contention of qualification, Raw Officials, Carpediem, Blind eSports, they've got such a nice footing. Every single team hunkered down to that one spot. Then you've got THW taking over those hills around that Villa area. So it all comes down to where the circle shifts next. Who gets the majority of the area coverage once that hard shift happens? And then we can maybe make our speculations as to who makes it. But whatever the case is with all these teams staging their comeback, I think the dreams for all the iQOO Soul fans to see them lift the trophy once again might shatter tonight.
They're right at the edge, right? 44 points. We saw in the overall standings as well. Right on the cusps of elimination as well. But talk about right on the cusps of elimination. You've got Team Metal eSports. They're standing at 31 points currently. And they also needed an extremely big performance, a gigabanger of a performance. And we did not get to see that from them, at least as of now. They've lost a player already. And I believe they're still outside the circle. But GLITCHxREBORN, they certainly are doing their own shenanigans. They've got a 3-1 split going on, if we call it a split. 3 players behind a rock, 1 player on a cliff. Certainly not giving them the best of positioning, but at least they're holding their ground for now.
I'm telling you, they are men on a mission at this point. They know for sure that no matter what they do, they're not going to qualify. But what they can really do is throw a spanner to the works of the players of Carnival Gaming.
They can.
If they somehow take them down the moment the hard shift occurs and the circle goes away from Carnival Gaming, there's kind of a setup. You could see the clear intent, and it is not biased, right? At the moment Carnival Gaming get out, they are going to be struck down, and I hope they're prepared for that. But if you want to cruise through the city, if you want to have a good ride, do check out our official mobility partner, the Hero Xtreme 160R. Has some banging features that you would love and enjoy.
Absolutely. But coming back to the conversation fixes once again, if I am Carnival Gaming, right, and if I'm in a situation like this, the first priority would be to try and get as much information as I possibly can. I know there will be multiple teams trying to mark my location, and Carnival Gaming, they've done that. Team Cosmic is on the receiving lines right now. Crimson has been completely taken down. Goblin finds his first finish. The hero of the Pro Series, the golden boy of the Pro Series so far. He opened things up for the team, but for Team Carnival Gaming, it's a very long journey, at least for now. And I believe they can actually traverse that by trying and staying put. They don't need to do something extremely flashy. They need those 7 more points, and I believe they should be done for.
I think we need to rewrite our script, because when iQOO BMPS did begin, we were of the assumption that Goblin is back. Round 1 and round 2 was stellar for Carnival Gaming. Everybody was playing so well, and suddenly their qualification is also on the line. Imagine that iQOO MVP, this narrative that we're trying to build up, and if Carnival Gaming do not qualify, his journey ends right here, right now. So then again, you know, big question marks will be raised on what really went wrong for Carnival Gaming. As of now, moment of truth, the circle has shifted away. It has gone slightly towards that eastern side, and THW, I'm pretty sure they will have a glee smile on their face. Same goes for Carpediem, who just need barely 3 or 4 points to qualify. I hope all these teams are carrying enough first aids to engage in that healing battle.
The only point fixes with Carpediem is the fact that I'm not really sure if they like circles being on top of them. This team enjoys being put in dire situations, right? When they have the circle on top of them, when the fight comes to them, I believe that is exactly the point where Carpediem looks to break themselves. But talking about the last game as well, they had the circle on top of them, could not really do much. And now I believe the pressure is going to be on their shoulders. Still, this team being quite close to qualification do not really have a lot to worry about. But those minute margins is what actually pains the most. But coming back to Blind eSports once again, the circle did push them out of the play zone, but it seems like they will find their way in. Even Joker, the isolated player from X-Park, will also have a nice little entry quite quietly.
I think for Joker, really not a lot to worry about. What is more worrying that he could also spoil the games of the others. I think the biggest one would be Carpediem. And like you said, I completely agree with you. Carpediem, before the day began, they were sitting with just 7 position points to themselves. And it was by the virtue of all those finishes that they had accumulated in the past that really have put them at such a spot where they can start to dream to qualify. At least for Carpediem, couple more finishes and they might also look quite dandy. But for Team Limra, what a comeback and a half has it been from these lads, especially after that huge debacle in round number 1. I think they have gotten back to their senses.
Talking about Team Autobotz right now, they're certainly not in comfortable shoes. Team Raw officials from the back lines completely unleashing themselves. It's also Team Blind eSports as well, trying to double up. Orlo has been spotted out. He did land up that smoke, but as of now, it seems like Team Blind eSports, they've spotted another weakling and they will try and get those finishes up for themselves. Now, Raw officials from the distance can potentially be a third party, and I believe Blind eSports will have to be wary of that. But from the backlines, it's Team Limra joining the party as well.
This is going to be lovely stuff, especially for Team Limra. And look at the players, they're starting to fall down like flies as now Blind eSports, 11 finish points already on the board. As Autobotz, they will also bite the dust, and it is going to be Team Limra that do the executing over there. As now Blind, still all their players alive, 11, and now the number keeps on increasing. Team Cosmic, they lose out in Pash, and this is looking oh so bad for Team Cosmic at this point.
Team Cosmic, they're about to bite the dust, but Team Blind eSports is simply not stopping. 12 eliminations on their bag already, but this team still needs to preserve their players, and they're doing a wonderful job in doing so. In the back lines, they still have Gokul. They also have the likes of Carpediem, but at least their threat has been neutralized for a while right now. But look at the airstrike coming in. GLITCHxREBORN has been spotted. The nades are going to land, and this one is going to find 2 Goblin once again, just showing things in style. And I believe this is going to confirm majority of it. GLITCHxREBORN and their shenanigans have been put to a halt.
This is an absolute hemorrhage for GLITCHxREBORN. They did not see this coming from miles afar. Carnival Gaming were well aware of their position, and now this is going to be such a gutting blow. Now for Carnival Gaming, the option and the objectives right now at this point are that they have to head in, take a fight against Raw officials.
Oh,
but
no!
oh my god, what just happened? Anuj 2OP takes them down, and Carnival Gaming seems like they will not be seeing the light of the semis.
Talking about light of the semis, Team Blind eSports, they've kept themselves alive for a while right now, but THW come knocking at the doors. One of their players was taken down, but still, the rest of the other 3, they're still quite safe. And the amount of time that Team THW have provided, it seems like they will be back at their full force. On the other side, Team Metal eSports, they have their own difficulties to live with. They are taking their fight against Team Do or Die. Sahil needs to take this fight extremely successful over there. Do or Die have been wiped off, but they've also lost down on Encore. But I still want to get back to that fight where Team Blind, they're duking it out against THW. And I believe Metal can also potentially third party that fight, right, Fixes?
Look at this. Blind already sitting at 40 points, and now the final 8 remain. Carnival Gaming taking an exit, but hold on. GLITCHxREBORN, their final player, he has also been put down to the ground. The final nail in the coffin. Their dance is over. Silly eSports wiped them out for good. But Carpediem, this is an important one against the likes of Team Metal, as they're also fighting back. And Carpediem, they're also starting to lose out on numbers.
Absolutely. Just one player who is still surviving. But at least for Carpediem, they've crossed on that 45-point mark. All they need right now is to try and get those placement points, to try and preserve their positioning for as much as they possibly can. They are in top 7 already. They just need to push forward towards that top 4. But this fight is going to be the fight of the game, Fixes, because if Team Blind manage to wipe off another team, this will be historic. This will be a comeback to actually remember forever. And of course, always have to remember that this was the team that actually made history. We'll have to find out if they can actually make it once again. The circle kind of betraying them. Metal eSports, they have the right side of their positioning, but I'm not really sure if the 2 players, they can bag enough position points.
It's all about timing now, Salty. Blind eSports, THW, the circle, like you said, has betrayed them. But this is a monumental fight. This could be the fight of this tournament, especially with the kind of a run that Team Blind eSports have been having so far, especially with the sheer resilience they have showcased so far. It would be a shame if we do not get to see them inside of the semis, as elsewhere, Raw officials still keeping their dreams alive. And now this is a fight against Silly, quite a decisive one.
Absolutely. Superman from up top. literally to his name, landing those explosive blows, but so far has not been able to hit Inferno. Another one of those nades do manage to sail in, but it's not going to find any contact. Daljit has been left on his knees all by himself, and from the backlines there is pressure coming in from Gokul, and there you find it. Inferno with one nade is going to find Superman. It's just one player from Team Raw Officials who is still alive. It seems like both Silly Esports as well as Team Limra, they want to collectively end their hopes and dreams. But what am I seeing? It's a systematic destruction coming in from Blind Esports. They're leading the charts. Osho from the front line is dismantling and absolutely packing THW back into the lobby once again. One player is still surviving. 15 eliminations on board already, and it seems like the rest of the 3 players, they will look to finish this once again pretty quickly.
Destiny, the final player surviving for THW, and seems like it all rests on his shoulders at this point. Blind Esports, they're brimming with confidence. They knew what needs to be done over here, and there you go. This is it. Blind Esports, 17 finishes already secured. 47 points is what they have collected, and surely they might pull through.
Potentially they might pull through, but we'll have to look through the very end. We'll have to find what happens till the very end. Can this team make it till the end, or will Metal Esports also march in along with the likes of Blind Esports is going to be the question. The needs quite close, DP. Quite low on his HP. Silly Esports just waiting in the back lines, but Metal making them so present, making them so visible. I believe this can actually be dangerous. DP has been taken down from the back line. Silly can also provide a lot of cover fire, but they're just holding their ground as of now, Fixes. Metal Esports, 6 eliminations on board. They need to get this chicken dinner to potentially push through.
Is it going to be enough for Metal Esports? The finish numbers not too high, but still, this fight against Blind could be quite decisive for their destiny, for their career, as Blind Esports have literally crafted history and magic tonight. The way they've played, but Gumler Boy finally out of his all meds, and now it is going to be that final war cry before he takes his final breath. And there you have it, Carpediem out at the 4th position. Is it going to suffice? That is the big question. But for now, Silly Esports still into the mix, still have 2 players alive, and now they've got 5 finishes to work around with.
5 finishes for Silly Esports is just about adding the cherry on top of the cake. They want to get the eliminations, but will Team Metal Esports let them get the eliminations is the question, because Metal need them desperately right now. Saurabh has been taking down Team Blind Esports, certainly trying to hold on to their ground at the moment. They're not sure if they have qualified. They still want to push forward, but Silly has been providing so much pressure from their flanks. They've identified their weaknesses, and now it seems like they're exploiting them. Blind Esports, just one player is still standing, and he's been completely destroyed. Metal Esports, in fact, Paradox finds those finishes, and now it's a 2-on-2. Blind en route towards marching towards the semi-finals, Fixes.
And suddenly Metal Esports have started dreaming. Seems like they've spotted out Mortis, but there you have it. Hydro with that cover fire reveals his position. Metal Esports, it's a 2-on-2 situations against Silly, and both these teams are inside the circle. It is all about who loses their patience, who loses their calm, who threads the needle, who gets that first knock, because Mortis, his position compromised. Top Dog gives them that delivery, but can they land the final blow?
It had to be Top Dog, right? Metal Esports, they are inching closer to that chicken dinner. Extremely coveted, but they need that one finish, and this man Hydro has been that silly fragger, had been that one sly little man who has always crushed hopes of majority of the Top Dog so far. Paradox on 4 eliminations, Top Dog on 2. They do not know exactly where Hydro is going to come and strike, and to his disadvantage, his helmet is also quite low, so one headshot, if that connects, I believe for Metal Esports the job will be done. Fixes, they will be cruising through. But once again, the game, just like you said, it's not just about patience, it's also about information. Who does their reconnaissance mission right, and who actually brings home in style that chicken dinner will be the biggest question. 70% for Metal Esports, 27 for Silly. What do you think, Fixes? What does your heart say?
Anything can happen at this point. Even the greatest have made mistakes, even the greatest have crumbled under such situations. But for Metal Esports, surely, having come so close, they cannot bow out of this tournament so far. This one finish might earn them their qualification inside the semis, and now this is where the clock has struck 12 and Hydro just gives his life to the play zone, and this is where Metal Esports script one of the biggest comebacks in the history of iQOO BMPS, getting the chicken dinner with 9 finishes. The big ask salty over here is that is it going to be enough? 19 points out of this game, and seems like they might have just made the cut.
Hopefully,
Hopefully.
it seems like they actually might just have made the cut, and not just them. If this was the biggest comeback, it will be overshadowed by the performance from Blind Esports. You've got to give it to the boys with how they've played, how they've tackled multiple teams at once, because they started off from a trifecta. They started off in a fight between Inferno squad and Team X-Spark, and from that point on, they took multiple fights against multiple teams, did not lose a single player in the process, but bagged all those finishes. Where do we find it? It is possibly cinema that we just witnessed in this game of Vikendi.
It's absolute cinema. No second thoughts about it, because when you look at this, Blind, last we saw they had almost crossed over 47.
Yeah.
And we have to add on those position points. I think they might cross 50. Then you have Carpediem also into the mix. They made it inside the top 4. They had that one finish out of, in fact, 2 finishes from Medal Esports. But we'll talk a little bit more about that after this winner chicken dinner moment. Because for Team Limra, they had literally nothing to lose. They were literally just eyeing out, hunting down players, and towards the end, Medal Esports, this is where their calmness, their composure, they were quite poised towards the very end. I think the biggest hurdle for them was to deal against the player of Blind, but considering the fact that Silly also medaled inside that fight, that made things a lot easier for Medal.
Honestly, credit has to be given to Silly Esports as well, right? Because they had no intention, or they had no benefit taking this fight, but they took down Blind Esports so wonderfully, gave the opportunity to Medal Esports to actually back that chicken dinner. And I believe that Medal Esports are so strikingly close to that cutoff point that a difference between a second position and a chicken dinner could have actually been the hell and heaven difference for them, in order for them, whether they're qualifying or whether they're not. So maybe if they were not backing the chicken dinner, backing that second position, Medal Esports wouldn't have gone through. And even now, I'm not really sure if they've gone through as well.
See, look at this. Out of this group, Phoenix Esports, they staged a comeback. THW, I am starting to doubt if they might have made the cut, because for Carnival Gaming, after that beautiful fight against GLITCHxREBORN, suddenly making that mad dash at Raw officials, what were they even thinking? I think we can also say that Carnival Gaming, maybe their dreams are over. Same goes with Raw officials, because only a chicken dinner could have really resurrected them, and that did not happen. I think let's make things a little bit more clear with the point standings coming in front of right now, because after this, I think we'll have that little bit of a better idea as to what happens next. 22 points for Blind Esports. That had to be one of the best comebacks that we have witnessed ever.
Absolutely. I mean, look at that, 17 finish points. And they needed that. They desperately needed that. And when you can actually do it when the time matters, there is no better success. For Team Medal Esports as well, a lot of questions were asked, but finally they performed when it actually matters. 19 points from them. Silly Esports, again, this team has been on an amazing run, and I wouldn't be surprised if they actually make it to Kochi. But once again, look at this, the second page. This is where problem strikes. For Team Cosmic and Absolute Nada, you have got Autobotz as well with just 1, do or die with just 1. GLITCHxREBORN as well with 2 points, not doing enough. We move on to the match summary fixes, and no real surprises over here. It was just utter chaos, not really a lot of healings, not really a lot of smokes. It was pure finishes and pure explosions.
All of it had to do with how the circle really formed out, Salty. It was kind of quite concentric. Mostly a lot of these teams did not have to move much, and we did not see the circle taking so many of those hardships. At least for the ones in contention, they were really at the smack center. I think it was just Gamla Boy who decided to go for a heal battle, and I'll be surprised. No is going to be the answer, right? But now, looking at all those contenders, Carpediem is there. Team X-Spark into the mix. Now Blind Esports, that was scary. That was epic for what they really pulled off. Medal Esports getting a chicken dinner at such a crucial phase. They might see themselves through. But then, with all these teams making a comeback, that leaves us with one question. iQOO Seoul. Seems like we will have a new champion crowned this time in the iQOO BMPS.
Hold on to your horses, Fixes. Let us watch the overall standings before we actually make this statement, right? Because this is a very big one, right? The defending champions bowing out. There will be a lot of talk. There will be a lot of headlines as well. And not just them, even Carnival Gaming, as a matter of fact. Why have we been highlighting Carnival Gaming? Because they were the ones who were the table toppers inside of round 1, right? We saw Goblin, who is touted to be Pro Series' golden boy. This man also was in top form, and then all of a sudden everything came to a standstill. And before this game, we had 3 teams we were looking at. We were looking at Carpediem, we were looking at THW, we were looking at Carnival Gaming. We said that these 3 might have the closest opportunity. We will have the overall standings on our screen. Let's just find out if they've actually done it. The top 16 will be on our screens first, and of course these are going to be the first set of semi-finalists. Team Xbox, they've made it. Medal eSports, they've made it on the 15th position. What a climb that was.
Let's not even forget that we have Phoenix eSports over there, 53 points. So Team Xbox, they have cruised through. But now, this page, we all know most of the teams are almost qualified. But for Medal eSports to make a comeback like this, for Phoenix eSports, even for the likes of RTGxIND and Xpark, Joker and his heroics will be remembered for quite some time. But the next page is the one that is literally forcing me to bite my fingernails over here. I cannot handle the suspense anymore.
Talk about suspense. We have suspense in front of our screens. Oh my God, you've got the cutoff standing at 46 points. Sarkar Gaming 49. Godlike qualify with 49 points. Carpediem make it through. Hyderabad, Hydras make it through. Blind eSports have made the cut. WindGod have made the cut. Orangutan with that stellar performance find themselves on the 21st spot. But look at who there is on the 24th. It's MOGO eSports 46. Big names in the form of GUJARAT Tigers bow out. Team iQOO Soul bow out as well. THW bow out. Carnival Gaming, Global Esports, 4 miracles. What just happened, Fixes?
I do not know what to say. This is unbelievable. What we've just witnessed tonight. iQOO Soul, GUJARAT Tigers, 2 of those teams touted to make it inside of the grand finals this time. Not just them, Carnival Gaming, Global Esports, the recent runners-up of the BGI's 24 at 39 points. Carnival Gaming, a team that was looking oh so good. And even when you talk about that comeback story from Adi and the boys for Miracle Esports, all of them bowing like that. Oh, this is where it hurts. But on the brighter side, I think now we can officially and formally announce that this time we will crown some new champions of the iQOO BMPS.
We certainly will crown a new champion. But ladies and gentlemen, we move on forward. There are bigger upsets as well. WSB, Omega, somebody who has actually lifted this trophy initially, is also going to bow out. You've got Team Insane performance inside of BMPS 2023, but is going to bow out inside of round 3. It seems like the Grim Reaper came alive as soon as round 3 struck, and the clock was hell for every single one of these teams. FS Esports, Raw Officials, Rival X, such big names bowing out. Even GLITCHxREBORN on that second shot. And you've got, at the very end, 48th position, Autobotz with just 13 point Fixes.
Good thing is that everybody and every single team, no matter how much they were struggling, they really gave in their all in those final 2 games. I think this was absolute drama, nothing short of it. But yeah, these were the overall standings, and now it is time to take a look at those individual iQOO MVP contenders. As Admino, he still tops the chart with 59 points. Look at how close it gets. But now, I think it's the final time we get to see Goblin with just 56 finishes, because his journey, and even for Viper, what a run has it been for this young lad. 52 finishes, but all of that ends tonight along with Ninja Boy as well. 3 of the iQOO MVP contenders are out of this tournament.
Absolutely.
Let it sink.
And majority of them, look at their contribution, right? For Goblin, he has been contributing to 35%. Viper, almost 47%. And Ninja Boy, almost 39%. You just have to feel for these lads, because they could do absolutely nothing. But I'm liking the duel that is happening at the very top. Now, at least we're going to have a new rivalry set up once again. Team Xpark and Hero Xtreme Godlike will be at their throats. Hopefully, both of them, they make it to Kochi once again. But we will have to look at the caster predictions once again. Let us check who actually got it right. Majority of them, I believe, will actually get it wrong. Fixes with Orangutan, you've hit right on the money. Yankee Bot has hit right on the money. Carnival Gaming, oh my god, me and Ocean. Bad news for us.
Now this is debatable. Do Ank and I win it, or is it Macy? Because he's gone for Medal eSports and they also scripted a comeback. Same goes with Orangutan. I think OG, considering they started off with 26 points, I think we should be the winners, but I do not know if we can really celebrate, because today we have seen some big upsets, some major heartbreaks. A lot of these teams that have been crashed out have massive following from their fans, and everybody was hoping. But this is where we need to address the elephant in the room, iQOO Seoul. For them to take an exit, 3 games, they managed to get 40 plus points. And from the remainder of the 5, just 4 points. I think, yeah, there will be critiques, there will be questions raised.
Absolutely. At one point, everyone knows that there is that small difference between confidence and overconfidence, and it feels like that is exactly where Team iQOO Seoul faltered. But nonetheless, we do have the 24 semi-finalists, and of course 16 of whom will proceed to Kochi. So there is going to be absolute fireworks. And in fact, I am not disappointed at all at the teams who are actually making it through to the semi-finals.
I certainly am not either, because it's all about them showing their hunger, showcasing what they have and not letting their dreams die. And only the best have managed to prevail supreme and one step closer to the grand finals that are going to be held in Kochi. But before we end the show, you know, tomorrow we have the semi-finals. But before that, a huge shout out to our sponsors. First of all, with our official smartphone partner, that is going to be iQOO, and then our official mobility partner, Hero Xtreme, to make this event possible. That being said, we are going to be bidding our adieus. We're going to be taking a quick long nap, and we're going to see you tomorrow with exciting set of games once again.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. Ain't fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट। किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch. I'm not doing this. 300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
Xsuit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. Xsuit's, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर। अबे बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है। कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
Xsuit's, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे, तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।